Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Vigilante Angel? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was running. He didn't know where he was going, but the fear inside him was more than enough to blindly follow. "Come on Izuku, we are going to get you out," said the woman running beside him. Suddenly, a scream came from the woman, and she collapsed to the ground, bleeding out of the hole in her chest. Izuku screeched, collapsing beside her. "Izuku, you need to run," the woman coughed out, blood pooling out of her mouth as she coughed weakly. How could he? His mother was dying in front of him. "You shouldn't have run, Inko. Now look what has happened. A shame really." A man emerged from the shadows, one Izuku knew all too well. "Father, please fix Mom," Izuku cried. Now Izuku, your mother was doing a bad thing trying to take you away. I'm going to give you a quirk, isn't that all you ever wanted?" said Hisashi Midoriya. Or, as he was better known as All for One. He didn't respond, staring fearfully at the man while blood pooled around him. "Oh well, it truly doesn't matter," All for One said, picking up the trembling boy by his arm. He paused, turning to hallway encased in darkness. "Come on Tamura, you can come out now." A small, gray-haired boy peeked his head around the corner, appearing completely unfazed by the gruesome scene before him. As they walked back to the center of the building, fear began to set into Izuku as he fully comprehended the situation. His mother was dead. He was being carried back into the very place his mom had tried so hard to get him out of. And he was powerless to do anything about it. That was 7 years ago. Izuku is running again, alone this time. And he is different now. 7 years ago, he had been dragged back into the hell he almost escaped from, and had been forcefully given a quirk. Life Force, AFO called it. Basically, it gave him the ability to absorb a person's life force through eye contact or touch, but he had to let it happen. All for One had forced him to take 3 people's life forces. Whether it was torture, withholding food, or the sheer fear Izuku felt when AFO was in the room with him, he did it. And with every person's life force he consumed, he got slightly stronger, slightly faster. After taking the life forces of 3 different people, Izuku was strong enough that if you watched him fight, most people would assume he had an enhancement quirk. And now, after all the training AFO put him through, he was escaping. Bolting down the hallway, Izuku saw a window, and without thinking jumped up and crashed through. Blood dripping down his arms and glass shards in his skin, he took off down the dark streets of Japan. To his surprise, nobody was chasing him. After what felt like hours, he slowed down and looked around. Having been kept in one place since he was 6, Izuku felt free. Even though he was now homeless, not that that prison had ever been home, he smiled for the first time in over 7 years. It has been a month since then, and Izuku has learned a lot. Don't intrude on anyone's territory. The others would claim alleyways and such, and going into the wrong one could get you killed. Don't ask others for food. They don't have enough to share. And finally, stay alive. No matter what. Wandering the streets, Izuku came upon an abandoned building. He looked up at it, and listened carefully for any signs of life. Nothing. He wailed around the outside, and saw a few condemned signs, but nothing warning of demolition. Climbing onto the rusty fire escape, he climbed all the way to what looked like an old apartment. Stepping inside, he looked around. But this place is filthy. Exploring a little more, he found a small bedroom and a bathroom. This could work. What decided it for him was the old dresser filled with clothes. They were a little big, sure, but better than nothing. Pulling on a hoodie he found in the dresser, he crawled onto the small mattress and almost instantly fell asleep. Wow, did he miss waking up on a real bed? He sat up, stretched, and then looked around some more. He turned on the sink, and to his surprise water came out. After a minute the water ran clear, and even though it wasn't suitable for drinking, he could use it for showers and things. He splashed water on his face and looked into the cracked and dirt mirror. God, was he a mess. He walked into the kitchen and tried turning on the stove. Nope, that didn't work. Of course he had no electricity. Sighing, he checked the windows. A few were cracked, but they were mostly in good shape except for the one he had broken to get in. He grabbed an old shirt from the dresser and covered the window, keeping out some of the chill. He went back to the small bedroom, inspecting the mattress. Exhaustion had made him not picky, but now he frowned with how disgusting it was. Dragging it to the bathroom, he ran the shower over it, and rinsed it until the water ran mostly clear. He laid the mattress over the bathtub so it could dry, and went and grabbed the couch cushions. He lifted one up, and instantly a few cockroaches skittered out from under it. He jumped in surprise, letting out a small scream. He hated bugs. Swallowing nervously, he took the rest of the cushions and repeated the process he had with the mattress. He really had to go steal some laundry detergent and bug killer. Wiping off his hands on his tattered jeans, he unlocked the door and walked down to the street. After walking for a bit, he got approached by a man with a dark jacket. "Give me everything you have and no one gets hurt, kid." "Is this speech serious?" "I literally have no money, what are you gonna take?" he said, trying to hide a laugh. Yelling in frustration, the man swung a knife at Izuku. Stepping out of the way, he whirled around and chopped at a pressure point on the back of the man's neck. Did I knock him out? That was when he saw the wallet that had fallen out of the man's jacket. Opening it up, he found 40,000 yen inside. How stupid must you be to rob someone when you already have money, he thought. Mine now, he said to no one, and pocketed the money and went shopping. After a few thrift stores and gas stations, he went back to the abandoned building and began eating the ramen packs and onigiri he bought. After eating more food than he had in what felt like forever, he realized just how strange his situation was. He had a roof over his head, even if it wasn't very stable, and he actually had a meal. He also realized how very bored he was. He took the bug killer he bought and spent 30 minutes spraying it on every bug and crack in the wall he could find. Next he grabbed the laundry detergent and soaked the mattress and couch cushions in it. He stood there, still having nothing to do. He was so used to being alert every minute and focused on finding his next meal that he never had free time. Deciding to go for a walk, he went to put on the new clothes he bought. A dark green hoodie with black accents, black cargo pants, combat boots, and a black mask. Even though he was far from the facility, he didn't want to take any chances that one of All for One's henchmen would recognize him. Walking down the streets, he heard the muffled voices of two people in an alley. "Give us your money now, rich boy." "Yeah, and your watch and phone too." "Seriously, more muggers?" This city has a problem. Letting out a sigh, he approached the three people. "OMG, a party? Why wasn't I invited?" Izuku exclaimed, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Get lost, kid, this doesn't involve you," a mugger with blue hair growled at him. "No, I don't think I will." That's when Izuku darted at them, kicking the knife out of Blue's hand. Glaring at Izuku, both muggers ran at him. He ducked and slid under a sloppy punch before kicking off a dumpster, flipping and cracking his foot across Blue's skull. Blue dropped to the ground, and Izuku landed neatly on the pavement. The other mugger threw another knife at his head, and Izuku turned to the side, allowing the knife to harmlessly bounce off the bricks. He leaped to the mugger's blind spot, and kneed him in the chest. He folded, and Izuku kicked his head into the ground. Dusting off his hands, he turned around. "You okay?" Izuku asked the kid who was getting mugged, but he had already sprinted out of the alley. Sighing, he searched the pair for any money. Sadly, they had none, but he decided to keep the knife he had kicked across the alley. It could be good in the future. On his walk home, Izuku stopped 2 muggings, 1 armed robbery, and got a cat out of a tree. Well, it's not like he had anything else to do. Getting bored of walking around, Izuku took to the rooftops, leaping over each one until he got to his apartment. This routine went on for a little while, buying food, stopping villains, stealing from villains. Can you blame him? He did need to eat, and leaping on rooftops. Oh, and he got a nice collection of weapons, including knives and a bow staff. He had training with it before, and he was really excited when one of the villains he fought, a girl with purple hair and gold eyes, had dropped it when she escaped. That was until one night, Izuku spotted a kid getting pushed into a van. Anger creeped up in him, as he knew what it was like to be forcefully taken away from everything. Without thinking, emotions clouding his thoughts, he lunged at the van and used his knives to pop the tires. Grabbing one of the men, Izuku threw him on the ground and slammed his bow into his skull, knocking him out cold. Heading around to the driver's side of the car, Izuku pulled the man out of the van and threw him into a wall. Remembering the kid, he ran to the back of the van. "Are you okay? Where are your parents?" The kid, who couldn't be older than 3, just stared at him with a shocked look on his face. Starting to panic, Izuku crouched down to get on eye level with the kid. "Hey, you need to answer me. Are you okay?" The kid slowly turned his gaze to look at Izuku and exclaimed, "Angel." "What? Angel?" Hearing the police sirens in the distance, Izuku double-checked the kid was unharmed before leaping to the top of the roof. "Are you okay?" he heard the police ask. "Yeah, Angel saved me." "Angel? What are you talking about, kid?" "The angel with the green shirt. He saved me from the bad people. He went on the roof." Realizing what the kid had just said, Izuku felt panic jolt in him. He absolutely could not be caught. Not if they had a chance of finding out who he was. What he did? He turned hurriedly, running from rooftop to rooftop in the direction of his home. Exhausted, he collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Walking down to the corner store where he always buys his food, he heard a very familiar name on TV. We have reports of a new vigilante in Mizudafu. He has been given the name Angel by this young boy he saved from being kidnapped. "Would you like to tell us what you saw that night?" "I remember these mean people grabbing me, but then Angel came down and beat them up. He was super duper fast." Izuku couldn't believe his eyes. That was the kid he saved. They were talking about him. "Angel," Izuku said slowly, trying out the name. But hey, it could have been worse. It was midnight on a Tuesday when Aizawa got the call. "Hey Aizawa, can you come into the station tomorrow? I need your help with a new vigilante case." "Of course. Tsukachi always asks me for help with vigilante cases. Why am I even surprised at this point?" It was probably because he never disliked vigilantes. In fact, he supported them as long as they never did anything violent towards heroes or innocents. The next day, Aizawa crawled out of bed, getting a bad feeling about the case ahead of him. Shrugging it off, he greeted his husband who was making breakfast. "Morning show," Hisashi called out cheerily. Grunting, Aizawa sat down at the table while Hisashi served him breakfast. "What are you going to do today, Sho? I know your schedule isn't exactly busy after expelling your entire class," he said with a smirk. Sighing, he said, "Tsukachi called me down to the station. Apparently there is a new vigilante in town." Hearing this, Hisashi perked up. "Do you think it's going to be about Angel?" "Who? Really, Shota? I thought you would keep up with the news by now." "Angel is a new vigilante who's been pretty active recently. He's been mentioned on social media a lot." "Who knows, but I have a bad feeling this is going to take up a lot of my time," he grumbled. "Good morning, Aizawa." "Morning, Tsukachi. Now what in the world do you want me to do now?" "I'm glad you asked." Tsukachi grinned. "Have you heard of Angel?" Not very surprised, Aizawa grumbled, "Yeah, Hisashi told me about him this morning." "Great. I need you to convince him to turn himself in." Judging from witness statements, Angel sounds and has the height of a kid. Now this got Aizawa's attention. "A kid? What's a kid doing fighting villains?" "We don't know either," Tsukachi simply sighed. "That's why we need you to try and get him to turn himself in so we can all work this out." Aizawa paused, contemplating his answer. "Fine. Give me all the witness statements and his assumed patrol route. I'll see if I can find him tonight." Smirking, Tsukachi went to grab the files. Izuku had just found the best thing ever. A computer. It was insane luck he had found one for dirt cheap, because he was broke. On all his previous stings, he had used the public library computers for research, which wasn't exactly the safest. Now that he had a computer, he had picked up some decent hacking skills as well. It's not like he went to school or anything, and he did all his vigilante work at night. It took him about a week to learn the basics, sometimes even skipping patrols to work on it some more. To charge it, he had saved up money for a week and bought a small generator. He just didn't buy any food, but electricity was more important anyway. He had also found his way onto the dark web, and found a website where vigilantes villains can accept certain, not-so-legal jobs, such as getting info on people. He had accepted one of these jobs, but only because he knew it was for a good cause. His job was to take down a small drag ring that had sold very dangerous drags to minors. One of these minors was the child of a very rich politician, and they wanted revenge for their kid who was currently in the hospital. And so, Izuku began to prepare. He pulled on his vigilante costume, which now had a utility belt, and gathered his weapons. Tonight, he was bringing his usual bow and knives, plus a smoke bomb, courtesy of the internet. Izuku was actually very good at tinkering with things. After all, what else was he supposed to do when he was locked in one place for so long besides playing with the computer? He had adjusted the smoke bomb to let out black smoke instead of white, as it would be better for stealth. Climbing onto the roof, he paused as he let the cool breeze blow against him, his hair billowing around his face. Taking a deep breath, he headed off to where he knew the drag ring was meeting up. Izuku could hear the muffled voices from his perch outside a window. Looking in, he saw 10 people standing around, clearly arguing about something. What the hell? There were only supposed to be 8 of them. Sighing, he started observing the room for possible exits and to get the layout. Izuku, being extremely smart, had a habit of memorizing a room to the point he could navigate it even in pitch blackness. Which is exactly what he planned on doing. Spotting the power generator, he pulled out a new invention of his. He had added a sort of taser to the end of his bow, which had adjustable settings. He had jokingly named them Zap, Zappy, Zapier, and Zappiest as temporary names, but never actually got around to changing it. Turning it to Zappiest, he threw it as hard as he could toward the generator. With a loud pop, the generator burst into sparks and the room went dark. Instantly, Izuku could hear the panicked voices coming from different points in the room, but that would only help him more. Making his way toward where he remembered the generator being, he retrieved his bow from the ground. Quickly turning the setting to Zappy, he didn't want to kill them, only knock them out. He stalked his way over to some of the voices. Stabbing his bow in the direction of the voices, he heard the sickening sound of electricity against human flesh as he found his target. Hearing the body thump to the ground, Izuku continued this with 4 more people until he ran into a problem. Someone had a light-based quirk, he realized too late as the room filled with a dim light. Spinning around, Izuku saw the source of the light, a woman in the corner of the room, light shining from her body. Whipping out one of his knives, Izuku flung it at the woman, only to have it blocked by a man with what looked like a shield-type quirk. Growling in frustration, Izuku kicked onto the wall and flipped up into the rafters, trying to come up with a new plan. He saw the woman with the light quirk cowering in the corner, the man with a shield quirk looking around wildly, 2 more people running towards the stash of drags and sheet. A woman had made her way to one of the exits, and was trying to open the door. Thank God I locked them before this, he thought, only to panic slightly when the door started to move. Must be a minor strength quirk, he thought as he shot towards the woman. Pulling out a combat knife, he slashed at the back of her legs, sending her crashing to the ground. Zapping her for good measure, he went to take care of the man with a shield quirk. Throwing a kick at the man's head, he found himself getting blocked by his hands. His shield is only in his hands and arms. Leaping into the air, Izuku grabbed onto his neck and swung around so he had him in a chokehold. Taking one of his smaller knives, he quickly brought it down into the man's shoulder. The man let out a cry of pain, and Izuku used this as an opportunity to drop down and electrocute him. Looking around, he saw the woman still hiding in a corner and 2 men frantically trying to collect the drags. Deeming the woman as not an immediate threat, he threw some more knives at the men. Hitting his targets, the men spun around in fear and surprise, then immediately bolted to the exit. Izuku chuckled to himself at their stupidity, leaping at them with his bow staff, electrocuting one in the back of the legs. He then flipped his bow up, kicking off the wall to grab it in midair and bring it down on top of the other man's head. Brushing himself off, he stood up and slowly made his way to the woman. Boo! Letting out a screech, the woman turned to run, but Izuku just swept her legs out from under her. Spinning around the bow in his hand, he tapped the woman on her back and watched her go limp. Suddenly, Izuku heard police sirens in the distance. Looks like it's time to go, he thought, collecting his fallen knives and then climbing his way back up into the rafters and out the window. Pausing, he snapped a quick picture of the scene below him, drags and unconscious people scattered everywhere. Good evidence to show to my client. Hopping a few rooftops over, Izuku watched as the police went inside the building and brought out the criminals, some of which were starting to wake up. Turning around to go home, Izuku heard something coming from the dark. "I'm going to assume that was your doing?" said a gruff voice. Whirling around in fear, Izuku could only stare at the man sitting across from him, a gray scarf floating around his head. "Oh shit." Izuku backed away like a cornered animal, which in his mind he was. "Whoa kid, it's okay, I just want to talk," said Eraserhead, hands up in a show of sincerity. "What exactly does a pro hero like you want to talk to a vigilante about?" "Well," Eraserhead said, clearly hesitant, "how about you turn yourself in?" Izuku froze, a shocked look taking over his face. "Kid dash," and that was when Izuku burst out into a fit of laughter. "Please see. You really thought that would work? I have been in the run for over a year, how stupid are you?" He wheezed, trying to compose himself. It probably wasn't a good idea to mock a pro hero, but he couldn't help himself. Getting his laughter under control, he turned to Eraserhead and exclaimed, "Well, if that's all, I should get going. Bye-bye now." "Kid wait dash," but Izuku was already leaping off the roof into the night. Arriving home, Izuku was still processing what happened. After about an hour, he came to the decision that he wouldn't mind running into Eraserhead again. He did always admire the hero when he was little, as long as he didn't try to catch him. Then things would take a very, very different turn. Izuku sat quietly on the roof, staring out into the bright lights of the city. It hadn't been long since he escaped, and he was starting to question a lot of things. Why was he here? Was he just going to live the rest of his life like this, in some dingy apartment, constantly followed by the fear of his father returning to take him back? He hadn't truly saved anyone, just helped a couple people here and there. Was that even a reason to stay in this world? He leaned forward, pushing his bangs out of his face. One step, and he wouldn't have to deal with this. No more hunger, no more exhaustion, no more fear or guilt. But he couldn't do it. He was a coward, and he still wanted to live after everything. He got up and readjusted his mask to securely cover his face. He had work to do. He hopped over to the next building, listening carefully. He had noticed a slight increase in villains lurking around this particular area, but hadn't been able to make a connection. Suddenly he heard a cut-off scream from what he thought was an abandoned factory, but he couldn't be sure. He spotted an open window and leaped from where he stood. Not touching the windowsill, he silently rolled to break his fall and carefully listened if anyone was nearby. Izuku stood up, dusting himself off and pulling out a knife. He stepped into the hallway, a single light flickering above him. He could hear a couple crashes and murmurs from a room close by, and he followed the noise. Suddenly the door next to him slammed open, and he immediately pressed himself against the wall, eyes wide. A large man with deep blue hair and very sharp teeth stormed out, quickly followed by a tall skinny guy with what looked like bat wings. "I told you, the boss needs these people unharmed," the skinny one shouted. "And how many times will you get it? I don't give a f dash. I'm not being paid enough to not have my own fun now and again." The rest of their conversation faded out, and Izuku peeked his head inside. The only person remaining in the room was a little boy, chained to the wall, shaking in fear. His eyes widened when he saw Izuku, and Izuku quickly put a finger over his mask. The kid didn't take his eyes off Izuku as he scanned the room, checking for any type of camera. After a few seconds he walked up to the kid, pulling down his mask. "I'm gonna get you out of here, but you have to be really quiet, okay?" The boy nodded, and Izuku bent down to inspect the chains. They were weak and rusty, and with his strength and the base of a knife he was pretty confident he could snap them. One problem though, it would be extremely loud. He checked outside, then headed back to the kid. "I'll be right back. I just need to find a way out, but I promise I'll come back." The kid nodded, but his eyes still held fear in them. Pulling his mask back up, he stepped outside and started walking in the direction he came from. Metal pipes covered the area above him, with a few boarded-up windows. He was on the 3rd floor, and just as he passed the staircase he heard familiar voices. "I don't know, but he wants him now." So much for an escape route. Izuku dashed back to the room, startling the kid. "Change of plans, we need to go right now." As soon as these chains break, you get on my back, okay? Mister, the kid whispered, making Izuku smile a little. He knelt down, not hesitating as he pulled the chain taut and slammed the handle of his knife into it. It shattered with an almost comical amount of noise, and he heard shouting and pounding footsteps. He quickly broke the other, and the kid jumped onto his back and squeezed tightly. He ran out the door right before the men got to it and made eye contact. He winked, then climbed onto the railing and jumped as high as he could. He heard the kid let out a shriek as he grabbed onto the pipe and swung himself up. The pipes around him exploded as hot metal spikes erupted around him, and a quick glance showed it was the larger guy's quirk. He ran, dodging spikes and trying not to slip off the old metal. A spike came down from the roof, and he dropped to the ground on his side so as to not hurt the kid. He felt a piece of metal pierce through his leg and gritted his teeth in pain. He was quickly running out of room, so he swung down and neatly landed on the railing, kicking off to sprint down the hallway. A few more people appeared at the end, and he skidded into a sharp left turn to avoid them. Suddenly a plan formed, and he shouted, "Hold on!" He leaped out the window, glass shards flying. Izuku grabbed onto a drain pipe on the building, sliding down a few feet before kicking off and landing on the shorter roof next to it. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as he saw his pursuers had not given up. The kid was getting heavier by the second, and his legs stung. He just needed to get a little further, just enough to where the kid wouldn't get caught. He took off, jumping to the next building. He barely managed to grab onto the edge, swinging his legs over and crossing to the next. Fire escape. He swung the kid off his back, placing him in front of the stairs. Run, and don't stop until you find someone to call the police. Without a word, the kid ran, and Izuku finally turned around. 3 people were able to keep up with him, but Izuku was exhausted. Running was a much better option than fighting, and without the kid he was confident he could do it. He waved his hand at the men, who immediately jumped to try and attack him. He jumped to the next building, and then jumped through the open window of another. This is where he could lose them. He sprinted around. Discarded and burnt office supplies and desks, likely the building was closed due to a villain attack. He jumped down a flight of stairs, wincing as the cut in his leg widened. At this point only the man with bat wings was following, and he dived down to try and grab Izuku. Izuku twisted around the railing, then as the man hit the ground he jumped onto his back and slashed his knife across the man's wings. He shrieked in agony, and Izuku took that as an opportunity to jump down the rest of the stairs and run outside. A couple turns later, and he had lost him for good. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He would need to go back, figure out who the man behind that was. But right now, all he really wanted to do was take a nap. Aizawa had been working on the Angel case for a few days now, and the Vigilante was showing to be very talented at disappearing. Every time he thought he figured out where he was already gone, and an unconscious villain was typically all that remained. But this time he saw the little Vigilante lurking near the edge of a roof. He was recognizable by the green hair and green accented outfit, exactly like every witness description. He watched from afar as the kid jumped into the building, and there was silence for a few minutes. Suddenly multiple screams and clashes rang out, and he moved closer. Through the windows that were not boarded up, he watched in amazement as Angel weaved through the building, dodging every attack thrown at him. It was a feat only accomplished with years of practice and trained instincts, and he had to wonder what kind of childhood he had. Angel crashed out of the building, and it was only then Aizawa saw the boy on his back. The boy ran down the stairs, and Aizawa dropped down to the ground to meet him. Before the boy could speak, Aizawa reassured, "Hey, I'm a hero, it's okay. I saw what happened, follow me and I'll take you to the police station, all right." Aizawa was never good at dealing with children, most of his job was just yelling at teenagers. "Aren't you going to help him?" The boy whispered, already teary-eyed. "He's going to be fine, don't worry." Aizawa picked up the kid and quickly headed to the station. A couple hours of paperwork later, nothing really came out of it. The police arrested one guy, but couldn't find anything on what had really been going on. The kid was reunited with his parents, who had let them know he was missing for only a few hours. But not a word from Angel. He had asked around, but there were no more reports of him that night. Aizawa hoped it was just that he went home for the night, But in this line of work he had learned to always assume the worst. Izuku pushed open the door and limped inside. He sat on the couch, leaning his head back and closing his eyes. He got up again, changing into shorts and grabbing his first aid kit. He washed off the wound, wincing as the alcohol hit. This needs stitches. He got out the needle and thread, taking a deep breath. He took out a lighter and held the needle over the flame until it glowed red, and began the painful process. He grimaced as the needle went through the torn skin, but he kept his hands steady. Finally he tied off the final one, and packed everything up. He held onto the couch getting up just to make sure he didn't mess up the work he just finished. He hopped over to his bedroom and tossed his jacket onto the floor. He eased himself down before gently moving his legs to a comfortable enough position to lay down. He closed his eyes, quickly falling asleep. Once again, Izuku was laying flat on the roof next to the building he found the boy in. He had dug around an old part of a library and found the blueprints for the building. It was indeed an old factory, but after an incident involving some pretty dangerous chemicals was shut down. There were a few rooms off to the side on the first floor that were originally office spaces for higher-ups, and he figured if there was somewhere anyone of importance would be there. He slipped into the building, trying to keep most of his weight off the injured leg. Nobody was in the hallway, and he ran over and down the stairs. Hearing footsteps rapidly approaching, he ducked behind a few boxes right as his feet hit the ground on the first floor. "And you're sure it was him?" It was a deep, gravelly voice, and Izuku wanted to lean over and put a face to it but was too afraid of being spotted. A higher-pitched voice, feminine, responded back. "Positive. Angel was the one who stole the subject, and from what I've seen about him he's probably going to be back soon." The man sighed and the footsteps stopped. "Put out extra security. If he tries his luck, he won't be leaving here alive." "Just great. But what did they mean by subject? The kid?" He held his breath as the two passed him to go up the stairs, pressing himself further against the splintery wood. As soon as they were out of sight he jumped up and took a look around. It was a relatively simple space, mostly boxes and a couple tables. From the blueprints, the place he wanted to go was the hallway on the other side of the room. He was about halfway to it when he heard the scream. His blood went cold and he froze in his tracks. Izuku slowly turned around, cautiously approaching the side of the room he heard it from. The weird thing was, it almost sounded like it came from below. There wasn't a basement on the blueprints though? Izuku crouched down, feeling around the ground. And then his hands passed over a slight dip in the concrete. Blowing to clear the dust, he saw distinctive lines in a small rectangle. Pushing a box that covered the other half, he revealed the handle. Glancing over his shoulder, he pulled on it and slipped inside. It was dark, damp, and cold. The only thing he could hear was his light footsteps and the sound of him breathing. Whoever was screaming earlier was now deathly silent. He finally reached the bottom, turned, and was face to face with a tall man with a lab coat on holding a syringe. They stared at each other for a brief second, and when the man went to open his mouth to shout, Izuku jumped him, putting all his weight on the man's neck and sending him crashing to the ground. He wrapped his legs around his neck, squeezing so no sound could come out. The man thrashed on the ground, but it didn't take long for him to fall unconscious. Izuku stood up, brushing dust off his clothes before finally realizing he wasn't alone. He gasped, face to face with 4 kids, locked in separate cages. They were strangely clean, in hospital gowns, and 3 were trying their hardest to melt into the wall, refusing to meet eyes with Izuku. The 4th, however. Izuku felt his heart drop as he saw him. He was on the floor unconscious, with multiple deep gashes bleeding freely onto the floor. The strangest part, however, was the fact that the boy's talon-like fingers were covered in blood, and there were a pair of ripped-off wings laying on the ground beside him. He felt nauseous the longer he looked at the boy, and was desperately wondering how he was going to get all these kids to safety before being caught or the boy bled to death. Erase her head. Damn it, I didn't want to resort to this, but getting these kids out is more important than me getting arrested right now. He took out his phone, was simultaneously looking for any way to open the cages, and then pressed saved contact he had for the police. He clicked the speakerphone and placed it on the ground, then knelt beside it to search for the man's clothes. 911, what is your emergency? I need to speak to Eraserhead, it's urgent. Can you connect me to him? He said the words just as his hand hit the set of keys, and he triumphantly pulled them from the coat and went to quickly unlock the cages. I'm sorry, we can't connect people to Pro Hero's personal lines. Izuku grit his teeth in annoyance. Look lady, I don't have time for this. Just tell someone important that it's Angel and I need to speak with him right now. The operator gasped at his vigilante alias, and there was silence for a few seconds as Izuku opened the last of the cages and rushed to the boy's side. Taking off his hoodie, he tightly wrapped it around the boy's back to try and stop some of the bleeding. Then, a familiar gravelly voice spoke. Angel? Is that actually you? Izuku jerked his head up, eyes on the phone. God, took you long enough. Look, there's not really time to explain. His voice trailed off as he heard footsteps and loud voices heading toward his location. Not now. What? Talk to me, Angel. The footsteps got louder, and Izuku rushed to unlock the chains holding the kids to the wall. They looked terrified, and he could only hope they would follow him. I'm in an abandoned factory on Oak Street. There's some kids who seriously need help, and I can't get them out of here myself. You need to get people down here or dash. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Izuku stood up as a group of people squeezed into the small space, armed with a variety of weapons. Izuku glanced nervously at the kids, and readied himself into a fighting stance. Angel? Angel? Sheet. Aizawa's voice could be heard, along with a lot of shouting and running, but Izuku was already tuning it out to focus on not dying. So you're that angel brat, huh? A slightly deranged-looking man said from the left. Unfortunately, Izuku replied. And then he pulled out his knife, and all hell broke loose. He did a backflip over a sloppy swing of what looked like a machete, and dug his knife deep into someone's ankle and slashed. Turning around, he kicked another hard enough to crumble part of the wall, dodged a punch, and drove his knife deep into someone's shoulder. Someone activated their quirk, and some kind of boulder hit him square on, and he slammed into the wall. He shook off the dizziness, tackling a man with long hair with extra arms to the ground, slamming his head into the concrete. By now it was hard to step in the room without tripping over a body, and there were still more people standing. Suddenly a rapid clicking noise started, and from behind one of the villains and lashed sharp spikes at him. He rolled to the side, narrowly missing them as they plunged into the wall. He was about to dodge another round when it clicked. The kids. In a split second, Izuku leaped over to the little girl he was in front of, grabbed an unconscious villain off the ground and used him as a human shield. It mostly worked, but a couple spikes went all the way through and Izuku could feel blood drip down his shirt. He tossed the body aside, yelping as the spikes were ripped out of his skin. With a quick glance to make sure she was unharmed, he dashed over and slid between the feet of the villain with the tail and jumped behind someone else just in time. Spikes wedged themselves deep into the person's flesh, and he dropped dead to the ground. There wasn't anyone else at the moment, it was just him and the psycho who clearly didn't have a problem killing his teammates. There was a pause as they sized each other up, and then the villain made the first move. He grabbed two of the spikes from the wall and lunged at Izuku, aiming right for his throat. Just barely throwing himself to the side in time, he tripped and hit the wall hard. He could hear sirens close by, and he smiled. He just needed to take out this guy, and then could get the hell out of there. He took out another knife, his original buried somewhere among the bodies. There was a pattern to the other guy's attacks. A faint click 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 and then spikes. Another 3 seconds and then click click click. Which meant he had about a 4-second window to get to him. The clicks started, and instead of going to the side he jumped straight up. A spike got him in the ankle, but he was more focused on his next attack to really notice or care. He landed on the ground, then swung. The villain tried to turn to block, and as he did Izuku tossed the knife to his other hand, plunging it deep into his side. A scream and then click click click. He grabbed the villain's shirt, twisted around, and flung him forward onto the ground. He stabbed his blade as hard as could through the villain's tail, wedging it into the concrete. He stood up as the man shouted a slew of curse words, and after wiping blood off his face placed her foot on the man's neck. "Language man, there's kids here," he said, and then stomped on his face and knocked him out cold. Taking a few deep breaths, he regained composure and turned around. He walked over, picking up the injured and unconscious child. Come on, the police are here. You need treatment, and then they can work on finding your families, okay? But we need to leave now, Izuku said as calmly as he could to the other kids. He wasn't sure if it was because they believed him or because they were terrified of him, but they followed him up the stairs. He tried to push the trapdoor open, but it wouldn't budge. He tilted his head to the side, listening carefully. No, there were definitely cops right above him. Maybe someone had tried to hide the room? Let me call Eraserhead and oh shit. He had left his phone downstairs. He couldn't let the police find it. He gently sat down the kid and said, "Wait here." Rushing down, he looked around for a few seconds before finding it. Cracked, but working. There was multiple missed calls from what could only Eraserhead, and he clicked on it. Instantly, someone picked up. Angel? Are you okay? Where are you? The adrenaline had worn off at this point, and Izuku was starting to feel the injuries he had gotten from the fight, along with his leg wound reopening. A trapdoor. I think someone placed something over it. It's on the first floor, near the stairs. He scooped the kid back up, tilting his head so the phone wouldn't fall. It only took a minute until he could hear something shift, and then light shone in. He squinted, muttering, "Get that out of my face." Almost instantly the light vanished, and a terrified officer stepped to the side. Izuku glanced at them, their hand resting on their gun. Rolling his eyes, he turned to Eraserhead and looked down at the kid, and up at him. Nodding, Eraserhead yelled a few orders and soon paramedics took all the kids to the ambulance. Angel, our dash, Eraserhead had barely gotten 2 words out before Izuku put his hand out. I'm leaving. He turned toward the door, swiftly walking while trying not to limp. To his annoyance, footsteps followed. Look, you need medical attention. You aren't hiding that limp well, and you're obviously bleeding. Not stopping until he was out of sight of the police, he turned around angrily. I'm fine. Leave me alone. I'm not an idiot, Angel. And I'm not going anywhere until I know you're not going to bleed to death. Izuku stared at him for a minute, weighing his options. 1, he could probably evade the hero and get back to his little apartment, but would probably aggravate his wounds enough so he would have a problem. Or he could let him help, but nope. Why am I even thinking about that? No. I said I'm fine. I've taken care of the worst injuries myself. Now I'm exhausted, so if you don't mind, I'll be going. He turned, taking a step, and then was pulled backward hard. Eraserhead had grabbed his hood and was currently dragging him over to the ambulances. Hey, stop, let me go. Izuku shouted, but the combination of his leg and being caught off guard were not helping his situation. Nope. I've had enough of you for today. Eraserhead simply replied, shoving Izuku into the back of an ambulance. His eyes widened, and he went to run when a paramedic walked over. Injuries? I'm guessing some kind of puncture wounds to his back, and something's wrong with his leg. The girl just nodded, cutting off parts of his clothes to get to the injuries. She made no move to take off his mask or restrain him, which made him relax a little. These are going to need stitches. I have some morphine if dash. Izuku shook his head quickly. No drags. It's fine. She looked him up and down, but quickly went to work. He gripped onto the side of the ambulance tightly, closing his eyes as the needle went in and out of his skin. She did the same for his leg and then his ankle. No physical activity for at least 2 weeks, or you'll reopen them again. He winced as Eraserhead glared at him, and just nodded. Go. I have other people to treat. Izuku slowly goes up, quickly glancing at Eraserhead. However, the pro-hero just nodded and left to go help the police. Izuku walked carefully away, taking back alleys instead of the usual rooftops. Maybe he deserved a few days off. It was just another night of patrolling. Since Izuku had rescued the kids, he had started to take on patrol routes around the worst parts of the city, occasionally adding extra streets here and there when needed. He was halfway into his patrol when he heard the screams of 2 girls. Racing across the rooftops, he found the location of the sound. In a large alleyway, 2 girls were being dragged into a van. Pulling out his knives, Izuku flung 2 in the direction of the kidnappers. He hit one in the arm and grazed the other's face. Furious, the kidnappers looked up at whoever had thrown the knives. You know, kidnapping isn't very polite. Izuku smirked as he pulled out his bow staff and lunged at the men. Panicked, the cornered people activated their quirks. That one on the right has knives coming out of his hands. Better watch out for those. Using the van as a springboard, Izuku soared over the men and landed on one's head. Flipping around, he locked his legs around the man's neck and brought him to the ground. Turning to face the other one, Izuku just barely deflected the sharp knives being thrown towards him. Using his bow, he knocked the kidnapper's hands out of the way and swept his legs and sent him crashing to the ground. Calling out to the girls, "Run as far away as you can and call the police," he tossed one of the kidnappers' phones at them. Nodding their thanks, the girls took off out of the alley. That was when Izuku felt a burning sensation in his side. Looking down in shock, he saw the knife sticking out of him. There was another one. A sibling judging from the similar quirk. Ripping out the knife, Izuku turned to face the frightened woman who was already fleeing from the scene. Furious and in pain, Izuku pulled out 2 knives from his bow staff and flung them at the woman's legs. Hitting his marks, the woman instantly went down. Sheet. I need to get out of here. Grimacing, Izuku clutched his wound and stumbled across the streets. Realizing he was losing consciousness, he desperately searched his surroundings for a safe place to hide. I'm losing too much blood, gotta find a way to stitch it. Mind hazy from blood loss, he collapsed in another dark alley. About to pass out, he heard a voice from the shadows. Who's there? Izuku stayed silent as he tried to find the source of the voice. Oh my god, are you okay? The voice stepped out of the shadows, revealing a tall heterochromic boy with red and white hair. Just fine, Izuku slurred. He coughed, feeling blood splatter on the inside of the mask. The boy knelt down, placing his hands on Izuku's jacket and gently removing it. Wincing in pain, he tried to back away but the boy stopped him. It didn't take much effort, Izuku was barely staying awake as is. You should probably go to a hospital, the boy whispered. Izuku shook his head weakly, pushing him away. I'm fine. He attempted to stand, leaning against the wall. Taking a deep breath, he put on foot on the ground to walk, and a sharp pain instantly shot to every nerve in his body. He collapsed, with the boy catching him just before he hit the ground. Not able to resist the lull of unconsciousness, he finally gave in, slumping into the boy's arms and closing his eyes. Surprised, Todoroki jumped up from where he was sitting. Are you awake? He gently asked the boy laying in his bed. Todoroki honestly had no idea what he was thinking, bringing a random boy from an alley into his home. You got stabbed, try not to move too much or it will open the stitches. Seeming to come to his senses, the green-haired boy did exactly the opposite, and leaped out of the bed. Hey, you need to lie back down, Todoroki explained, catching the boy and guiding him back to the bed. What's your name? Seeming to realize his mask was still on, he quickly changed his reply. Angel. You can just call me Angel. Angel? As in the Vigilante Angel? Questioned Todoroki. Angel chuckled weakly, the one and only. I guess that explains why you were bleeding out in an alley. Clearly hesitating, Angel whispered, Thanks for saving me. No problem. What's your name, mysterious savior? Surprised at his statement, Todoroki looked down at Angel. Todoroki. But you can just call me Shoto. Panicking, Angel stared at Todoroki. Todoroki? As in Endeavor? Is that where I am right now? Quickly realizing his mistake, Todoroki hurried and calmed Angel. It's okay, father is not home right now. And besides, I wouldn't rat you out anyway, I actually like vigilantes. Surprised, Angel looked up. Oh, it all right. Softly smiling, Todoroki offered him some water. Nodding gratefully, Angel quickly drank it. I'll get out of your hair soon, I heal pretty fast, Angel said between sips of water. Trying to hide his disappointment, Todoroki said, Well, if you ever need help again, I'm always here. Can't have you pass out in any more alleys, can we? Todoroki smiled at him. Looking surprised, Angel said, Wow, thank you. That really means a lot. No problem broccoli, Todoroki smirked. Broccoli? Izuku spluttered, confused. Yeah. Your hair makes you look like broccoli. Fine, peppermint. Okay, I guess I deserved that, laughed Todoroki. Izuku was starting to get settled into a new routine after meeting Shoto. Wake up, clean, spend whatever money he had taken the night before, do research for vigilante work. Then at night he would go over his usual patrol, but would stop by the Todoroki house every night to chat and hang out. Todoroki wasn't stupid. He had noticed how thin Angel was beneath his baggy clothing. So more often than not, he would offer snacks to him. Izuku would never say it, but he was extremely grateful to Todoroki. Not only was he taking care of him, but he was Izuku's first friend. Besides Kaken, of course, but that was a long time ago. Izuku was curled up in his bed, surprisingly content. It was nice having someone to talk to, even if that someone father could arrest or kill him. But his wasn't so great either. He opened up his computer, scrolling through the dark web. Finding his way back on the job site, he began to look through the job listings. Finally, he spotted one that caught his eye. It seemed simple, just gathering info, until he read who he was supposed to gather info on. The number 2 hero, Endeavor. Marking it for later, he decided he should ask Shoto for his opinion before taking the job. It was his dad after all, even if he was a bad one. Eventually night came, and he headed out to buy food. What ramen should I buy today? He looked at the shelves, seeing the multitude of flavors to pick from. Well, I'm always up for some excitement, he thought as he scooped a few random ones off the shelf. Spinning around to look elsewhere, he ran race first into someone. Omigo dimso sorry I didn't sayu, Izuku mumbled. Hey, it's okay little listener. Little what? Stumbling back, Izuku gasped at who he ran into. Present Mike? Ha, yeah, that's me little listener. What's your name if I may ask? Oh, hey, it's Izuku, he stuttered, still in shock from meeting one of his idols. Sure, he had met Eraserhead already, but that was different. He was Angel then. Izuku had a fascination with heroes, mostly because All for One hated them so much so Izuku naturally adored them. Or most of them anyway. Well then I should get going soon. I assume you are going home straight after the listener? It is almost curfew. Ah yeah, Izuku lied, cringing at how fake his enthusiasm sounded. Great. See you around then. Izuku smiled at him and went back to shopping. A crying wallet, and 30 minutes later, Izuku was suiting up to go visit Todoroki. Maybe if he had time he would patrol after all. Knock knock. Sitting up from his bed, Todoroki opened the window. Suddenly he was face to face with Angel, who was hanging upside down from the roof. Hello, Peppermint. Smiling, Shoto stepped back to allow Angel to flip into his room. Turning around to his desk, Todoroki said, Hey, I picked up this movie I thought you would like, wanna watch it? Sure. Heading over to the TV, he got the movie set up. It was pre-Quirk era, the kind Izuku liked the most. So what's it about, Shoto? Why don't you just watch it and find out, he sarcastically said. Rolling his eyes, Izuku hopped onto the bed. Sitting awkwardly next to him, Shoto pressed play. The movie ended up being about a boy who meets a girl who can control the weather, and by the end of it both Shoto and Angel had teared up. They were suckers for sad movies after all, especially when they had at least a semi-happy ending. As the credits rolled, both boys seemed to realize they were right up against each other and jumped off the bed. Laughing awkwardly, they started discussing the movie. I really liked how they would do anything for each other, even if it meant flooding Tokyo. You're a sucker for romance, aren't you, Shoto? Izuku said teasingly. Blushing profusely, Shoto hid his face in his hands. Giggling, Angel checked the time. I should get going, I was thinking about getting at least an hour of patrolling in tonight. But you better not skip out on me again. Okay, babe, Izuku said sarcastically before disappearing into the night. What he didn't see was Shoto's face turning the color of a tomato, as he stared blankly at where Angel was seconds ago. He was going to give him a heart attack one day with the comments he made. Shoto just knew it. After a couple attempted muggings, Izuku sat on the roof of a tall building letting the wind hit his face. He had a fondness for high places, feeling the cold breeze at night. After all, the underground didn't have much fresh air. Hey kid. Surprised, Izuku almost fell off the roof, just barely catching himself in time. Raising his eyebrow in amusement, Eraserhead sat down on the edge of the roof a good ways away from Izuku. "What do you want?" Izuku said. "Like I said a couple weeks ago, I just want to talk. Actually talk." Izuku perched on the edge of the roof, body tense and ready to bolt at a moment's notice. Seeing Izuku wasn't running, at least not yet, Eraserhead relaxed the scarf around his shoulders. "Oh please, the last time you said that you asked me to turn myself in." "And you should," said Eraserhead with a straight face. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing and got up. "Well, if you still believe that, we clearly have nothing to talk about." Realizing he was about to lose his chance, Eraserhead quickly replied with, "Fine, I'll stop asking you to turn yourself in. But I do want you to patrol with me so I can see if you can really handle yourself in a fight." "Fine," Izuku puffed, crossing his arms like a kid. An evil light danced in his eyes, and he turned back to the hero. "Keep up if you can," Izuku smirked, sprinting to the edge of the roof and leaping to the next. Surprised, Eraser activated his capture weapon and swung after Izuku. A few minutes later, they spotted a gang fight and went down. "I'll take the 2 on the left if you take the 3 on the right," Izuku said, pulling out his bow. With a nod of agreement, Eraserhead whipped his captured weapon towards the 3 while Izuku ran at the other out of the corner of his eye. Izuku could see Eraserhead had knocked one of the men unconscious. Turning back his attention to his own fight, he started analyzing the quirks. He couldn't tell what the quirk of one of them was, but the other clearly had a fire-type quirk, as his hands were engulfed in flames. Activating the taser at the end of his bow, he used the normal end to vault over the men, kicked Fire Boy in the head, then dropped low to the ground and swept the legs of the other. Dodging the flames heading for his face, he elbowed the Fire Boy in the ribs, then using the wall as a springboard, kicked his back so hard he fell face first onto where the other was still lying on the ground. Zapping them both, he turned his attention to where Eraserhead was restraining the hearing the police sirens approaching. He glanced at Eraser who nodded his head in understanding. Jumping onto the roof, Izuku took off in the direction of his apartment. "Shit, I forgot to ask Shoto about that Endeavor job. I wonder if he is still up." Deciding to take his chances, he changed course to head towards the Todoroki house. Not getting his hopes up, Izuku quietly knocked on the window. Surprisingly, it opened, and Shoto waved to come inside. "I didn't expect you to still be up." "Well, how in the world could I sleep after the comment you made?" Shoto thought, but instead he just shrugged and said, "Couldn't sleep, I guess." "Did you finish your patrol?" "Yeah, but I totally forgot to ask you something. There is a job open, but it's to collect info on Endeavor. I don't know what they are going to use the information for, and even since you hate him I thought it would be better to ask first." Izuku nervously bounced on his feet as he waited for Shoto's answer. "Honestly, I don't care. Go ahead and take the job. Oh, and thanks for thinking of me." At that both boys started blushing profusely. "No problem," Izuku said halfway out the window. "See you tomorrow night?" "Of course," said the peppermint-colored boy waving goodbye as Izuku hopped from rooftop to rooftop. Arriving at his rundown home, Izuku took off his vigilante gear, put away his weapons, and took a quick bath. Settling into bed with his computer, he clicked accept on the job, pleased to find nobody else had accepted. After a couple of routine questions, Izuku set a date of when he would head over to Endeavor's agency to get the info. Satisfied with his work, he shut off his computer and fell asleep. The day had finally come. Izuku had spent the past week researching Endeavor's daily outline and patrol routes, but had never actually gone near the hero. Izuku obviously wasn't going in his vigilante costume, and instead threw on a light blue hoodie, jeans, and he brought a mask just in case he needed to make a run for it. Grabbing a notebook to jot down what he saw, he set off to where he knew Endeavor would be. He had gotten there just in time to observe Endeavor fighting a villain. Looking closely at the fight, he jotted down how Endeavor had an over-reliance on his flames, and without them he may run into serious problems with powerful villains. He also noted that as the fight progressed, Endeavor was sweating more and more, indicating that if his quirk was used for too long, he would overheat and be unable to fight. Realizing that Endeavor was finishing up the fight, he put his notebook away and waited to follow Endeavor wherever he was going. After a couple hours, Izuku was finished. He had also written down that Endeavor had 0 people skills, had high collateral damage, he could control the temperature of his flames, and that the more tired he got, the smaller his beard of flames were. The more he had followed Endeavor, the more he was starting to dislike him. He already hated him after the stories Shoto would tell, but seeing him in person was just so much worse. Endeavor had made multiple comments about why it shouldn't matter he gave severe burns to villains, and that even if vigilantes were not causing harm they should be arrested because they are taking away the spotlight from heroes who need it. The reporter had replied, "Like yourself." Endeavor hadn't said anything, but the look on his face told Izuku everything he needed to know. Starting to walk home, still furious, a light bulb went off in Izuku's head. Grinning like a madman, he set off to the store to buy some choice items. He didn't need food that badly. Besides, what he had planned was way more fun. After he had gotten what he needed, he went home and got into his vigilante costume. Bringing along what he had bought, he made his way to Endeavor's agency. It was closed at night, which was perfect for what Izuku had in mind. He had disabled the security system earlier, so that wouldn't be a problem. Picking the lock on a window, he slipped into the building. His first stop was Endeavor's office. Shaking the spray paint he had bought, "You see where this is going, right?" he began to make his masterpiece. The words, "Number 2, were painted across the office walls over and over again in rainbow colors, along with some, "Yeah, I'll leave that up to your imagination." He scattered a few things on his desk, then made his way to his final stop. Making his way to the main lobby where everyone would come in the morning, he started his second drawing, which was Endeavor in a tutu and a tiara. After adding the finishing touches to the not very flattering painting, he opened the final 2 parts of his plan. Silly string and glitter. Spraying the silly string everywhere he could, he then shook out the glitter everywhere. He had even bought enough that he went to a few other places in the building and dumped glitter there too. Satisfied with his work, he went back to Endeavor's office and left a small note on his desk. "I hope you enjoy your little gift, Angel." Going out the window once again, he ran to the Todoroki house, not being able to wait to tell Shoto. Shoto woke to a series of rapid knocks on the door. Izuku was practically vibrating with excitement, and grinned when Shoto groggily opened the window. "You will not believe what I just did," Izuku said excitedly, climbing inside Shoto's room. "What could you have possibly done at?" Shoto stopped to check the clock. 3 a.m. in the morning. Unable to keep it in any longer, Izuku blurted out, "I pranked your dad." Staring in disbelief, Shoto said, "You did what?" "Yeah. I spray painted some stuff in his office, then covered it with silly string and glitter." Noticing Shoto was unusually quiet, he froze. "You're not mad, are you?" Shoto burst out laughing. "Are you kidding? I'm super impressed." Relief on his face, Izuku smiled at his friend. "I'm sure you will hear all about it tomorrow," Izuku said. "Yeah, knowing you I definitely will." Izuku stretched, then headed for the window. "Wait," Todoroki said, reaching out to grab his sleeve. Confused, Izuku turned around. "It's already so late, you should just stay here for the night." "I don't know, what if someone comes in and sees me?" Izuku asked. "That's not a problem, nobody comes in here without at least knocking first, and that happens like once a month. Also I know you're a vigilante but it's still dangerous so late," frowned Shoto. Hesitating, Izuku nodded his head. "Great," said Shoto. "Come on, my bed is huge so neither of us have to sleep on the floor. You're not going to take my mask off while I'm asleep, right?" A little hurt, Shoto replied, "Definitely not, I would never betray your trust like that." Seemingly convinced, Izuku took off his weapons, most of them anyway, and his boots. He shut off the light, then crawled under the covers. "Oh my gosh, you're like a heater," Izuku exclaimed, turning over to face Shoto. He was to the left of him, meaning he was next to his fireside. "Does your quirk increase your body temperature?" Also flipping over, Shoto nodded his head and said, "My right side is more cold also, I think the heat on the fireside balances it out." "Cool." Awkwardly turning again, Shoto closed his eyes and eventually fell asleep. Izuku, however, could not. It was so strange being in an unfamiliar place, especially with other people in the house that were dangerous. He turned over to look at the sleeping figure of his friend, and relaxed. He was safe here. Todoroki would make sure of it. Smiling to himself, he finally fell into unconsciousness. Squinting his eyes against the morning sun streaming through the window, Shoto slowly remembered what happened last night. Slowly turning over to see where Angel was, he froze when he found him clinging to his arm like Shoto was a plushie. Omigod Haisukut. Blushing, Todoroki gently pushed Angel aside to go get breakfast. Soft murmurs came from Angel, and Shoto really hoped he hadn't woken him up. To his relief, he simply flipped over and his breathing steadied. Heading down, he greeted Fuyumi who was making breakfast. After eating, he quickly grabbed some of the food and headed upstairs. Finding Angel still asleep, he set down the plate and reached over to wake him. Suddenly, Angel flew out of the bed and Todoroki felt the cold sting of a knife to his throat before he even blinked. Realizing who he was, Angel dropped the knife in shock exclaiming, "Oh God, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize it was you." "It's okay, Angel, calm down." Shoto laughed, rubbing his throat. "I get it, you're fine." Sheepishly smiling, Izuku looked over at the plate. "Is that for me?" "Yeah, go ahead." Grinning, Angel brought the plate over to the bed and sat down. He pulled up his mask so that only his mouth showed and quickly ate. Looking up, Izuku said, "Thanks for everything, Shoto. That's the first time anyone has done something that nice for me." A little sad by the implication of his words, Shoto just shook his head. "Anytime, Angel. You are my best friend after all." Both boys smiled, and then Izuku stretched and hopped up. "I have some organizing to do today, and I might not be able to stop by tonight. Definitely tomorrow though." Frowning, Todoroki just sighed. "Okay, but make sure to stay safe." Hopping onto the windowsill, Izuku glanced back at Shoto. "Of course." Watching him hop onto the roof beside the house, Todoroki already missed his boyfriend. Arriving at his apartment, Izuku sat down and opened his notebook, and organized everything into a small, separate notebook. Then, he opened the website and messaged the person who had offered the job. "Me like knives. I have the info you wanted. User 2378, good. Meet me at the alley tonight on Woodland Street. Me like knives. K. Would 1 a.m. work? User 2378, sure." Closing his computer, Izuku occupied himself for a few hours before heading to the corner store. After grabbing a thing of mochi, he noticed a tall man with long blonde hair a couple aisles down. The man turned around and brightened when he spotted Izuku. "Little listener. We meet again." "Hi, Present Mike. Just call me Hizashi when I'm off duty," he smiled. "Oh, okay," Izuku exclaimed. "Hey, listener, would you join me for some late-night dinner?" Hizashi said, indicating the little food court area. Seeing Hizashi's hopeful face, he sighed. "Sure." "Great." Walking over, Hizashi ordered some ramen, and Izuku the same. Reaching into his pockets for some money, Hizashi reached out his hand to stop Izuku. "It's on me, listener." Before he could object, Hizashi quickly slid money across the counter. Grabbing their ramen, they sat down at a table in the back, Izuku purposefully sitting with his back to a wall. He wasn't a fan of something or someone being able to sneak up from behind him. "Hey, can I ask you a question?" Izuku asked, looking up from his noodles. "Of course." "Your quirk, is it making you lose your hearing?" Surprised, Hizashi looked down at Izuku and said, "Yeah." "How did you know?" "Well, if your voice is that loud constantly, then you're bound to take some damage, especially if you are from an older generation with less complex quirks. Your body didn't adapt the way newer quirks would." Quickly covering his mouth, Izuku shyly said, "Sorry, I'm rambling. Bad habit." Smiling, Hizashi said, "No, it's okay, listener. I'm more amazed by how smart you must be to have figured that out when nobody else has guessed. Only my husband and close friends know." Izuku looked down at his phone, surprised it was midnight already. "I'm so sorry, but I have to go." "It's okay, just don't stay out too late." "I'll try," exclaimed Izuku, waving goodbye as he ran hurriedly out the door. Once he was a few buildings away, he sprinted back to his apartment to put his groceries away. He definitely did not expect to be held back an extra hour, not that he didn't mind, but he had a feeling whoever he was meeting did not take kindly to being late. Hurriedly putting on his vigilante outfit, he checked his phone again to see the time. 12. Opening Google Maps, he saw that Woodland Street wasn't very far, thankfully. Izuku grabbed the now organized info and made his way to the alley. Arriving at 12:53, he jumped onto a fire escape and waited. At exactly 1, a tall man who blended into the shadows walked into the alley. User 2378? Izuku called out from his perch. The man lifted his head, his face still not visible. Knives. Izuku giggled at how ridiculous his user sounded from the man. The man reached up and took off his hood, and what was underneath made Izuku want to bolt then and there. The man had skin grafts and staples on his jaw, under his eyes, his arms, and who knows where else. Glancing up at Izuku with piercing blue eyes, he said, "Just call me Dabi." Izuku stared down at Dabi, still horrified. But a second later, his horror shifted to confusion. Dabi's eyes eerily reminded him of Shoto's. He put that thought aside and tossed the notebook down. "Everything's in there." Glancing up, Dabi quickly flipped through the notebook and nodded. "This is pretty detailed, kid." Izuku frowned at the name and said, "You have what you wanted, now I believe you owe me something." Yeah, come down and get it." Izuku leapt down from the stairs and walked over to Dabi. Dabi pulled a thick wad of cash out of his jacket and handed it to Izuku, who quickly checked to make sure he got what was promised. "This is more than you listed?" questioned Izuku. "Yeah," Dabi said, "you did a better job than I expected." "If you don't mind me asking," Izuku paused, taking a tactful step away from Dabi, "what are you going to do with the information I gave you?" Dabi was quiet, putting the notebook into his jacket. "I'm not sure yet. Let's just call it a safety precaution." While not fully impressed with that answer, Izuku just sighed. As Izuku went to leave, Dabi called out, "Wait." Turning, he faced the scarred man. "There is somewhere I want to take you." Izuku raised an eyebrow, saying, "Oh yeah, that's not suspicious at all. Trust me, you will want to see it." Izuku pulled out a knife and said, "Fine. But you better not be lying." Simply turning out of the alley, Dabi raised his hand and motioned for Izuku to follow. A few minutes later, they were standing in front of what appeared to be a karaoke bar. "What the hell?" Izuku exclaimed, turning to Dabi. The man simply smirked and went inside. Izuku followed him to the far side of the building and let out a small gasp when he saw Dabi pressing a button that opened up a bookshelf. It turned open soundlessly, revealing a dimly lit set of stairs. "Ladies first," Dabi sarcastically said with a small bow. Rolling his eyes, Izuku walked down the stairs, footsteps silent. He opened the door at the end of the staircase and was shocked at what he saw. It was a small bar area, but it was obvious it wasn't a normal bar. Weapons lined the walls, some with prices. There was a place behind the bar top with all types of gadgets, but what was most noticeable was the large board on the wall. It had long lists of jobs, prices, and names. Izuku looked over at the bar, where he saw many people, some with costumes, some just in dark clothing, chatting and drinking. Most had some type of weapon on them, but none were drawn. The bartender was a woman with floating hair, who was also talking with others. Dabi leaned down and whispered, "There aren't many rules here. Don't let untrustworthy people in, don't mess with people like kids, and don't start any fights. That explains why everyone seems at ease." Izuku then said, "Why bring me here then?" "Because," Dabi sighed, "I need another favor." Heading over to a table in the corner, Izuku sat down and rested his head in his hands. "Let's hear it." Dabi clearly hesitated, but said, "I need to make sure someone is okay." Izuku lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Dabi. "I need you to track down Todoroki Shoto and make sure he is okay." Izuku immediately jerked up, a defensive look on his face. "And what the hell do you want with him?" Izuku growled at Dabi. "Whoa, calm down, I just wanted to see if he was okay." "What relation do you have to him?" Izuku questioned, glaring at him. Dabi uncomfortably fidgeted in his seat, finally muttering, He is my little brother." Izuku froze, knowing there was only one person Dabi could be. "Tuya?" Dabi looked up in surprise, staring at the vigilante. "Yeah, that's me." Do you see why I want to see if he is okay now? I have more money if that will help. Izuku stayed silent, studying Dabi. After staring at him for a good minute, Izuku spoke up. I believe you. And he is fine. A look of confusion crossed Dabi's face as he asked. How do you know that? I can't tell you, but believe me. He is as fine as he can be while living with. A sour look appeared on Izuku's face. Endeavor. Dabi let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Angel. That makes me feel better. Izuku nodded, then checked the time. I should get going. Thanks for taking me here though. No problem, but before you go, can I get your Discord? Izuku's eyes widened, and he burst out laughing. Oh my gosh, I did not expect that. Why? I'm not going to ask, but it's pretty obvious you have some sort of connection to my brother. And you seem like a good ally to have in the future. Izuku shrugged and got out his phone, typing in a few things before looking up. What's your user? Dabi felt his face go red. Crispy boy, Izuku raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything, simply typing on his phone. Suddenly a little ping sounded from Dabi's phone, and he clicked on the notification. Accepting the friend request from Chaos Broccoli, he looked up at Izuku in amusement. Izuku looked offended, quickly muttering, Hey, your brother picked it out. Realizing what he said, his hands flew to his mouth, and he rushed to say, Forget I ever said that. Realizing that Shoto and Angel might have a closer relationship than he thought, Dabi just nodded, not wanting to lose the only connection he had to Shoto at the moment. Izuku headed to the stairs, waving goodbye to Dabi. He nodded at the Vigilante, and went to go get a drink from the bar. Izuku was almost finished with his patrol, and he had a lot on his mind from last night's encounter with Shoto's long-lost brother. He leaped over buildings, keeping his eyes and ears open for any sign of danger. Hearing hushed voices in the next alley over with his advanced hearing, he stalked to the edge of the roof and peered over. So are we gonna do this or what? Yeah, just give me a moment. We don't have a moment, we need to get going before the bank closes. A bank robbery. Izuku sent a message to the police, anonymously of course, about the about-to-be robbers and leaped down onto the guy's head. The woman screamed in shock as her partner crumpled to the ground, and Izuku simply shook his head. You know, most bank robberies take more than 2 people. He swept his bow at her legs, and was surprised when she leaped over it and ran for the street. Izuku lunged at her, grabbing her hand and pulling her back. Shockingly, the woman grinned at him and spun around so that both her hands were wrapped around Izuku's arm. Suddenly, a sharp wave of dizziness came over Izuku, and he stumbled back against the wall. What did you do to me? Izuku slurred, slumping against the wall. It's my quirk, little Vigilante, said the woman, walking over to drag her partner upright. I hope you enjoy being a cat for a week or 2. Izuku was so overcome with dizziness and nausea that he barely registered the words, only the fact that the alley was getting bigger. Suddenly, all the dizziness was gone, and he steadied himself with his paws. Paws? Izuku stared at the dark green paws that seemed to belong to him, and felt his tail twitch. Oh my god, I'm a cat. Izuku liked cats, and actually loved them, but that didn't mean he wanted to be a cat. He was a really small one too, probably still a kitten. Izuku looked around, trying to regain his senses. He noticed that his sight, smell, and hearing was even more heightened than before. He could hear the muted noises of the dark streets at night, he could smell the food from the bakery a street over, and he could see so much clearer. The colors were muted though, which would take some getting used to. He couldn't see his costume anywhere, so he assumed he had transformed with it. Then, he heard the sound of police sirens in the distance. I called the police. Quickly running behind a dumpster, he crouched down to stay out of sight. He listened to the conversation between the 2 officers, which included them thinking the anonymous tip was a prank and how it was annoying. They left quickly, probably to follow another tip. Izuku's tail twitched as he walked into the open, feeling the icy wind rustle his whiskers. He padded down the streets trying to find his apartment, but just ended up lost. By now it had been hours, and Izuku was cold, hungry, and tired. Deciding he would just stop for the night, he found an alley littered with newspapers and crawled under one, hoping he could figure this mess out in the morning. After what seemed like a second of being asleep, Izuku was woken by the newspapers being blown off of him. Izuku hissed at the sudden chill and froze. Did I seriously just hiss? What is wrong with me? Izuku backed up against the wall after spotting the cause of the wind. Oh no, no. This can't be happening. Of course, it was Eraserhead who was peering curiously at the small cat. Izuku hissed again, and turned to run out of the alley, only to be suddenly lifted up into the air. Where do you think you're going, little cat? Izuku let out another hiss, and squirmed in the large hands holding him. Bad cat, Aizawa frowned. Why are you so skinny? Are you a stray? Aizawa couldn't find a collar, so he assumed that yes, this cat was a stray. He was concerned about how tired, skinny, and nervous the cat seemed, and knew he couldn't in good conscience leave it here. Come on, cat. I'm going to take you to the vet so we can get you checked out. At those words, Izuku panicked even more, and started hissing and clawing to try and get away. Whoa, calm down. Seeing that wasn't doing anything, Aizawa sighed. Fine, no vet. Izuku stopped. Aizawa was curious about how the small green cat reacted, as if it could understand him. But I am taking you home. Izuku wanted to struggle more, but he was exhausted. He went limp and then out a little mew. Aizawa smiled and shifted Izuku so that he was more comfortable. Izuku did not remember falling asleep, but before he knew it he woke up to the sound of a door unlocking. Getting anxious, he started squirming again. Aizawa quickly hurried inside, and shut the door just as Izuku leaped out of his arms, bolting under the couch. Aizawa frowned when the other two cats came bursting in, looking for the new cat they had smelled. Izuku hissed from under the couch, and Aizawa quickly picked up the two and shut them in the bedroom. Sorry, cat, Machi and Shade are very energetic. Izuku looked up at Aizawa, ears flattened and fur bristling. Sighing, Aizawa reached under the couch to try and get Izuku, but he simply backed further away. I need to get to you so I can take care of you. Trying a different approach, Aizawa went and put some cat food in a dish and placed it near the couch. Izuku looked up at Aizawa with disgust on his face, which was very confusing as he thought cats didn't have that many expressions. Do you not like the food? To his surprise, the cat shook its head. Okay. Aizawa went and got some fish and put it in a different bowl. This got Izuku's attention, and after checking nothing was going to sneak up on him, he crept out and sniffed the fish. He grabbed the bowl with his teeth and dragged it to the corner of the room. Satisfied, he quickly ate and then stared at Aizawa. Do you want more? Izuku nodded his head and watched as Aizawa went to get some more fish. Do you have a quirk, cat? You seem way too smart for a normal cat. At that, Izuku just stared at him, twitching his tail. Before Izuku could run, Aizawa picked up the cat and went to the bathtub, ignoring Izuku's cries of protest. After a bath, Izuku's fur was clean of dirt and unmatted. Sleep where you want, but I do need to let the other cats out. Izuku prepared himself, but to his surprise the cats left him alone after a few sniffs. Relieved, Izuku leaped onto the armrest of the couch, observing Aizawa. I need something to call you besides cat. Izuku stared at him, not saying a word. What about Akio? Izuku looked up at the name, confused. Well, you don't seem to hate it, so Akio it is. Suddenly, a key clicked into the lock of the front door. Hissing, Izuku bolted back under the couch. Aizawa turned to the front door, frowning as his husband walked in. What did I do now? Hisashi sighed. You scared Akio. Akio, oh no. Tell me you didn't Shota. Aizawa smiled a Cheshire grin and pointed to the couch. I found him on the streets, and he hates people, so don't try and approach him. So basically you in cat form. Hisashi crouched down, looking at the small cat under the couch. He was greeted with flashing green eyes filled with distrust. You sure picked a friendly one, Hisashi sarcastically said. Haha. Well, it's already super late, I'm heading to bed. Yeah, I'll be there in a bit, I'll just make sure Akio is settled first. Hisashi shrugged and walked to their room. Upon hearing the door shut, Izuku crept out from the couch, glaring at Aizawa. How did I not know he was married to present Mike? The betrayal. Well, Akio, Where do you want to sleep? Izuku looked around, spotting another door that hadn't been opened yet. He stood in front of the door and meowed, sprinting away when Aizawa went to open it. He revealed a guest room, and Izuku quickly darted inside, hopping onto the bed. He looked Aizawa in the eyes, and let out another meow, this one louder than the last. Well, I guess you can stay here for now. Aizawa went to get some water, and set it down in the room. Good night, Akio. Izuku stared at him silently, and watched as Aizawa pulled the door mostly shut. He then turned in a circle before settling down on the bed. This is going to be one weird week. Izuku woke with the sun the next morning, and was immediately confused as to where he was. Then, the memories came rushing back as he realized where and what he was. Jumping off the bed, he nudged open the door with his paw, and walked to the kitchen. It went against everything he had been doing, but he knew his best chance of going undetected and surviving was pretending to be a normal cat. What on earth am I doing? He could see Hizashi in the kitchen making breakfast, and assumed Aizawa was still asleep after the night patrol. Hizashi quickly noticed him, calling out, "Good morning, Akio." Izuku looked up, stared at him for a few seconds and then went back to exploring. He wanted to make sure he had an escape route for the worst-case scenario, but to his disappointment they had the house cat-proofed. After a couple hours of doing nothing, he heard Aizawa stir in his room, and a few minutes later saw him walk out. Hizashi had left earlier for work. Guess it's just you and me today, Akio. Aizawa sat down on the opposite side to where Akio had perched, and turned on the TV. After flipping through some channels, he went to change it again when he heard a meow coming from Akio. Turning to face him, Izuku stared at him and meowed again. Okay, you weirdo, I'll leave this on. They sat in silence, watching the program, until they realized how much time had passed. Before they knew it, Hizashi had returned home, and started to make dinner. Machi and Shade emerged at the scent of food, and Izuku meowed at them, surprised when they meowed back. He couldn't understand them, but he knew they were sending greetings by their tone. Izuku headed into the kitchen, and jumped onto the counter to watch Hizashi cook. Hizashi turned to look at Izuku, and offered out a piece of chicken. He reached out to take it before stopping himself. Seriously, Izuku, you have more pride than that. Pull yourself together. He retracted his neck and ruffled his fur, curling his tail around his paws. Hizashi shrugged, setting the chicken on the counter before resuming cooking. Izuku waited until Hizashi had turned away, and then quickly snatched up the food. Hearing a chuckle coming from the couch, Izuku whipped his head around to glare at Aizawa, who was smirking at him. Flattening his ears, he hissed at Aizawa, which only made him laugh harder. Frowning, Hizashi called out, "Honey, stop teasing Akio." Rolling his eyes, Aizawa got up. Fine, fine. They sat down to eat, and Hizashi placed Akio's food at the table. Why is the cat at the table? Aizawa said. Do you see him? Whenever you put food on the ground, he always looked offended. I'm starting to think he is a little person. To almost further prove his point, Izuku hopped onto the chair and started to munch his food. Before Izuku or Aizawa knew it, 2 more days passed. Izuku had become a lot more comfortable around him. He was a lot less scary at home than when he worked. Everything was pretty calm, until the night on the 4th day since Izuku became a cat. It was around 2 a.m. in the morning, and Hizashi was still awake. Izuku knew why. He was waiting for Aizawa to get off patrol. He would never admit it, but Izuku was waiting to. The door suddenly opened, and a very dejected Aizawa came through the front door. Worried, Hizashi quickly walked up to his husband. What's wrong? Did something happen on patrol? Aizawa sighed and said, It's more of what didn't happen. Angel has been missing for 4 nights. Aizawa sat on the lounge chair, facing Hizashi, who sat next to Izuku. He is out every night, but he has been missing. God, I hope nothing happened to him. I'm sure he is fine, said Hizashi. He is probably just taking a break. I'm sure he will be back soon. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. Why does he care so much? I'm just a vigilante. Aizawa didn't look very convinced, but said, Yeah, you're probably right. The next morning, Izuku decided to try and let Aizawa know who he was. He didn't really have a great reason, but seeing him so dejected about him left guilt sitting in his stomach. I don't care. It's nothing. It's probably better for me anyway, Izuku tried to convince himself. He couldn't get attached to anyone, he had learned that much. Shoto was the one exception, and Izuku would rather die than let something happen to him. He also knew he was going to have some explaining to do when he turned back, but he pushed that to the back of his mind. Focus Izuku. His first idea was to wait until Aizawa was working on his case. When he saw that he was, Izuku jumped onto the table. Glancing up, Aizawa said, "Get off, Akio. You can't be on the table." Izuku let out a loud meow and flicked his tail. He then placed his paw on a sheet of paper with his name, keeping eye contact with Aizawa the whole time. He placed his paw on his chest and meowed again. Rolling his eyes, Aizawa said, "I don't have time to play, Akio. This is important." Izuku hissed at him and then froze. Slowly, he pushed the papers off the desk, tail twitching in happiness. He grinned even more when he saw Aizawa's expression, and he walked to the other side of the table where he proceeded to push the rest of the papers off. Satisfied with his work, he went to go come up with a different plan. This is hopeless. It had been 2 days of pointing at papers, trying to type before getting interrupted, and even trying to spell using Machi and Shade's food. Aizawa still didn't get it. Izuku moped on the couch, letting out the occasional annoyed wail. "Be quiet, cat." Izuku turned to look at him and let out an angry meow. He was getting annoyed at how guilty he felt when Aizawa returned extra late, and how he had been poring over the angel files. He really wanted his life as a cat to be over. He would miss actually getting enough food though. He had more to eat in the past week than he had in the last month. Eventually, 2 more days had passed and Izuku was getting antsy. He paced the rooms of the apartment, waiting for the quirk to wear off. It had been a week, so he knew it could happen at any point. Izuku watched as Hizashi went off to work for his night shift at the radio station. Aizawa was staying home tonight, as Hizashi made him promise to try and get some rest. Him and Izuku were on the couch, when a wave of dizziness came over Izuku. He fell off the armrest, curling up in a ball on the couch. Looking over with worry, Aizawa said, "Akio? Are you okay?" And that was when it started. It was a weird feeling. He could feel his joints and bones expanding, his organs shifting and his skin stretching. His fur retracted to the top of his head and before he knew it he was himself, still fully clad in his vigilante costume, mask and all. Shaking off the last of the dizziness, Izuku turned his head and was met with the extremely shocked face of Aizawa. They stared at each other in shock for a few seconds, before Izuku exploded into action. He leaped off the back of the couch, sprinting toward the front door. Except he was clumsy on 2 feet after the sudden change and stumbled to get to the door, almost falling his face. Aizawa shouted, "Angel?" And Izuku twirled around, backing up toward the door. "Ah, I tried to tell you." Izuku laughed nervously. A look of understanding passed over Aizawa as he put his hand to his face. Of course, the case files. Izuku had managed to unlock the door and wrenched it open. He ran as fast as he could, climbing up the apartment building. He turned back to face Aizawa, who still looked confused, and called out, "I'll explain later." "Sorry." And with that, he disappeared into the night, heading off to the one place he could think of. Shoto's house. Aizawa stood in the glow of his apartment lights, head spinning. "I can't believe it," he muttered, turning around to head inside. Practically collapsing onto the couch, he went over the past week with Akio, no Angel, in his mind, trying to think how he could have possibly been so blind. He thought of how picky he was with his food, how thin he was, the way he seemed to understand what they said. The way he sat at the table to eat, and how he would sometimes do something common that cats would do, and then jump up and walk away with his ears flat, almost like he was embarrassed. And the hints. The constant trying to get at the computer, and being all over the Angel case, literally. It was so obvious, but he still missed everything. After 2 hours of running things over in his mind, there was the sound of a doorknob turning. He turned around, half hoping it was Angel. But it was only his husband. He sighed and turned back. "Something happened today?" Hizashi called out. "And you aren't going to believe it," Aizawa said. Hizashi crossed over to the couch and sat down. "Well, now I'm interested." Aizawa explained the situation, and Hisashi leaned back, thinking. So you're telling me the cat you found was actually the same vigilante you have been looking for? Sighing, he said, yes. And now I need to find him again. The blonde nodded in understanding. Well, now that you know he is safe, you can sleep tonight. You can look for him tomorrow. Hisashi said caringly. Aizawa hesitantly nodded, and they both went to bed. Izuku was running across the city. He was still shaken by his sudden detransformation, and he really missed Shoto. Before he knew it, he was outside his friend's window. He adjusted his mask nervously and softly tapped on the window. Almost instantly, a very distressed-looking Shoto threw open the window and dragged Izuku inside. He had bags under his eyes, and he looked distraught. Izuku looked up in shock at his friend, when suddenly he was pulled into Shoto's arms. Izuku froze like a deer caught in headlights. He had never been hugged before. Hell, he hadn't had any physical touch that wasn't meant to harm him. But this felt nice. Izuku slowly hugged Shoto back and was squeezed even tighter. Eventually, Shoto let go. Looking dead at Izuku, he whispered, I thought you were dead. You have some serious explaining to do. Izuku felt his heart ache with his only friend's words and quickly explained where he had been for the past week. Shoto looked very confused, but relieved. As long as you are okay, he said, smiling at Izuku. And at that moment, the vigilante was extremely glad his mask covered his cheeks that were growing redder by the second. It was 2 nights after everything had happened, and Izuku decided he was ready to face Eraserhead. At 11, he made his way across the city, fixing small crimes where he found them. While he was on a rooftop, he heard the sound of wind and turned around. Before him stood Eraserhead, looking tired. Izuku shifted uncomfortably as he stared down. Was your family worried? Aizawa said. That caught him off guard a little, but he quickly lied. Yes, they were glad when I came home. And, sorry for just running away. I got hit with a quirk when patrolling, that's why I was a cat. Aizawa nodded, looking thoughtful. Do you want to patrol? Izuku quickly nodded, glad for the distraction. They hopped across the city together, until Izuku said, I should probably get going. Goodbye. The pro hero nodded at him. Get home safe. Izuku turned to leave, and then heard his phone ding. Stopping, he pulled it out to see what the noise was, and was surprised when he saw a Discord notif from Dabi. He opened the app to discover there were a lot of messages from him, asking where he was and if anything happened. Izuku had been so busy catching the criminals that had increased in his absence he hadn't even thought to check. Crispy boy, Angel? Everything okay? You have been MIA for over a week now. Chaos Broccoli, yeah, everything's fine. Almost instantly, Izuku could see Dabi go online. Crispy boy, where have you been? Chaos Broccoli. Chaos Broccoli, I kind of got turned into a cat? Crispy boy? Crispy boy, let me guess, you got hit with a quirk? Chaos Broccoli, oh yeah. Izuku then realized he was still on the same roof with the Eraserhead, who was staring at him. Izuku put his phone away and went to leave, but heard the pro hero call out, wait a second. Izuku turned around, and almost jumped when the Eraserhead was right behind him. I want you to have this in case of emergencies. Eraserhead handed his phone to Izuku, which was open to his contact. Izuku eyed the phone apprehensively. You're not going to track my number, right? He questioned. Aizawa shook his head. It's just for emergencies, I promise. Izuku quickly entered Eraserhead's contact into his phone, and made a mental note to double security on his phone so he couldn't be tracked. He leaped off the building, and sprinted through the alley to go back home. Izuku had some new tech he found discarded in a dumpster, and was heading back to work on it. That's the only reason he let his guard down. Walking down the empty streets, he got lost in thought thinking about what he could do with what he collected that he didn't hear the sewer grate slide open until it was too late. Thick slime filled his mouth, and soon he was trapped. He couldn't breathe. He was struggling as much as he could, but he felt his consciousness slipping. Am I really about to die? As he went limp, suddenly a huge gust of wind blew the slime in all directions, and he vaguely heard, I am here. When his ears stopped ringing, Izuku dragged himself upright. He was a little surprised when he was met with All Might smiling down at him. "Ah yes, good to see you are okay, boy," he bellowed before turning to leave. Realizing something, Izuku scrambled up and called out, "Wait." All Might turned around, a frown on his face. "What is it? I don't have any time." Izuku filed the strangeness of his words for later, and quickly said, "If I have a villain's quirk, can I still be a hero?" He wasn't sure why he asked. He never loved All Might, only when he was really little. But something was nagging in the back of his mind that he just had to ask, to know. All Might regarded Izuku sadly, and calmly said, "As much as I would like to say yes, the answer is no, you cannot be a hero. Many people would be frightened by a villain's quirk, so it is not very cut out for this line of work." I should have expected this answer. Why am I so upset? And then, All Might exploded in a cloud of steam, only to be replaced by a shriveled man. Izuku stared at the man, but honestly couldn't care after what he had just heard. All Might then got a look on his face and harshly said, "Do not tell anyone of this boy." Now this sparked Izuku's attention, and he put on an amused face and leaned towards him. "Is that a threat?" he whispered, grinning at All Might. This caused the number one hero to frown, and he said, "Don't test me," before walking away. The reality of what All Might had said crashed down on Izuku, and he slowly collected his fallen bags. He trudged back to his apartment, those words echoing in his head. "You can't be a hero. You can't be a hero. You can't be a hero." Before he knew it, night had fallen, but he didn't feel up to patrolling or seeing anyone. He messaged Shoto that he couldn't make it tonight, and not to worry. He pulled on his vigilante costume and left to get some fresh air. He eventually found himself on one of the tallest buildings in the city, and he seated himself on the edge, legs dangling as he observed the city below. He always liked heights, it made him feel safe. He didn't know how long he sat there when he sensed Eraserhead behind him. "You didn't patrol tonight," the pro said. Without looking at him, Izuku said, "How did you find me?" Aizawa sat next to him, not keeping his eyes off the vigilante. "I come up here to think sometimes. Figured you might be here." They sat in silence for a little, when Izuku suddenly asked, "Can I be a hero if I have a villain's quirk?" This caught Aizawa off guard, but he quickly responded, "Of course you can." Izuku looked up with wide eyes at him, and Aizawa kept going. "I have seen many kids almost give up because of that. But they usually make some of the best heroes I have seen. And besides, no quirk is always obviously good or evil. Take All Might for example. His quirk could be used to destroy cities, but not many people think of that." That made Izuku smile. "Thanks, Eraserhead. I really needed to hear that." Aizawa softly smiled at Izuku. "Anytime, now what do you say we get down from here, okay?" Izuku nodded and got off the edge. "I think I'm going to head home now, I'll see you tomorrow," Izuku said, dusting himself off. Before he left, Aizawa handed him something. Izuku looked down, and was surprised by what it was. "You got a brochure." Izuku looked confused at Eraserhead. "You should apply. You would make a great hero." Caught off guard, Izuku shoved the paper into one of his pockets. I don't know if I should." Aizawa looked at him and said, "You should. I think it would be the best place for you to become a great hero, not that you aren't one already. I'm going to assume that you are the right age to apply." Izuku nodded. "Great. I'll see you tomorrow, please think about it." Izuku smiled unsurely and then left. When he arrived home, he placed the paper on the table and stared at it. First, the number one hero told him he couldn't be a hero. Then an underground hero he had been working with told him he could, and even asked him to apply for a hero school. And that's where he remained for hours, mind turning with what he should do. The two conflicting opinions crashed in his head, until a ding interrupted his thoughts. It was Shoto telling him good morning. He looked out the window and was greeted with sunlight. "Oh, have I been here all night? Oops." He opened Discord to respond to his friend. "Ice Cube, good morning. Chaos Broccoli, can I ask you something?" Ice Cube, "Sure, go for it." Chaos Broccoli, "If you got an opportunity to do something you really wanted to do, would you take it?" Ice Cube, "Yes." "Isn't that the obvious answer?" "What are you talking about?" Chaos Broccoli, It's complicated, but it involves you. Ice Cube, were you thinking of applying? Chaos Broccoli, yeah, what's got you so excited? Ice Cube, the old man's making me go. It would be so much better if you were there. Chaos Broccoli, Shoto, you don't even know my real identity. Ice Cube, well yeah, but knowing that you were there would be really cool. And I'm sure I could figure out who you are, hee hee. Chaos Broccoli, is that a challenge? Ice Cube, maybe. Chaos Broccoli, fine, you're on. Ice Cube, laughing face. Well, that sure made the decision easier. Izuku picked up the paper, looking at the giant school adorning the cover. He was going to UA. It was almost nightfall when he met All Might again. Izuku was walking around, thinking about UA. All Might, no, I'm going to call him Small Might, turned the corner, saying, I am here. That sure gets annoying fast. What do you want? Izuku muttered. Small Might smiled, a bit too wide. I changed my mind, boy. You can be a hero. Izuku looked at him with disgust. Are you serious right now, old man? You have no idea what you're talking about. All Might's smile faltered, but he kept talking. What do you mean? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Izuku shook his head, amazed at how stupid the number one hero was. I don't need your approval anymore. You can go now. Izuku started to walk past him, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. You should be more careful of how you speak to me. I'm trying to make amends. Izuku stayed silent, and walked away before the man could say anything else. After he was far enough away, Izuku sat down on the curb. He didn't feel scared exactly, but there was this aura All Might gave off. Izuku knew about One for All from his father, and was glad he hadn't given All Might a chance to possibly offer him it. One quirk was more than enough. And besides, he felt that the apology wasn't sincere. It was most likely All Might getting some guilt off his conscience. Izuku barely dodged the attack from the villain, and was reminded of where he was. In the middle of a villain fight with Eraserhead. You need to pay more attention, Angel. Eraserhead said harshly, before erasing the quirk of one of the villains. Sorry, I'm kinda distracted. Izuku called out, shaking his head to try and clear it. He used his bow to jump over one of the villains, and crouching low he took out the back of their knees with one of his daggers. The villain collapsed on the ground, and Izuku crouched down to tie rope around his hands, which were emitting some kind of acid quirk. And then his shoulder exploded in pain. He whipped his head up to see that a villain with a porcupine quirk had slipped away from Eraserhead's restraints and hit Izuku with one of their quills. Except, it must have been some sort of hybrid quirk because Izuku could feel his entire arm light up with pain. It didn't spread past, so it was probably a minor poison quirk that went with his porcupine one. Didn't mean it didn't hurt though. Izuku grit his teeth, and pulled the quill out of his arm. Bad idea. He only found out too late that the end was barbed, and he let out a cry of pain when it ripped through his arm. Before the villain could throw another, Izuku pulled out two of his throwing knives with his good arm and flung them at her hands, pinning the girl to the wall. Clutching his arm, he fought the dizziness trying to overtake him. Angel? Are you okay? Eraserhead said after restraining the villains. I heard you scream. Izuku shifted his shoulder away from the hero, but Eraserhead noticed and pulled Izuku's bad arm towards him, causing him to cry out again. Yeah, we need to take you to a hospital. This caused Izuku to take a step back, and he shook his head. No. No hospitals. I'll be fine. Eraserhead frowned, but could see that the vigilante was not going to allow Eraserhead to take him. Fine. But you still need to bandage that. Come on, we are going to my apartment. Izuku tried to protest, but Eraserhead was already walking away, motioning for him to follow. Izuku sighed but walked after the hero. When they arrived, and Eraserhead opened the door, Machi and Shade came running to Izuku meowing. Izuku smiled at them, and reached down to pet them before getting dragged inside the house. You can pet them later, you need treatment. Izuku rolled his eyes, and sat down at the table. Aizawa cut off the sleeve of his hoodie, and Izuku frowned. I'm going to have to buy a new one now. I'll have to take another job if I want to afford it. After Eraserhead had finished bandaging it, Izuku went to pet the cats, wincing at the pain in his arm. He sat down on the floor, letting Shade sit in his lap. Where is Present Mike? Izuku asked. Business trip. He should be back in a couple days. That explains why I haven't seen him at the store. After a minute, Izuku got up to leave and almost fell over. Oh no you don't. You lost too much blood. You're crazy if you think I'm going to let you go out in that state. Izuku looked at him incredulously and said, What? You can't keep me here. I believe I can. You can sneak back to your family in the morning. Well, I don't have to worry about that. Izuku thought sadly, but stayed silent. You can stay in the guest room again. Eraserhead said, Take anything you want from the kitchen, I'm going to bed. Eraserhead walked off, leaving Izuku alone with the cats. Not wanting to take much, he looked in the pantry for some granola bars, and grabbed a glass of water. He walked to the guest room, letting Machi and Shade jump on the bed. Opening his phone after sitting down, he messaged Shoto. Chaos Broccoli, help me. Ice Cube, what is it? Chaos Broccoli, I have been kidnapped. Ice Cube, what? Are you okay? Chaos Broccoli, I'm fine. My kidney was Eraserhead. Ice Cube. Chaos Broccoli, I got hurt in a villain fight, and he made me go to his apartment to get treated, but now he isn't letting me leave till morning. Ice Cube, okay 1, you got hurt? 2, good, you need to take care of yourself more. Chaos Broccoli, shocked, how could you take his side? Chaos Broccoli, Betrayal. Ice Cube, well, make sure to visit tomorrow. Chaos Broccoli, of course, smiley face. With that, Izuku put down his phone and relaxed. Maybe because he had stayed here for a week, but he felt a strange sense of safety in this apartment. Closing his eyes, he quickly fell asleep. He woke up before Eraserhead did, and quietly left the house. His arm was still sore, but he would just have to take a few days off to let it heal. More importantly, he had an idea. He told Shoto to meet him at an old beach, and then headed there himself. After about 15 minutes, Shoto popped his head over an old refrigerator and climbed over all the junk to get to Izuku. Hi Angel. Shoto called out. Hey. So you are going to be in the hero course, right? Izuku said. Shoto hummed, staring at Izuku. Great. Also, why are you staring at me? Izuku questioned. Shoto smiled. I'm just studying you so I can figure out who you are when we are in the hero course together. This caused Izuku to frown. How am I going to tell him? Izuku shook his head, putting that problem aside. Anyway, I want to help you train. Shoto stared blankly at the Vigilante. What? Why? Well, I know that you haven't really trained your ice because your father is focused on fire, but you haven't trained your fire right because you don't want to use it. So, I'm going to teach you some normal hand-to-hand combat until you can get proper quirk training. After Izuku's explanation, Shoto walked towards him, excited. You're really going to teach me? Izuku nodded, and led his friend to a clear part of the beach. Let's start with the basics. 5 hours later, Izuku and Shoto were exhausted. They had gone over basic stances, punches, kicks, blocks, and they even lightly sparred a few times, Izuku barely doing anything so his wound wouldn't reopen. They still had plenty of daylight, so Shoto offered to buy him some lunch. Izuku tried to protest, but after Shoto showed him Endeavor's credit card, he suddenly had no complaints. They found a small bakery a block away and ordered some sandwiches. While they were eating, Izuku decided to tell Shoto what was on his mind. Shoto, I have something to tell you. He looked up and tilted his head. I'm not going into the hero course. Shoto almost choked on his sandwich, but quickly swallowed and whisper shouted. What? I thought you were going to the U.A. Izuku looked down, not meeting his friend's eyes. I am. Just not in the hero course. I was going to apply for general studies. Oh. Well. That's better than you not going to the U. Izuku looked up in surprise. You're not mad. Shoto looked offended. Of course I'm not mad. And besides, knowing how talented you are, they are bound to transfer you into the hero course eventually. Izuku blushed at the praise and smiled. We will see about that. But what do you want to learn next? This instantly got Shoto's attention, and he started talking about the different martial arts styles he wanted to try, and Izuku sat back and listened. 10 months were going to fly by, he just knew it. As soon as the fireball zoomed right past him, singing some hair off, Izuku knew he had gotten over his head. He had accepted another job. This one was to take back a special package that had been stolen from his client. His client gave him the address of where he needed to go, but failed to mention it was stolen by a very powerful human trafficking organization. And so, Izuku had not only gotten the package, but he was helping a group of people escape from the traffickers. Izuku hurried them along through the building and threw a smoke bomb at his pursuers, courtesy of the club bar Dabi introduced him to. Taking a sharp turn, he spotted a dimly lit exit sign flickering above a door. Quickly, he ushered everyone out and sharply said, "Don't stop running until you find help. Now go." The oldest there nodded and grabbed the younger ones and started running. Izuku quickly slammed the door shut and broke the handle. Seeing that the traffickers had gotten past the smoke, he turned and started sprinting down the hall. Hearing footsteps still chasing him, he couldn't help but be relieved at the fact that they clearly hadn't seen the others escape. But now he had to find a way out. Suddenly, he felt a sharp burst of pain on his leg and looked down to see the fabric on fire. The man with the fire quirk, who he assumed was the leader, had a smug grin on his face as Izuku started to slow down from the pain and trying to put out the fire. Then, Izuku's window of opportunity came when he entered a very large, open room. He flung the case containing his client's stolen item to the rafters, and then used his enhanced strength to leap up, barely grabbing on. Pulling himself up, he put out the flames, grabbed the package, and winked down at the furious people below. Hearing yells of frustration, Izuku sprinted toward a window, and using the case to cover his face, leaped through. Glass shattered around him, and he fell toward the ground below. Thankfully, he was only on the second story, and rolled to the ground safely. Running toward his kind of apartment, he glanced behind him, relieved to find they were no longer chasing him. He stopped to catch his breath, and opened the case to see what was inside. Of course, it's money. What else is new? Izuku sighed, closing the case and trudging back to his apartment. He definitely hadn't expected an old building in the middle of the city to be a center for human trafficking. He would have to start making plans to expose it, possibly getting together a group of people to help. Arriving back at his home, he peeled the burnt fabric off and treated his burns. After pulling on some loose clothing, he collapsed into bed and quickly fell asleep. Izuku woke up to bright sunlight in his face. Slowly pulling himself upright, he tried and failed to flatten down his hair. Grabbing a Pop-Tart, he sat down at his computer and started scrolling through social media. He was about to turn it off after an hour when a post caught his eye. The caption said, "New Vigilante? Or perhaps a villain?" Interested, he clicked on the video attached, only to choke on the pastry when he realized who it was. It was him, hair flying wildly and a crazed look in his eyes as he leapt through the window of the building. The video showed him then rolling to the ground and sprinting away with the case. He could hear shouts coming from inside, and that's when whoever was recording started to run, and the video ended. Checking the comments, he saw to his horror that thousands of people were talking about him. Most were speculation, while a few comments talked about seeing the same vigilante helping them. And a few people who recognized him from the news of where he got his name were commenting about how it was definitely Angel, the description fits. Covering his face with his hands, Izuku shrank into the couch. He definitely messed up. Shaking his head, he arranged a meeting time to give back the package to his client, as well as collect the money. He might ask for extra considering he left out a few very important details. And then he realized his Discord had some notifications. Opening it, he could see that Shoto and Dabi had both sent the video to him. Izuku let them know he had seen it, and then flopped face first on the couch. If they had seen it, Eraserhead would be sure to mention it when they patrolled together tonight. It was late afternoon, and he had just finished up with another training session with Shoto. He sat down, wiping sweat off his face when Shoto leaned over behind a pile of trash to grab something. He saw Shoto smiling, and was surprised when his friend pulled out a picnic basket. Shoto sat down, laid out what he brought, and then patted the spot next to him. Izuku walked over and sat down, staring at the huge amount of food in front of him. This was more than he usually had all week. "You didn't have to do this." Izuku whispered. I know. Shoto said, grinning at him. I wanted to. Izuku blushed and looked down. They started eating while talking about future training ideas. I have been wanting to try out a new technique for knife throwing. Maybe I could teach you. Izuku said, slurping some more cold soba. Shoto nodded eagerly and said, do you think I could tail you on one of your patrols to see how you work? Izuku almost choked, jerking his head up at Shoto. Absolutely not. Izuku said, shaking his head. Noticing Shoto's face fall, he then said, maybe when you train more. It's really dangerous. His friend's face brightened, and he nodded determinedly. Do you jump through windows often? Shoto said curiously. More than you might think, Izuku laughed. Izuku perched on the edge of the roof, letting the icy wind blow on his face. Only a few months before the entrance exams. You need to be more aware of your surroundings. Izuku jumped up in surprise, almost falling off the edge. Eraserhead's capture weapon shot out, and pulled him back to safety. You can't keep doing that. Izuku said, dramatically putting a hand over his heart. I'm just proving my point, Eraserhead said simply, crossing his arms. Yeah, how was I supposed to know someone was there, he complained. The underground hero rolled his eyes, and crossed to the edge of the roof. Let's go, problem child. He leaped off the roof, using his capture weapon to travel. You're on, old man, Izuku grinned, running after him. He couldn't sleep. He flipped onto his side, his stomach turning. The exams were tomorrow. He wasn't taking the hero course exam, but he was still nervous. He had to try extra hard to make sure Eraserhead did not find out who he was. The hero had been dropping hints to Izuku over the past month, trying to get Izuku to tell him what his identity is, and if he was trying out for UA. Shoto, however, was a different story. He was looking forward to giving his friend clues as to who he was. He didn't care if he found out or not by now. He trusted him with his life. After tossing and turning more, he ended up only getting a few hours of sleep. He got up with the sun, pulled on some clean clothes, and headed out to the campus. A bus ride later, he had arrived. He looked up at the school, the large letters capturing his gaze. And the first time, he felt something other than fear and anxiety. Excitement. Izuku walked into the school, keeping his head down. He wasn't used to being around this many people, and it was making him a little anxious. He found his way to the exam room for general studies, and told the administrator his name. He directed Izuku to a seat, and told him to wait there until they began. He sat there for about 30 minutes before a bell started ringing, and the administrator collected everyone's phones and passed out the exam. And begin, they announced, and everyone began writing. Izuku looked over the packet, and to his happiness it was pretty easy. His training back in the old facility had included tutors, so he was up to date on his education, if not further than most. He started writing, the sound of pencils scratching filling the room. After 2 hours, he had finished, and handed his packet to the administrator. He was the first to finish, but not long after a boy with fluffy purple hair handed his in as well. They were given their phones back and put into a separate room from the others. After a minute of awkward silence, the purple-haired boy spoke. That was easier than I expected. Izuku looked up at him and responded. Yeah. I'm Izuku, what about you? The boy smiled. Nice to meet you, Izuku. I'm Shinso. Izuku needed a distraction. He knew the results of the exams wouldn't be available for at least another week, so he dove into his vigilante work. He was extremely close to taking down the human trafficking organization, and he had figured out a time, date, and location for a meeting of all the executives. But he knew he couldn't do it by himself. It was risky, but he needed allies to help him. And he knew 2 perfect people for the job. The only problem was getting them to agree. Unknown number, hey. Unknown number, you got Discord? Eraserhead, Angel? Unknown number, smiley face. Eraserhead, yes I do, why? Unknown number, gimme your user. Eraserhead, fine. Eraserhead, shade 917. Unknown number, you really just used your cat's name? Dimon, uncreative. Chaos Broccoli added Crispy Boy. Chaos Broccoli added shade 917. Chaos Broccoli, hello dearest friends. Shade 917, What is this? Chaos Broccoli, a group chat. Shade 917, I know that. Who is the other guy? Crispy Boy, Angel? Who is this guy? Chaos Broccoli, before I start, do you guys promise not to kill each other or turn the other in? Shade 917, I know you did not just put me in a group chat with a villain. Crispy Boy, sure, also who are you calling a villain? Chaos Broccoli, chill guys, also you need to agree old man. Shade 917, fine, I won't turn him in. Crispy Boy. Crispy Boy, is he a pro? Chaos Broccoli, yeah, but he promised not to turn you in. Crispy Boy. I can never understand you. Chaos Broccoli, Chaos Broccoli. Anyway, I need both of your help. Shade 917, with what? Chaos Broccoli, I have been working on taking down a human trafficking organization, and all their executives are having a meeting in 3 days. I have a plan ready. Shade 917, are you serious? Chaos Broccoli, yep. Crispy Boy, I have nothing better to do. Chaos Broccoli, great. Shade 917, since you are clearly going to do this with or without me, I guess I will help. Chaos Broccoli, day. Just remember, play nice. 3. After explaining the plan, Izuku, Eraserhead, and Dabi agreed to meet up in 3 days to take down the organization. In preparation, he started to tinker with some new gadgets, including a grenade that exploded very thick, sticky glue that stopped anyone in their tracks. He had used the money from his most recent job and was very proud of his find. Izuku wanted to find a way for it to expand as well, to create proper bindings instead of just covering the floor. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror, fully clad in his vigilante outfit. He had made so many adjustments it had almost changed completely. His black mask was now accented with a neon green and made of a more breathable material. His jacket is a darker green with black accents, and many pockets had been added to the inside. He wore a black tank top underneath and still had his usual cargo pants and boots. He pulled up his hood and leaped out his window to the next building, traveling across the familiar city to the meeting place. He saw that Dabi had already arrived and walked up to him. Angel. Izuku smiled, asking, You ready? Dabi nodded, and they both turned when they heard footsteps approaching. So, as you told us, the plan is to just go in there and capture them? Eraserhead asked. Yup, it's pretty simple. He turned to Dabi and added, No killing even if they deserve it. He rolled his eyes, saying, Fine, I'll lower the temperature of my flames. The strange trio made their way over to where the leaders were meeting. Izuku swung down to a window using Eraserhead's capture weapon and looked through to see everyone but one was there. After a minute, the missing executive walked in, and Izuku could hear them go silent as it started. Signaling to be pulled back up, he said, It's starting. Eraserhead, you go block the front door. Dabi, you take the side and back doors and I'll take the windows. They nodded and split up. Izuku used a special quick-drying glue to seal the windows shut and saw Eraserhead and Dabi breaking the handles off the doors. Their exit plan was very simple. Once everyone was captured, Dabi would burn away the doors. They met back up on the roof, Eraserhead saying, Let's do this. Izuku grinned and leaped through the small glass window on the roof. The executives looked up in surprise, and as soon as the other two followed, chaos broke out. They started shouting and running to the exits, only to find they couldn't escape. Quickly, they turned around and activated their quirks. Izuku hit the ground running, pulling out one of the bombs he was working on, and flung it hard at the ground. It exploded, and instantly a thick foam grew and hardened, trapping 3 of the executives up to their shoulders. He sensed something from behind him, and ducked as a chair soared over his head, barely missing him. He turned to see the person who threw the chair coming straight for him, and Izuku took out his bow. He spun it around toward the guy, but he ducked and lunged. Quickly, he changed the bow's path to come back around and struck the villain in the back of the head, and with a satisfying cracking sound he collapsed to the floor. He ran towards the next, this one with what looked like a water quirk. Having an idea, he shouted, "Hey!" at him, and then used his bow and enhanced strength to vault in the air above Water Quirk Boy. The villain looked up and instantly blasted water at Izuku. He missed, and the water crashed to the ground around him. Perfect. Izuku landed gracefully on the ground, turned on his taser, and flung his bow at the puddle on the floor. The villain screamed and fell in a smoking heap on the ground. Izuku grabbed his staff and looked around quickly. It looked like Eraserhead and Dabi had taken most of the others out, and the only ones left were two that Eraserhead was fighting, one Dabi was fighting, and one trying to sneak up behind Eraserhead. Izuku pulled out a throwing knife, but to his surprise the knife melted as soon as it touched the villain's skin. He instantly looked at Izuku and grinned. Izuku backed up, his knives clearly useless. The villain charged at him, and Izuku quickly moved to the side. He tossed his bow to the ground, opting for hand-to-hand combat. He dodged and weaved around the villain, waiting for an opening, and he got one when his opponent got impatient and left his ribs exposed. Using his enhanced strength and speed, he sharply side-kicked his ribs so hard that he could hear the snapping of bones. The villain flew across the room, slamming into a wall. Izuku looked over to see his friends were finished, and were tying up everyone. Izuku helped, securing villains by tying their arms and legs. "I'll contact the police, you two should get out of here." Dabi nodded and quickly set the doors alight and left, but not before waving to Izuku. Izuku turned to leave, when Eraserhead put a hand on his shoulder. "Good work, Angel. You saved a lot of lives doing this." Izuku stopped, unsure what to say. "Thank you," he whispered, giving a small smile. Eraserhead ruffled his hair and tilted his head towards the door. Izuku walked out waving to the pro, and jumped onto the roof and ran off into the night. Izuku woke up and stretched in the sunlight. Checking the time, he saw it was well past 10, but it made sense since he has such a late night. He checked his phone and saw that a package had been delivered for him. He obviously couldn't have packages dropped off where he was living, so he had a P.O. box. He scrolled through social media, and to his satisfaction he saw multiple news stories about how Eraserhead and others have taken down a huge human trafficking organization, with pictures of mugshots below. He got dressed, ate, and then went out to collect his mail. He was on his way when he heard a small noise in the alley. He looked inside, and after not seeing anything he went to leave. That was until he heard the noise again. Izuku walked into the alley. With his guard up, hoping it wasn't a mugger trying to lure him in. He heard the noise again from under a pile of newspapers. He lifted them up slowly, and to his surprise a small, fluffy black kitten popped up. Instantly freezing, he held out his hand for the cat to sniff. It let out a happy mew and crawled into his hand. Izuku looked up and down the alley and surrounding streets, searching for its mother, but had no luck. The kitten was extremely skinny, but Izuku did not want to take it anywhere if its mother was still around. He went back into the alley and placed the kitten under the newspapers. "Okay, little guy. I'm going to be back in an hour, and if your mom still isn't back by then, I'll get you some food." The kitten tilted its head at him and let out a sad meow as he walked away. Izuku looked back and hoped he had made the right choice. After he got his package, he quickly walked home, dropped it off, and rushed back to the alley. He walked toward the newspapers, and to his relief and disappointment the cat was still there. However, there was no sign its mother had returned. Izuku picked up the little cat and went back to searching for its mother. After searching for over an hour, he saw a dark shape in an alley a few miles away from where he found the cat. He saw the cat squirming, so he put it down and watched it run to the shape. He turned to leave until he heard a distressed squeak. He approached the larger cat, and to his horror, it wasn't breathing. Quickly, he scooped up the kitten and placed it in his pocket. He wrapped its mother in a blanket he found and walked to the park to bury her. After finishing, he looked sadly at the kitten. "Yeah, I know what that feels like," he said to it. After staring at it a little more, he eventually gave up. "Fine. I'm taking you home. But the vet first." He walked to the closest vet, and they took the kitten away for a checkup. The veterinarian came back after an hour and said, "She is pretty healthy for living on the streets. She had a few fleas, but we took care of them. You should probably start feeding her in small amounts so she doesn't get sick, but she is old enough to at least have soft food." "Thank you," Izuku said, looking over at the now clean kitten. With all the dirt gone, he could see that she actually had white paws. He thanked the vet again and left. While walking back to his apartment, he absent-mindedly started talking to the cat. What should I name you? The cat looked up with wide eyes, but unhelpfully said nothing. What about Amaya? The cat meowed happily, and Izuku smiled. Amaya it is then. After he got home, he set Amaya down and let her explore, taking pictures while she climbed up and down the couch. He sat down at the table and checked on his package and mail. The package was a new part he ordered for the taser. It got a little glitchy after he threw it into the puddle. He looked at the mail and gasped so loud Amaya got startled. The letter in front of him had the U. A crest on it. He slowly opened up the letter and skimmed over it until he got to the bottom. T read, "We look forward to you attending Izuku. Welcome to you." Izuku couldn't help as a grin came over his face. Yes, he shouted, scaring Amaya again. He quickly picked up his phone and messaged Shoto. Chaos Broccoli, Ice Cube, yes? Chaos Broccoli, I got IN. Ice Cube, wait. Ice Cube, that's great. Chaos Broccoli, I'm actually really excited. Ice Cube, agreed, I can't wait to finally see what you look like. Chaos Broccoli, if you can figure it out. Chaos Broccoli, also I have a new friend. Chaos Broccoli, image.jpg. Ice Cube, so cute. Ice Cube, name? Chaos Broccoli, Amaya. Ice Cube, adorable. Ice Cube, I need to meet her. Ice Cube, think you can bring her? Chaos Broccoli, maybe when she gets a little bigger. Ice Cube, sad face. Chaos Broccoli, I'll send you lots of pics. Ice Cube, you better. Izuku petted Amaya's head and put his phone down. In just a week, he will be going to the UA. He was looking forward to it, but there were a few things he was worried about. Eraserhead finding out who he is, or anyone for that matter. And the fact that he was the son of the worst villain ever and had killed 3 people sure didn't help. Sighing, he focused on Amaya to calm himself. He would figure it out. He always did, right? Izuku woke up, surprised to find he was still on the couch. He must have fallen asleep. The sunlight shone down through the large windows, and he really did not feel like moving. Ever since he had transformed back from a cat, sunlight made him even more tired than usual. He also almost caught himself purring and hissing sometimes, but thankfully hadn't let it slip yet. He forced himself up from the couch, rubbing his stiff neck. He didn't have anything to do that day, so he decided to go buy some supplies for Amaya. He put on his shoes and walked out the door. He went a few blocks and found a pet store. Going inside, he browsed the shelves looking for toys, food, bowls, and treats. He just would cut back on his food for a bit until he could earn back the money. While he was staring at different brands of food, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He jumped up, turning around and jerking away. Whoa, sorry listener, didn't mean to startle you. Izuku relaxed and said, Hey Hisashi, glancing over Izuku's head, he asked, Did you get a cat? At that, Izuku brightened and pulled out his phone. Yeah, isn't she the cutest? He showed Hisashi a picture of Amaya climbing up the couch, and the hero let out a loud laugh. Yes, she is. What is her name? Amaya. Well, Amaya is very cute. Hisashi reached up to the top shelf and handed Izuku a bag of food. This is the brand I use for my cats, they really like it. Thank you, Izuku said, reading the description on the bag. No problem. Have fun. Hisashi walked away, leaving Izuku to finish shopping. After checking out, he went back to the apartment and set up everything for Amaya. The fluffy kitten trotted out from behind the couch and instantly started playing with a mouse. He ended up playing with Amaya for the rest of the day. When it got dark, he put some food in Amaya's bowl, got his vigilante costume on, and went out to find Eraserhead. Stopping a couple robbers on the way, he made it to their usual meeting place. After a minute, he felt a presence behind him and looked over to see the hero walking towards him. They fell into their usual rhythm, running across rooftops, jumping into alleys, and overall working seamlessly. After a couple hours, they stopped to take a break, and Eraserhead handed Izuku a drink. Looking at him in surprise, he took the drink and found it was fruit juice. After gulping it down, he was really thirsty. He thanked the pro who was now sitting beside him. Taking a deep breath, Izuku said, I got in. He didn't look at Eraserhead, but he could feel his eyes on him. Oh. Got into what? Eraserhead slowly said. You know what? Izuku finally looked up and smiled at the hero. And then, that's when something weird happened. Eraserhead smiled. I'm proud of you. And that broke him. Izuku had never heard that before. He never had anyone to tell him that, not since he was too young to even remember. He felt tears fall, and quickly swiped them away. Thank you. Izuku choked out. No problem, kid. And they sat there in silence, content with the others simply being there, and watched the glowing city below. Nope. Izuku was standing outside of you, and he was very tempted to turn around and just go back. Stop it. You're not even in the hero course. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked inside, looking around. He walked through the long halls, until he heard a very familiar voice. I'm telling you, Yamada, he is here. Eraserhead turned the corner, present mic in tow. Look, Shota, are you sure he was telling the truth? He is a vigilante after all. But stay calm, Izuku. He doesn't know who you are. It was only too late that he realized present Mike knows his civilian persona. He looked up from talking with Aizawa, and called out to Izuku. Little listener. What are you doing here? Hi Hisashi. Aizawa looked up at Izuku with mild interest. Do you know him? Yeah, I see him while shopping sometimes. I had no idea he went to Udare. Izuku smiled awkwardly at him, glancing down the hallway. You probably are heading to class. Which one are you going to? 1C. Hisashi grinned. That's my homeroom class. Well, I'll see you in a bit, listener. Izuku nodded and walked away, hearing the two teachers' voices fade into the distance. Finding 1C, he opened the large doors and found a few people were already there. One of which was very familiar to Izuku. Shinso. The purple-haired boy looked up and nodded at him. Hi Izuku. Cool that we are in the same class. Yeah, Izuku said, sitting down behind Shinso so he was in the very back. They chatted for a few minutes until everyone else began to walk in. Soon after, Present Mike walked in as well. Hello everyone. I'm your homeroom teacher, Present Mike, but you can just call me Hisashi. Today we are just going to orientation, so follow me. They all walked down to orientation, and Izuku looked around for Shoto. He couldn't spot him, but he did see about 20 empty seats, and had a sneaking suspicion Aizawa had gone off and done something different. One time when they were patrolling, he had told Izuku he had to finish the patrol without any of his weapons. He ended up doing okay, but had to run in circles a few times while villains were chasing him because he didn't have any good openings. He figured it was a long shot, but messaged Shoto asking where he was. Looking up, he heard Nizu talking. We are very happy to introduce a new addition to our staff. Everyone, please welcome Dash. I am here as a teacher. Izuku's mouth dropped open as All Might came running out from backstage, but he didn't miss the glare Nizu gave All Might when he cut him off. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to have that beach teaching children? A few more sentences later, All Might left the stage and they continued. After orientation was over, Hisashi answered some questions back in the classroom and then they were dismissed to go home. While they were packing up, Izuku saw a hand tap his desk. Glancing up, he saw a very bored-looking Shinso. But then again he always looked bored. You have Discord? He said. Yeah, here. Izuku handed Shinso his phone, and soon a message popped up from Tired Bitch. See ya, Izuku said, and walked out of the classroom. While he was walking to the front gate, he saw familiar red and white hair walking a little ahead of him. Grinning, he stalked up to him, and put his hands over his eyes. He stood on his toes, and whispered into the taller boy's ear. Guess who? He took off running. He could hear Shoto chasing after him, but Izuku had a lot more practice and soon lost him. Almost instantly, he got a message. Ice Cube, Angel. Ice Cube, that was you, wasn't it? Chaos Broccoli, maybe. Chaos Broccoli, the uniform suits you, winky face. Ice Cube, I'll get you next time. Chaos Broccoli, you can try. Giggling, he walked back to his apartment, where he received yet another message. Shade 917, hey, Angel, were you there today? Chaos Broccoli. Chaos Broccoli, yes. Shade 917, Okay, what class are you in? Chaos Broccoli, Peef. Chaos Broccoli, did you really think I was going to just tell you? Shade 917. I can hope. Chaos Broccoli, do you want a hint? Shade 917. Chaos Broccoli, I saw you today. Shade 917. That's an awful hint, I saw like 100 kids today. Chaos Broccoli, oh well. That's all you get. Shade 917. Turning his attention to Amaya, he put some more food in her dish and changed her water. Tomorrow was the first official day of school, and now a whole new challenge awaited him. Avoiding All Might at all costs. Izuku sat down behind Shinso and scrolled through his phone when a message appeared. Shade 917. What class are you in? Chaos Broccoli, I literally told you I'm not telling you. Shade 917. Fine, I'll figure it out myself. Izuku laughed at the message, and Shinso turned around. What is it? Looking up, he replied, Oh, just someone I know who goes to this school. And then an idea struck him as he stared up at the vents. Hey Shinso, how much time do we have until class starts? Shinso looked at the clock. Half hour. Izuku grinned and turned to him. How would you feel about pulling a little prank with me? Shinso grinned back and said, What's the plan? 5 minutes later, Izuku and Shinso were crawling through the vents to Aizawa's classroom. Are you sure you want to prank Eraserhead? He is like famous for being really harsh. Trust me, this is going to work great. I kind of know him outside of school. At that, Shinso stopped dead in his tracks. You know Eraserhead? He hissed. Yes, keep moving. You're crazy, Shinso muttered, but kept crawling. After a few wrong turns, Izuku and Shinso peered down at Aizawa's classroom through the grate to see him at his desk, right below them. Izuku grabbed the note he'd written and slipped it through the grate. It fluttered down onto his desk, and he picked it up in confusion. It had done it in a way Shinso wouldn't see what it said, but he had wrote, Do you really think you are going to find out who I am just sitting around? You're Vigilante. After he had processed what the note said, Aizawa leaped up from his chair and glared at the ceiling. Run! Izuku squeaked, and he and Shinso crawled as fast as they could right before they heard the grate crash to the ground. They glanced at each other, and instantly speed crawled away faster. They got back to their classroom a minute before the bell rang and kicked open the grate, sending them both crashing to the ground. Hizashi stood in the doorway, looking down at both of them in a heap. Oh, that's new. Izuku and Shinso jumped up and ran back to their desks, flashing innocent smiles at the teacher. Hizashi raised an eyebrow, but couldn't stop a small laugh from escaping. Okay class, let's begin. They went on with their lesson, Shinso and Izuku passing notes in between. Soon it was lunch, and they both headed to the cafeteria together. Getting their food, Izuku purposely led them to a table in the far back corner, a habit he had so nobody could sneak up on him. He pulled out his phone and messaged Shoto. Chaos Broccoli, you at lunch? Ice Cube. Yes, I'm in the middle next to a bunch of other people. Izuku looked around and quickly spotted his friend in the crowd sitting awkwardly next to a girl with thick black hair. Chaos Broccoli, I see you. Instantly, Shoto shot up his head and looked around for the familiar green hair. Realizing his mistake, Izuku ducked under the table much to Shinso's confusion. What are you doing? I'm hiding from my friend. Why would you hide from them? No reason. He glanced over the table and accidentally locked eyes with Shoto, whose face lit up in recognition. Oh shit, he saw me. Izuku giggled as Shoto practically sprinted over to the table, leaving the ponytail girl confused. Grinning wildly, Shoto sat down across from Izuku. I found you. Izuku smiled back at him. Congratulations. Shinso looked between the two of them confused. Shoto looked over and instantly lost his confidence. Hi, he said slowly, glancing at Shinso. Shinso raised his eyebrows and said, Hey, I'm Shinso. I'm Todoroki. Izuku looked at them both, shrugged, and went back to eating. After classes were over and they were dismissed, Izuku felt actually happy. He had made a new friend, nothing bad had happened, and he hadn't crossed paths with All Might. Izuku walked home, looking forward to teasing Eraserhead about his identity during patrol tonight. He pulled out his phone, seeing a message from Eraserhead. Shade 917. I heard you and your friend in the vents. Shade 917. How did you even get in there without your teacher seeing? Chaos Broccoli, he wasn't there. Shade 917. Am I at least seeing you during patrol tonight? Chaos Broccoli, oh definitely wouldn't miss it hee. Shade 917. Good, see you tonight. Izuku happily walked down the streets, staring at his phone as he typed, letting his guard down. Which was a mistake. As he was walking, he didn't hear the van screech to a halt next to him, or the footsteps racing toward him until he felt the cloth around his mouth and was plunged into a memory. He was 7 years old, a year after his mom had died. Occasionally his dad or Tamura or an attendant would stop by, but not for long. That was until someone in a bright white lab coat came and told him to follow them. He did, and they soon came to a large room with someone else inside, along with AFO. The person was struggling, fear in their eyes. Izuku turned to try and leave, but felt hands pulling him back to a chair across from the person. He was tied down, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape. Now listen Izuku, I want you to activate your quirk and take their life force. Izuku looked up with wild eyes, shaking his head. FO sighed, and waved another attendant. This one appeared to be a doctor. I was really hoping it wouldn't have to come to this Izuku. The doctor came in with a cart, and wheeled it beside Izuku. And he smiled. Izuku watched in horror as he pulled out a scalpel, and before he could blink he stabbed it into Izuku's leg. Sharp pain erupted in his leg, and he screamed like an animal. The doctor frowned down at him, and pulled the scalpel out, sending another wave of pain up his leg. After a minute he stopped screaming, but the pain didn't go away. He looked up with tear-filled eyes at AFO, but only found him grinning back. And he felt searing pain in his arm. Screaming, he struggled against the restraints but only ended up hurting himself more as the searing metal came into contact with more skin, practically melting it away. He sobbed, feeling the fiery pain in his arm and the ache in his leg. Blood dripped to the ground, splattering on the concrete below. Why are they doing this to me? He thought. The doctor said something to AFO, but his ears were ringing too much to hear. With blurry vision, he saw the man nod to the doctor. And then he saw red. A horrible sensation was spreading down his chest, he could hear the awful hiss of his flesh dissolving, and felt whatever was causing him so much pain go deeper, the blood sickeningly hot against his skin, and he screamed. He screamed and he screamed and he screamed, but nothing stopped the pain from going deeper and deeper until that was all he felt, that's all he ever would feel. And then it slowed, and Izuku felt his vision slowly return. He wished it hadn't. In front of him was no longer the person, but a shriveled husk with sunken eye sockets that stared into his soul. And he knew he did that. His quirk, his curse had given him the awful power to take someone's life, and he had. The pain returned, and Izuku screamed and screamed and screamed. Izuku pulled himself back to the current situation, trying to fight against the hands grabbing him, but he felt. His hands dropped, and he went limp, but he managed to not pass out yet. He felt himself getting dragged away, and looked helplessly at his phone on the pavement. He was thrown into the van, his face pressed against the cool floor. The masked kidnapper looked down at him after he motioned for the other to drive, and after noticing he wasn't knocked out slammed his foot on Izuku's head, and then everything faded to dark. Aizawa sat on the roof, waiting for Angel to show up. It's been an hour since our usual meeting time. Where the hell is he? Angel had only promised to be at patrol a few times and he always was, not to mention he was basically patrolling every night. He had a gut feeling something was very wrong, and he pulled out his phone to message him again, but no luck. He put his phone away, and began to search the city for any trace of the Vigilante. Izuku woke up slowly, mind clouded. He cracked open his eyes and the memories came rushing back. He jerked upright, but crashed back to the ground because his hands and feet were tied. Two men turned to look at him, and one showed a demented smile. Well there kid. Looks like you're awake. Now what should we do with you? The man started to walk toward him, which caused Izuku to try and crawl away out of instinct. The other put his hand on the first and shook his head. Hey, they want him unharmed, or not any more than he is already. At that, Izuku was confused, until he realized he was bleeding from his head. A headache quickly formed, and he went limp on the ground. He glanced around, trying to take stock of his surroundings. He could see his backpack in the corner, and a pile of knives they had taken off him. He needed to get over there, but needed a distraction. There were a few small windows so he could see it was late at night. He had been out for a while. If he could get to his backpack, not only would he have his knives, but also his vigilante costume which had his bow staff with it. He always kept it on him just in case. And then he spotted something next to it that made his heart leap. His phone. They must have picked it up after he was thrown into the van. Now he really needed to get over there. One of the men got a phone call, and they both went to a separate room to take it. Now is my chance. They had taken off most of his knives, but not all. He bent his legs to touch his hands, and slipped a small knife out of his shoe. Quickly cutting through the ropes, he jumped up and ran to his phone. Pulling up his messages, he typed as quickly as he could. Chaos Broccoli, need help. Chaos Broccoli, was taken it we're gonna take an escape. Chaos Broccoli, small place, here ocean, maybe train. Chaos Broccoli, hurry. He heard the door opening, and quickly hid his phone in his backpack, but not before grabbing his bow and mask. He shoved the mask in his pocket, and took out his bow to fight. As Kidnapper 1 and 2 realized what was happening, they quickly blocked the door. Well, can I hurt him now, boss? 1 said with a sick grin. Only what's necessary. 2 said, locking the door behind him. And then 1 charged. Izuku blocked the blow, ducking around to kick him in the back. But to his surprise, the man whipped around with lightning speed, grabbed his leg, and slammed him into the floor with such force Izuku felt at least a couple ribs crack. Gasping, he backed away, watching as 1 licked his lips. Shivering in disgust, Izuku came up with a plan. He raced at the man, allowing him to pull him close again. And then he slipped the knife out from his sleeve and sliced at him, causing a deep gash. Anger filled 1's eyes as he glared down at him. Izuku quickly backed away, but in the blink of an eye the man had taken out a gun and was holding it straight at Izuku. It was only too late that he should have realized he obviously had some type of speed quirk. It seemed like slow motion. Izuku tried to run, while the other kidnapped yelled at the first. And then he fired. Aizawa was looking around, but had no luck. How was he supposed to find a vigilante he knew nothing about? As soon as he heard the familiar notification, he stopped in his tracks and opened his phone, only to be horrified at the hurried messages sent to him. He was about to send a message, but was worried that it would put Angel in danger. He shook his head and thought about where he could be. He said he smelled the ocean, so he must be near water. He also said he was in a small building and he wouldn't be held somewhere in a public beach. The last clue was the train, and Aizawa pulled up a map of all the railways on his phone. There were 2 locations where the train ran near water that wasn't public. One was a private beach, and the other was a storage yard for people to keep trailers and belongings in trucks. He decided the storage yard was his best bet and quickly began running, hoping he wasn't too late. Izuku lay flat on his back, stunned. Everything had happened so fast. He could hear a ringing in his ears, along with the sounds of yelling and the smell of smoke. And the pain. A raw, agonizing pain growing from his stomach. He forced himself to lift up his head, looking down at the thick blood pouring out from his wound. But, putting aside the pain best he could, he struggled to his feet, pulling out another knife he had grabbed. This time, he targeted the second one, throwing the knife with as much force as he could. It hit its target, and the man let out a cry of pain as the knife sunk into his shoulder. Unfortunately, this caused 1 to turn back to Izuku, and instantly appeared in front of him. 1 kicked him hard in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall, and he felt blood rush up his throat as he slammed into the concrete. Coughing it out onto the ground, he wiped his mouth and scanned the building frantically for a way out. He glanced up at one of the larger windows, and decided it was his best option. He ran toward it, using the table to kick up to reach it. He gripped the windowsill with his fingers, and closing his eyes, shattered the window with his elbow. He would have to come back for his stuff later. He leaped off the window, landing hard on the ground, and felt his ankle bend in a way it was definitely not supposed to. He cried out again, and clutching his stomach limped away as fast as he could. He could hear the men inside opening the door, and knew he was running out of time. Then he felt a familiar presence, and saw Eraserhead a few buildings away running toward him. Grinning through the pain, he quickly tugged on his mask just as he was tackled from behind. His skin scraped against the concrete as the kidnapper pinned him down, and then he felt like he was on fire. The kidnapper was digging his fingers deep into his wound. Izuku screamed, struggling to get away, but he had already lost so much blood. The combination of that and the pain made his vision begin to fade away, but then the weight was released from his chest, and he curled up into a fetal position. Gasping for air, he tried to crawl away but had no energy to move. He laid there on the cold ground, feeling his blood spill out onto the concrete. And then he was being lifted up in the air, making him cry out again from the movement. Hey, it's okay," Eraserhead murmured, but his voice sounded like it was underwater. "I'm getting you to a hospital, no arguments." No. Izuku shook his head rapidly, looking up at the hero with panic. "You can't," he whispered, voice breaking. "You're bleeding out, kid. I need to get you treatment." "I'm fine," Izuku muttered, feeling his eyes close. Instantly he was shaken harshly, and he let out a sound of annoyance. "You need to stay awake," Eraserhead said with panic, walking quickly away from the building. Stop, Izuku repeated under his breath. "What else can I do?" Eraserhead whispered, holding the Vigilante tighter as he quickened his pace. "Please. Promise me you won't." The combination of pain and fear broke him. Tears began to fill his eyes as he looked up at the hero. Eraserhead looked down at him, panic and distress apparent on his face. "I promise. I know someone who might be able to help, but you need to let me." Izuku could feel his vision fading, and he had heard the first half of the sentence. He let his head nod onto his chest and managed to whisper, "Okay." Eraserhead's eyes went wide, and he jolted Izuku again. The Vigilante whined, but didn't have the energy to move. "You need to stay awake, Angel, please." Noticing Izuku was responding to his voice, he kept talking while speed walking. "You're going to be fine. Just keep your eyes open. Just stay awake." He rambled on for another 10 minutes, occasionally shaking Izuku harshly to wake him up. They quickly arrived at the pro's house and he kicked door. A very confused Hisashi opened the door, rubbing his eyes, which shot open when he saw Izuku. "Oh my god, Sho! Is this Angel?" Pushing him aside, he laid Izuku down onto the couch, causing him to groan in pain. Looking up frantically at his husband, he quickly said, "Call recovery girl. Tell her it's an emergency." Hisashi nodded seriously and quickly called her. After a few seconds, he called out to Aizawa, 10 minutes. Nodding, he sat down next to Izuku, and Hisashi brought him bandages. Carefully rolling up his shirt, Aizawa's face went pale when he saw what was underneath. Not only was there a gaping wound pouring out blood, or the bruises blossoming around his ribs, but there were scars. So many scars. The most noticeable were thick, knotted scars dotted around and a deeply scarred patch of skin that stretched vertically, the area rough and twisted. Putting that problem aside for another day, he wiped away as much blood as he could and wrapped up the injury. To his horror, the bandages quickly turned red, and he tossed them to the floor, wrapping new ones around. He checked to see if Angel was still awake, and felt his heart stop. His eyes were closed. Thankfully he was still breathing, but Aizawa was getting nervous. After what felt like eternity, a knock on the door caused him to leap up, and he ripped open the door. He ushered recovery girl inside, and she looked down at Izuku. "Shota. He needs to go to the hospital." Izuku had cracked open his eyes, which brought some stress off Aizawa's shoulders. He squirmed on the couch and whispered, "I said no hospitals." Aizawa put his hand on his shoulder. "She isn't going to take off your mask, Angel. She is here to help." Recovery girl looked up at Aizawa with disappointment and shook her head. "I can jumpstart the healing process, which will take less stamina but leave him still very injured, or I can heal him mostly right now. However, I can only heal as much as his stamina allows, and he will be passed out for quite a while." Aizawa nodded. "It's the weekend, so just heal as much as you can. I'll take care of him while he is out." Recovery girl looked at Izuku and planted a kiss on his chest. Instantly his eyes widened and he jerked up, but then his eyes rolled back into his head and he collapsed on the couch. His breathing evened out, and they all could see the blood stop flowing, the bruises lightening, and even his ankle twisted back into the right place. Aizawa let out a sigh of relief and sat down. "Thank you." Recovery Girl looked down at the hero. "No problem, but I don't want to be back here again. Tell him to stay out of trouble." Knowing there was no arguing, he just nodded again, and Hisashi showed her out. Turning back to his husband, he asked, "Do you want me to stay?" "No, go and rest, I'll stay here with the kid." Smiling in understanding, Hisashi said goodnight and headed off to their bedroom. Aizawa looked down at the sleeping vigilante, his chest rising and falling slowly. He watched him for a while, not wanting to let him out of his sight. It scared him how close he had come to never seeing him again. Eventually sleep took over, and he closed his eyes. When he woke up, his husband was already gone. He had left a note though, saying, "Left for work, didn't want to wake you. Food in the fridge, don't think Angel woke up." Aizawa looked back at Angel, who was still passed out on the couch. He ate the breakfast Hisashi had left in the fridge, and then sat down next to Angel. He turned on the TV and watched that for a little before he felt movement. Freezing, he slowly looked down as Angel shifted onto his side, and then went still again. Looking at him like that reminded Aizawa that this was just a kid. He was only 15 or 16, the age of the first years. And here he was, getting severely injured, fighting villains, and the scars. He didn't know how he got them, but there was more than enough to know it was no accident that had caused them. It took all his willpower to not remove his mask, to know his identity, so that he could help him. But he didn't. If anything, he would need his trust. And so, he laid his hand on his shoulder, taking comfort in knowing the kid was where he could protect him. After a bit, he got up to feed the cats and eat a small lunch. He was a little concerned that Angel hadn't woken up yet, but Recovery Girl did say he would be passed out for a long time. He went back to the couch and checked on the injury. It looked like it was healing very well, which was a relief. Ow, ow, ow. Everything hurt. His ribs, his ankle, his head, his stomach. He cracked open his eyes, and jolted up when the memories came flooding back. He was too weak to support his weight and almost fell off the couch, but steady hands grabbed him just in time. Izuku looked up at who grabbed him, and when he saw who it was he instantly panicked. He tried to get away, but Eraserhead just looked down at him with concern. Izuku reached up, relieved to find his mask was still there. Eraserhead helped him sit upright, but kept his hands on his shoulders to keep him from falling over. "Are you okay, Angel? What the hell happened?" Izuku muttered, feeling another wave of exhaustion coming over him. The world spun, and his stomach turned as he fought off the pain. He trailed off, swaying from side to side, and collapsed onto Aizawa, who looked at him in surprise. "Angel?" he said, gently shaking him. He was already asleep though, so he just shook his head and adjusted the vigilante to be more comfortable. This was going to be one stressful weekend. The next time he woke up, it was dark. He sat up, rubbing his eyes as he looked around at the familiar apartment. Eraserhead was sleeping in a chair next to him, so he decided now would be a good time to leave. He slipped off the couch, but as soon as his feet hit the floor his ankle exploded in pain, and he fell to the ground. The noise woke up Eraserhead, who looked down at Angel. "You're awake." "Yeah, what happened?" "It's all kinda fuzzy." "You got shot, Angel." "Well, yeah, I know that. How did I get here?" He shot a glance at Izuku, and helped him back onto the couch. "I found you, and since you didn't want to go to a hospital again, I brought you here." "Oh, thank you. I'm fine though, you don't have to waste your time on me anymore." This caused Aizawa to frown, and he looked directly at the vigilante. "Listen, you're not wasting my time. I want to help you." And then what Izuku said broke Aizawa's heart. "But why would you want to help me? I'm nobody, just a vigilante who breaks the laws." "Angel, you aren't nobody. You have saved so many lives because of what you're doing. So please, let me take care of you for once." Izuku opened his mouth to speak but decided against it, instead nodding his head and slowly laying himself back down on the couch. "Do you want anything to eat?" "Sure. I guess so." Aizawa rolled his eyes at Angel's answer and got up to get him food. When he put the food in front of him, Angel looked at him incredulously. "Are you sure I can eat this?" Aizawa smiled sadly. "Kid, you can have anything you want. Me and Yamada have 5 jobs between us, we can afford a lot more than you think." "Oh," Izuku whispered and then started eating. Satisfied, Aizawa relaxed onto the chair. After Izuku was done eating, he hesitantly said, "Do you know where my stuff is? My phone and backpack are still at wherever I was." Aizawa ran his hands through his hair and said, "It's probably still there. Can you go get it, please? My friends are probably worried that I haven't responded. Wait, what day even is it? Saturday night, and sure. Give me a second though." Aizawa disappeared into another room, and Izuku finally let himself breath. He didn't think the hero had taken off his mask. He was still safe. A minute later, Eraserhead came out with a very tired-looking Hisashi. "Eraserhead, I don't need a babysitter." He looked over at Izuku and rolled his eyes. "I know, he wanted to meet you. Also, it's Aizawa while I'm off duty." Crossing his arms, Izuku glared at him. Ignoring the vigilante's stare, Aizawa put on his shoes. "I'll be back." Soon, it was just Hisashi and Izuku. Izuku already had met him multiple times as Izuku, but he didn't know that. Him being a cat didn't count either, he mostly had avoided him. So, even though it was kind of mean, he put on a bored face and looked away. Hi. Hisashi walked down to sit awkwardly where Aizawa was. "I don't need a babysitter," Izuku said, gazing coolly at the hero. "Yeah. I'm just here in case you need anything." Hisashi turned on the TV, setting the volume low. After a few minutes, Izuku could feel exhaustion creeping up on him again. And this time, he let himself be pulled into sleep willingly. Hisashi was feeling really awkward. Shota was the one who usually dealt with vigilantes, and now he had a very annoyed, injured one sitting across from him. And it was a kid. He was having trouble believing that he was actually only 15, until he saw him slump over on the couch. His coldness was suddenly gone, and he looked almost peaceful. He could see why Shota was so attached. And that's when he decided that he was going to help this kid too. He didn't know him, but he had seen the scars, heard the stories Shota had told him. He was going to help this kid, whether he wanted it or not. Izuku woke up a third time with the sound of the door closing. He saw the backpack and jumped up to get it, completely forgetting about his ankle. Pain shot up his leg and he fell towards the ground. Hisashi leaped up from where he was sitting and grabbed him before he hit the floor, and put his arm around his shoulder to hold him up. Izuku's cheeks turned red, not that they could see. Aizawa handed him the bag, and he pulled out his phone that had many missed messages from Shinso and Shoto. "Hey, we should take you to see Recovery Girl again tomorrow morning." Izuku looked over at him in indignation, but then Aizawa pointed to his ankle. "Fine." Izuku quickly responded to his friends, letting them know he would explain more on Monday. He thanked Aizawa for getting his bag, and then laid down on the couch. He turned away from them and curled up a little tighter. He closed his eyes and quickly fell back asleep. This time he awoke to a tap on his shoulder and saw Hisashi standing over him holding out a granola bar. "We are leaving in like 10 minutes, you should probably change into your vigilante outfit." Izuku looked down at the torn and bloody clothes he was wearing and agreed. He hopped to the bathroom and took off his mask. He changed as fast as he could and ate. He put his mask back on and hopped back to the main room. They took the elevator down to the car and soon were on their way. When they got there, Izuku pulled his hood low over his face. They got to the nurse's office and Recovery Girl looked at them. "Well, you're looking much better than the other night," she said, glaring at Aizawa. "He needs one more treatment, his ankle is still bothering him." "That makes sense, I directed most of the healing to stop the bleeding. He should be awake enough to get home if he fights it off, but he still needs to rest for a while after." Izuku sat down, and as soon as Recovery Girl kissed his ankle the world spun, and he almost fell over. He felt a hand in his shoulder, Aizawa's. "Thank you again." They walked out, Aizawa guiding Izuku, who was too tired to even care. As soon as they got in the car, Izuku leaned his head against the cool window and closed his eyes. Aizawa looked in the rear-view mirror to see Angel curled up in the corner of the car, peacefully asleep. Hizashi looked over at him, smiling. I want to help him to Shota. Aizawa parked the car and picked up Izuku. What he didn't see was Hizashi taking a quick picture of the two. After they got back inside, with a few confused looks from others, Aizawa laid the vigilante onto the couch, and as if sensing he was okay now the cats jumped up and curled around him. Many hours later, Izuku woke up and saw the cats around him. Slowly sitting up so he didn't disturb them, he asked, "What time is it?" Hizashi called out from the kitchen, "It's 6. Petting Shade, his eyes went wide and he leaped up from the couch, causing the cats to meow angrily. "Oh no, I need to go." Hizashi and Aizawa both turned to Izuku who was frantically grabbing his stuff. "What's wrong?" "My cat. I have been gone for 2 days. She doesn't have anyone to feed her." He raced out the door and paused for a second. "Thanks. Both of you." With that, he sprinted out into the city. Aizawa turned to Hizashi, whose face was pale. "I didn't know he had a cat." Hizashi looked up at him and said, "But what does he mean that there wasn't anyone to feed her?" Realization struck Aizawa as he looked at his husband with wide eyes. "We need to help him, Shota," Hizashi whispered. Aizawa nodded. "Something is definitely wrong, but until he trusts us enough to tell me who he is, all we can do is show him we are there. I only hope that his parents are just out of town for the weekend." But even Aizawa didn't believe his own words. There were too many signs. He only hoped that Angel came around to trusting him, and soon. Izuku slammed open the door, looking around the apartment in panic. The first thing he saw was the empty food bowl, and he felt his stomach twist. However, the next thing he saw was a torn bag of cat food, the pellets spilling onto the floor. There was a small amount of water in the bowl, and he was glad he had filled it before leaving school Friday. And then, Amaya leaped up onto his legs, letting out tiny wails. Izuku tossed his stuff down and picked her up, holding her against his chest. "I'm so sorry, Amaya. I swear I didn't leave on purpose." "You're a very smart cat," he murmured. Izuku made the decision that he would start putting out 2 water bowls and would always leave the cat food bag out, just in case the worst case happened. He filled her food and water dish, and cleaned up the food on the floor. Petting her as she ate, he finally relaxed and processed the last few days. After a while, he got up and went to bed. Laying down, he listened to the city below, and for the first time since he had found the apartment it felt lonely. He wrapped the blanket a little tighter around his shoulders, and closed his eyes. The instant Izuku stepped foot in Class 1C, he was dragged to his seat by a very angry Shinso. "Where the hell were you, Izuku? You don't respond for 2 days and then you send that cryptic but text." "I lost my phone?" Shinso glared at him and crossed his arms. "Not falling for it. Spill what really happened." Izuku sighed and sat down. "I got kidnapped by a couple of villains." "You what?" Shinso screeched, eyes going wide. Izuku whispered, glancing at the door to check that Hizashi still wasn't there. "I am not going to you got kidnapped." Shinso's voice softened, and he said, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks." Satisfied with his answer, Shinso sat down and turned to Izuku. "So what was the deal with, what's his name again?" "Shoto? Todoroki." "Yeah, him." And that's when it hit Izuku. He had never actually told Shoto his name. And he definitely couldn't have his friend calling him Angel. "I'll be right back." Shinso shrugged and started playing on his phone. He walked across the hallway, looking for Class 1A. He never found it, but he did find Shoto in the hall. Instantly the taller boy's face brightened, and he walked over to Izuku. Izuku slapped his hand over Shoto's mouth, and when he stopped abruptly he slowly removed it. "It's just Izuku." Shoto's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh yeah, you have a name." "Izuku." Shoto smiled as he said his name, but the moment was quickly ruined when a blaring siren rang out. Instantly Izuku went on high alert, eyes scanning the school for danger. He saw a rush of kids running towards them and grabbed Shoto's hand. "This way, hurry." He dragged his friend along and ducked into an unmarked room filled with file cabinets. He slammed the door, and quickly walked up to the window to look outside. What the? Izuku could see was the press outside, but his gaze was more focused on the gate that had crumbled. Or had decayed. In a split second, Izuku put two and two together. A decayed gate. He knew too well who had done that. He had the scars to prove it from when Shigaraki got mad and grabbed his arm. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a wisp of purple smoke. Kurogiri. He shoved Shoto behind some cardboard boxes and held up his finger over his lips. Getting the message, Shoto covered his mouth with his hands and slouched lower. Izuku peered over the boxes to see him. Tamura Shigaraki. He started to tremble, ugly memories resurfacing, but he knew he had to know what was happening. He watched as Shigaraki scratched at his neck while going through the file cabinets, until he seemingly found the one he wanted. He went to step back into the portal, but whipped his head toward where Izuku was hiding. He ducked behind the boxes and slammed his hands over his mouth, feeling blood pounding in his ears. After he heard the familiar whoosh of the portal closing, he let out a deep sigh of relief. What the hell was that, Izuku? That was bad. Really bad. I need to go talk to the principal. Are you going to be okay? Shoto nodded, and they walked their separate ways. Not bothering to knock, he opened the door and stepped into Nizu's office. The mouse turned around in the chair and said, "I have been expecting you." Izuku glanced up to see a row of security cameras behind Nizu. You saw him then. You need to cancel the USJ trip, it's too dangerous. Nizu gestured for Izuku to sit, and sighed, I would, but the people above me think it would be bad publicity. But, if you would like, I could arrange for you to go with them. Angel. Izuku jerked up his head at the mouse. How did you know? Nizu shrugged and grinned. It wasn't very hard. But will you take me up on my offer? If I'm at USJ, I can make sure. Nothing happens. Yeah. How are we going to do this? You will leave before Class 1A, and get to USJ with plenty of time to scope the place out and hide. And you will be excused from your classes, of course. But I'll be here tomorrow morning. With that, Izuku left the mouse and went back to his class. When he got there, Shinso stood up and pulled him to their desks yet again. Where were you? I was in the hall when the sirens went off. Yeah, it turns out it was just the press. Shinso sighed. I wish people would stop freaking out about this. I'm not going to be here tomorrow, Izuku said, sitting down. It's like the first week of school. Yeah, it's important, Izuku smiled grimly. Soon school was over, and he was back at his apartment and was sorting everything he would need. The smoke bombs were probably unnecessary, so he would only bring his bow and his knives. After debating for a bit, he grabbed a special project he had been working on and shoved it into one of his many pockets. His stomach was twisted from nerves, and he decided he would just go to bed early. However, as he was laying in the dark, he couldn't shake that feeling of raw fear coiling inside him. He curled up tighter and closed his eyes, hoping for sleep. Izuku woke up to his alarm, and was met with the feeling of sick dread again. He fed Amaya, who looked up as if to say, Where is your food? Izuku slipped on his costume, making sure his mask was on tightly. He made sure Amaya had plenty of food and water, enough for at least a few days. Just in case. He slipped through the alleys to Yurei, and went around to the back entrance. As soon as he approached the gate, it swung open for him. He walked to Nizu's office, the hallways eerily empty. Nobody should be in the building for at least another hour, and most of the lights were off. He pushed open the door and greeted Nizu. Okay, Angel. I have a car for you in the side garage, it will drop you off at USJ. The mouse handed a set of keys to Izuku. These unlock every door in there, including the security room. There are secret exits scattered around the building, including a tunnel that runs under USJ and opens outside and through the floor. Good luck. Angel nodded, shoving the keys into his jacket. He walked outside and saw a black car with tinted windows waiting. And the driver was Hisashi? Izuku's eyes widened as he slowly backed away from the car. Hey, it's okay, Angel, I'm just here to drive you, he frowned, looking grim. I'm worried about USJ too. Keep them safe, all right? Angel hesitated, but nodded and got in the car. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the building. Izuku got out and was about to leave when Hisashi called out. They should be here in 2 hours. Thanks, he said, and unlocked the front door. He gasped, faced with an enormous building. He could see the disaster zones that filled the room. Calling it a room was an understatement though. He decided to focus on the center, as that was the only clear patch of land, and where villain attack would most likely happen. He looked around for 30 minutes before heading toward the security room. He switched on the cameras which showed multiple angles of the building, including inside the individual rescue zones. His next step was to find the secret exits, especially the underground one. He wandered the tunnel until he saw the ladder on the side of the wall. He pushed open the hatch and found himself near the base of the fountain in the center. Perfect. Izuku checked his phone and felt the sense of dread hit him like a ton of bricks. He had 15 minutes before they arrived. Taking a few deep breaths, he made his way back to the security room. Soon he saw the car pull up outside and everyone got out. And then he saw an all-too-familiar face. Kaken? Izuku shouted, looking in awe at his childhood friend. He doubted Kaken would remember him though, as he had completely vanished from his friend's life when he followed them inside through the cameras, and watched as Aizawa introduced them to 13 and from the looks of it explained how USJ worked. And then it happened. The familiar purple smoke filled out in the center, and villains came pouring out. Lowlifes by the looks of them, but there were so many. And then he came out. Shigaraki stepped through along with, oh shit. Kirigiri materialized beside them, but Izuku was focused on the large black creature towering over Shigaraki. He had known All for One was working on some kind of special minion, but he has no idea just how awful it would be. Every sense he had was screaming to run away. But then he saw Aizawa, Shoto, and the rest of the class and steeled himself. He flipped through the cameras, disappointed they didn't have sound, and saw Aizawa pointing for the kids to run before pulling on his goggles and running into the fray. He watched in horror as purple smoke came up, and saw across the cameras different kids being dropped into the zones where villains awaited them. He needed to go help. Aizawa had no idea what Shigaraki's quirk was, and he was getting dangerously close. He sprinted through the tunnel, hearing the muffled noises from above. He shoved open the trapdoor, only to see Shigaraki heading toward Aizawa. Time slowed down and he ran, using his enhanced speed to its full potential. The second Shigaraki touched Aizawa's arm, Izuku was there and he tackled him to the ground. He saw Shigaraki grab his sleeve, and jerked away as the area crumbled into ash. Aizawa stood in shock before jumping into action. Angel? What the hell are you doing? Saving your butt. Izuku said hastily, watching Shigaraki carefully. Anger flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, Nomu, crush this NPC. Of course he still talks in game terms. He saw the monster Nomu barrel towards him, and he leaped into the air over its back, then took out a knife and sunk it into its brain. It let out a roar, and turned around trying to get to Izuku. Caught off guard, he went flying into the air and crashed hard into a table. Gasping for air he scrambled up, his head spinning. Just as Nomu grabbed Aizawa and slammed him into the ground. Izuku saw red. He let out a furious scream and looked Nomu straight in the eyes. It looked back, and then its eyes went wide. It started shaking, and its body shrank in on itself. And Izuku could feel it. Feel the power flooding into him. The anger melted into fear. He didn't want to do this. Please stop, please, 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 please. He was thrown into the ground, and the connection broke. He twisted around and was met with two eyes staring at him with fear and concern. Shoto! Izuku whispered. And Izuku broke. He sobbed into the ground, absolutely despising the new power that filled him. Shoto held him in his arms, staying silent. Nomu, now sickly and disoriented, collapsed on the ground next to the unconscious form of Aizawa. Then a voice boomed. I am here! Shigaraki cursed, and signaled to Kirigiri that they needed to leave. He and the Nomu were pulled through the portal, leaving the other villains in panic at the pros that had arrived. Among them was the present Mike, who sprinted over to his husband. Shoto shook Izuku but found he was unresponsive. He just laid there trembling, eyes wide and tears falling. Come on, Angel, you need to get out of here. Hisashi watched as his husband was taken away on a stretcher, and was about to follow when he spotted Shoto and Izuku behind the debris. He shot a worried glance at Aizawa and ran over to the two. As soon as he got close, Shoto jerked away with distrust, still holding Izuku. "It's okay, Todoroki, I'm not going to take off his mask. I knew he was here. And if you don't want anyone else to figure it out, we need to get him out of here right now." Shoto looked down at Izuku and nodded. Together they dragged him upright, and Hisashi guided them to the tunnel. Shoto made a ramp of ice down the ladder, and they slid down. It took 5 long minutes, but they managed to drag him outside. Hisashi told Shoto to stay put and quickly left. A minute later, he pulled up with his car and motioned for him to carry Izuku in. Shoto was about to climb into the car as well, but Hisashi stopped him. "You need to go back to your classmates," he opened his mouth to protest, but Hisashi shook his head. "We can't have a missing student." Shoto sighed in defeat, and with one last glance at Izuku walked off toward the front of the building. Quickly, Hisashi drove off a little ways away from the building and pulled over. He got out a first aid kit and wrapped up his injuries the best he could without removing the mask. Izuku's eyes were wide open, but he was still unresponsive. "Angel? Angel, can you hear me?" Hisashi softly tapped him on the shoulder and repeated that pattern until he started to move. Izuku shot up in the car, frantically looking around. "Where are they? Where are they?" he screeched. "Hey, it's okay, Angel, you're safe. Shota is safe too, he is heading to the hospital right now." "Hospital?" Izuku's eyes widened as he realized. He started sobbing again, and Hisashi reached out his arms, but froze an inch from his skin. He laid his arms on the Vigilante very slowly, and when he didn't jerk away, held him tighter until he calmed down. "He can't have any visitors right now, but you could probably sneak in later tonight." Izuku nodded quietly and pulled his legs up into his chest. "You need to go home and rest. Where should I drop you off?" Izuku paused, thinking, and then told him the name of a street. They drove there, and Izuku got out leaning on the alley wall for support. "Are you sure you can walk home by yourself? You hit your head pretty hard, and you look like you could fall over any minute." Izuku shook his head and said, "I'm fine really." He knew he was lying, but he did not want Hisashi to find out where he lived. "Okay, but get home and get some rest, okay?" With that he drove off, and when Izuku was certain he was gone, started to stumble home. He would leave his breakdown for when he was in his room. Before he knew it, he was back at his apartment, mind hazy. He closed his door so Amaya wouldn't disturb him and collapsed on his bed and sobbed. Not only has he failed to protect Aizawa like Hisashi had asked him to, but he used his quirk. The one thing he had promised to never do again. He could feel the new power inside him. Even taking half of the Nomus life force was equal to at least 2 people. Which is why he felt so disgusted. It meant that thing was once human. He had taken more lives. Izuku sprinted over to the bathroom and threw up, putting all his weight against the sink. He fell back into bed and after what felt like hours of staring blankly at the ceiling, fell asleep to the sounds of Amaya scratching on the door. When Izuku woke up, it was 3 a.m. His head still hurt, but he was feeling less dizzy. He put on a soft hoodie and his mask, and walked out onto the roof, heading to the hero ward in the hospital. He got out his project he never got to use, a portable rope grappling hook to scale the wall and look through windows. Eventually he found the room he was looking for, and gently opened the window. He sat on the ledge and almost started crying again. Aizawa lay there asleep, but his face was covered in bandages. But he was breathing at least. Izuku was about to turn and head back, until he heard a soft voice behind him. "Kid!" Izuku whirled around to find Aizawa not staring at him. "I am so sorry Izuku choked out, pulling his hands through his hair. "It's okay, it's not your fault. You saved my life." "But look at you!" Izuku cried out in distress. "I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about. How did you even get in there?" Izuku shook his head wildly, the space starting to close in on him as he leaned further and further out the window. Aizawa's eyes widened as he saw Izuku edge closer and closer. "Hey, it's okay. I'll stop asking questions. I'm glad you're fine, I'll leave it at that." Izuku looked back down at the street, and then pushed himself forward inside the hospital room. He sat down on the chair next to Aizawa, and they talked about random things like cats and the students in his class for a little until he heard a nurse walk down the hallway. He quickly jumped out the window and grabbed the rope, smiling sadly at Aizawa. The hero opened his mouth to say something, but before he could think of any words, the vigilante had disappeared into the night. Izuku pulled himself up onto the roof of a tall building and sat on the edge. He was at least 10 stories up, and the people below looked small. What would happen if I jumped? Sure, Shoto and Shinso might be sad for a bit, but they would get over me fast. I would be helping. One less criminal on the streets, right? People only get hurt around me. His vision started to blur as tears fell onto the street below. He felt the wind rush against him, pulling his hood off and ruffling his hair. He was leaning closer and closer and closer until he heard a voice from behind him. "What's a kid like you doing up here so late?" Izuku froze in place, recognizing that voice from the news. "Go away, Hawks." "Well, that's kind of rude." Hawks sat next to Izuku, who quickly wiped away his tears and stretched his wings. He looked over at Izuku, and suddenly his eyes lit up in recognition. "Wait a minute, you're Angel, right? I saw that video of you jumping out that window. You looked so cool." At a loss for words, Izuku stared blankly at the hero. He blinked slowly and turned his stare back to the street below, letting all the lights blend together. He didn't register the fact that Hawk's wings were angled towards him, ready to move at any moment. "I wanted to be assigned to your case, but it got denied from the pro already on it." "Eraserhead, I think?" Hawks said, shooting worried glances at the vigilante. And then Izuku spoke. "I don't know why I'm here. I have a feeling you're not talking about the roof." Izuku nodded, bringing his knees to his chest. "I cause more harm than good. It would be better if I just jumped now." "Don't say that, Angel. I have heard and seen all the good you do." "You don't know what I've done," Izuku whispered. "You're right. But you don't know everything about me either. Do you think I should jump off too?" Izuku looked up in shock. "You're a hero. People depend on you." Hawks smiled at Izuku. "They depend on you too. Have you seen what people say about you? There are hundreds of people thanking you for saving them. And there are people that need saving in the future. You may not have the official title, but you are a hero. Now what do you say we get you down from here?" Silent tears fell down his face as he processed everything the hero had said. Only half there mentally, he let Hawks pick him up and fly them both down to the ground. When he put Izuku down, the vigilante looked up through his bangs. "You were serious about what you set up there, right?" Hawks ruffled Izuku's hair and grinned down at him. "Of course I was. You should get home and rest. You probably have school tomorrow, right?" "I don't want to. School's canceled tomorrow anyway." Hawks raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. "Then why don't I treat you to a late-night snack? I know a great 24/7 bakery a couple blocks away." Izuku stared at the ground and nodded, allowing Hawks to steer him towards the bakery. The bell rang as he opened the door, and a cheery voice welcomed them. "Welcome to— Oh, it's you, Hawks. The usual?" Izuku looked up at the girl. She looked to be his age, with short brown hair and permanent blush on her cheeks. She finally noticed him and gasped. "Oh, I know you. You're Angel, right? Wow, this is so cool." Taking a deep breath, Izuku straightened up and smiled at her. "Hi." The girl grinned and held out her hand. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you." Izuku took her hand, saying, "I would introduce myself, but it seems you know who I am already." Uraraka giggled and got to work packaging up some baked goods. Izuku stood off to the side while Hawks paid, and they sat down at a table close to the register. Uraraka looked up at the door and then went to join them, flipping the chair around so she leaned against the back. "So, Angel, what do you think of Hawks?" Taken aback by the question, Izuku stopped nibbling on the brownie he was eating. "He is way too cheerful," Izuku sarcastically said, raising his eyebrows at the hero. Uraraka smirked and nudged Hawks playfully. "That's not the worst thing he could say about you." Hawks laughed loudly, wings stretching about behind him. Now in a much better mood, Izuku started to smile too. "I have a question for you. How do you know the Hawks so well?" "Oh, he comes to this bakery whenever he takes a night shift, and I work here mostly at night because of school." Cool, Izuku grinned, making a mental note that he should take Shoto here or at least bring him back something. The three of them talked for hours, until the first rays of sunlight shone through the windows. Hawks stretched his wings out in the sunlight and yawned. Well, we all should probably head home now, seeing as none of us obviously got any sleep. Maybe I'll see you around, Angel? Izuku smiled, a genuine one, and happily replied, yeah, that would be cool. Uraraka tilted her head at him and jokingly shouted, don't forget to visit me. He turned to her and laughed. You got it. They all went their separate ways, Hawks flying up into the clouds, Uraraka switching with whoever had the morning shift, and Izuku decided he should go visit Shoto. After all, he had saved his life. He quickly arrived at the Todoroki house only to see Endeavor through the window. He ducked down into the bushes and crept to the opposite side of the house. He went to jump up to the second-floor window, but it was too late and he remembered that he had almost double the power from before. He launched himself up into the air and landed with a thud on the rooftop. Shaking his head to clear it, he swung down through Shoto's window before unwanted thoughts crept back in. He sat on his friend's bed, kicking his legs as he waited for his friend to come back upstairs. Pretty soon he heard a loud, Shoto, and then the door opened. Shoto walked in and slammed the door behind him, and then spotted Izuku. Instantly he tackled his friend into a hug, leaving Izuku stunned. As soon as it happened, Shoto wrenched himself away and started interrogating Izuku. What happened? Where have you been? Are you okay? How does Present Mike know about you? Izuku held up his hands to stop the onslaught of questions, and replied, I'm not sure what exactly happened, I've been with Hawks, I'm fine, and it's a long story. Shoto crossed his arms and looked the Vigilante up and down. I have time. Explain. And so, Izuku did. That morning, Aizawa was released from the hospital. He probably should have stayed another few days, but he wasn't a big fan of them. As soon as he got home, his husband guided him to the couch and sat down. We need to talk about Angel. Agreed. Did something happen while I was out? Hisashi sighed and ran his hands through his hair. I'm not sure exactly what happened because I didn't get there until after it all. All I know is I saw you lying on the ground, and a half-dead thing next to you. Their leader called it a Nomu. The blonde nodded and continued. The villains dragged the Nomu into a portal along with the blue-haired one, but not before Snipe got some hits in. And what? Angel was lying on the ground in Todoroki's arms, completely unresponsive. What? Aizawa gasped, wincing from his injuries. Yeah. When I went to help, I swear Todoroki was going to attack me right there until I promised I wouldn't take his mask off. Mind reeling with new information, Aizawa said, so Todoroki and Angel definitely know each other, and there is a chance he knows Angel's identity. Continue, please. After that, I took Angel away from USJ and he became responsive again. I treated his injuries and dropped him off somewhere closer to where he said his house was. He was injured and you let him walk home alone? Aizawa demanded. He wouldn't let me go anywhere near his home. You know how he is. Hisashi argued back. Sighing, Aizawa leaned back. I know, I'm sorry. You're not who I'm actually mad at. I know, it's okay. Aizawa took a deep breath and faced his husband. We have something else to focus on now. The sports festival is coming up, and you know what that means. All students are going to be there. Hisashi's eyes brightened as he replied, which means Angel will too. We need to find him, Hisashi. We will, don't worry. We'll figure this out. Miles away, Shigaraki limped over to the old TV behind the bar. What do we do, sensei? That NPC spoiled my plans. A deep voice sounded from inside. Tamura, I expected better. That wasn't a NPC. Did you see him use his quirk against Nomu? Understanding crossed Shigaraki's eyes, soon followed by raw anger. It was him, wasn't it? That little brat. His voice seethed with rage, and a section of the bar crumbled to dust as he slammed his hands down. Yes. It seems little Izuku has been doing well for himself. But do not worry about your plans, Tamura. Izuku will be coming home very, very soon. With that, the TV went silent, and Shigaraki stalked over to Kurojiri, muttering under his breath as he scratched at his neck. Not if I have anything to say about it. Izuku crouched in the corner of the room, listening to the footsteps outside, hoping that none of them would stop outside the door. For an hour, nothing happened and he started to nod off. And then he heard all too familiar footsteps. They were lighter than the others and dragged by. The door creaked open, and he was met with the blank stare of Shigaraki. "Sensei wants to see you," he spat, crossing his arms as he glared at Izuku. Curling up tighter, Izuku shook his head and ducked between his knees. "I said Sensei wants you," he shouted, and reached out to grab Izuku. At first, all he felt was a dull ache as he gaped at Shigaraki. Then the burning started. Izuku screamed, feeling his arm crumble underneath the agonizing touch. Quickly, multiple people rushed into the room and pulled him off Izuku, but the damage was done. Raw pain pulsed through his arm, the muscle exposed to the air. He could feel the doctors dragging him away, and then, gasping, Izuku woke up in a cold sweat. He rubbed at the scar on his arm as he looked around, relaxing when he recognized his surroundings. Amaya looked up at him with wide eyes and twitched her ears. He placed a trembling hand on her head, and she instantly pressed up against it and started purring. He glanced over at the clock. It read 6 a.m., which because he had only managed to fall asleep as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes and dragged himself out of bed. Half asleep he pulled on his uniform, fed Amaya, and stumbled out the door. Before he knew it he arrived at UA, and he walked over to General Studies. As soon as he stepped through the door, Shinso grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the back of the class. "So what are we doing about the sports festival?" Shinso whispered. Izuku quickly opened his mouth to dismiss what he knew Shinso was getting at, but then Hawk's words rang in his head. "You are a hero." He remembered what Eraserhead had said too. Izuku took a deep breath, and a mischievous light danced in his eyes. "We're gonna kick their butts, of course." Shinso's eyes widened, and he quickly matched Izuku's Cheshire smile. "Okay, first things first, what is your quirk?" At this Shinso visibly flinched, and his grin faded. "Do I have to tell you?" Izuku nodded, keeping eye contact with him. "Mind control." Shinso muttered. He glanced up at Izuku, and braced himself when he saw a blank expression on the green-haired boy's face. "We can work with that." "What?" "We can use that. Mind control. Actually, that might be exactly what we need." "You don't think I'm a freak?" Izuku smiled. "Of course not." Shinso shook his head in disbelief. "Okay then, what's your quirk?" "Oh, it's a minor enhancement quirk." If Shinso had been looking more closely, he would have seen the flash of panic in Izuku's eyes. Izuku took a deep breath, regaining his usual bored look. "Meet me after school at Takoba Municipal Beach." Shinso looked quizzically at Izuku, and then nodded. The first few classes passed by in a blur, and soon it was lunch. They sat down at their usual table, and soon Shoto joined them. "Are you going to eat anything, Izuku?" Shoto said after a few minutes. Startled out of his own thoughts, Izuku pushed at his food a bit. "I'm not really that hungry," he said. "If you say so." "Hey Shoto, can you meet me and Shinso after school?" "Sure, what for?" Izuku and Shinso glanced at each other. "You'll see." "Fight me beach." "I'm sorry, what?" Shinso said, looking at Izuku who was facing Shoto. "If I'm going to teach you how to fight, you should see a demonstration first." Shinso stared at them, jaw dropped. "Do you even know how to fight?" At that Izuku grinned and tilted his head. "Watch and learn." He leaped at Shoto who pushed his hand to the side to block. Instantly, Shoto rushed a trail of ice at Izuku who narrowly missed it by an inch. Seeing Shoto was moving his other hand for another, he started sprinting toward one of the piles of trash. Just as he felt the chill nearing his back, he ran up a refrigerator and kicked off, back flipping over the sharp spikes. He landed on top of the ice and slid down at Shoto. Before his friend could recover his wits, he leaped off the ice, twisting his body midair to gain momentum. As soon as he made contact with Shoto's shoulders, he twisted his body harshly to the right. His sent Shoto crashing to the ground, with Izuku right on top of him. His long hair brushed against the peppermint-colored boy's face as he smirked down at him. Okay, what the F was that? Izuku jerked his head over to Shinso, who was freaking out. Well, you can't pick that up in a week, but I'll teach you some better techniques. Shinso blinked at them and then shook his head. You know what, I'm gonna just pretend that that's perfectly normal. Great. Let's get started. Then, after hours of sparring sessions, the three boys all collapsed on the sand watching the sunset. Thanks. Izuku looked up at Shinso in confusion. For what? Everything, I guess. No one has really taken this much time to help me before. You to Todoroki. Just call me Shoto, he said, smiling at Shinso. After laying there for a bit, Izuku stood up and brushed sand off his clothes. Welp, time for me to go. Shoto glanced at him with a knowing look and stood up. See you tomorrow. Shinso called out and headed back to his house. Are you patrolling tonight? Shoto asked as soon as they were out of earshot. Izuku nodded, and Shoto reached out an arm to stop him. Be careful, okay? You look like you didn't get a lot of sleep. And make sure to eat something. Izuku laughed and pushed him aside. You sound like a parent. Shoto looked at him and tilted his head, frowning slightly. Yeah, but I'm serious. Izuku sighed and looked up at him. Okay, I'll try. Shoto stared at him for a few seconds and then sighed. See you tomorrow. See ya. Izuku walked home, and as soon as he was inside put on his outfit. He fed Amaya again, and petted her a few times. Bye Amaya, he said. He jumped over to the rooftop where he usually met Eraserhead and stared blankly at the city. After a few minutes, he shook himself out of his daze and went to his usual patrol route. Not even a minute later, he heard the familiar sound of gunfire. Jumping down from the roof, he rolled into the alley and kicked a gun out of one of the criminal's hands. The other one quickly turned her gun toward Izuku, but he knocked it out of her hand with a twirl of his bow and tossed her. Tossing the other guy as well, he tied them up and texted Tsukachi. He had gotten the number from Eraserhead. He shoved his phone into his pocket and jumped up back onto the roof. He crouched onto the edge, listening carefully. Not hearing anything, he kept walking until he found himself outside his usual patrol route. He jumped off the building and hit the ground rolling, quickly standing up after. However, as soon as he did, a wave of dizziness came over him, and he leaned against the wall to stabilize himself. Maybe I shouldn't have patrolled today. He turned around to go home before he heard it. A faint buzzing sound, almost like electricity. Instantly he was on his guard, scanning his surroundings silently. Hearing a faint whoosh from his left, he turned to face the sound. Before he knew it, he was on the ground with the breath knocked out of him. Scrambling up off the ground, he frantically twisted his head to try and spot his attacker. He felt an uncomfortable poking sensation in his lower back, and his entire world erupted in pain. A sharp burning sensation spread throughout his body along with the feeling his skin was melting. He screamed louder than he thought was possible, until his throat felt raw. Quickly, he felt his attacker pull away and he collapsed to the ground twitching. Vision blurred, he tried to move his arms and was met with nothing. If he was moving, it wasn't of his own accord. He gasped for air, trying his best to stay awake. His nerves felt like they were on fire, and his limbs were heavy. His ears rang, which was why he did not notice the person's approach until they reached down to touch him. As he felt the hands on his shoulders, a bolt of fear shot through him because he thought it was his attacker coming back to finish him off. He barely registered being dragged upright and arms around him. The last thing he felt was his mask being pulled off, and then the world faded into black. Shinso liked taking walks at night. He lived in a quieter part of town, so at night there were never many people around. He always expected the odd person here and there, but what he did not expect was to hear a blood-curdling scream. He instantly was on high alert, and against his better judgment ran towards the sound. His gaze quickly snapped onto a hooded figure running away and quickly disappearing behind a building. Then it moved to the small figure on the ground. A small pile of green and black. A spark of recognition clicked, and he bent down to confirm his suspicions. And there it was, the familiar black mask and the slight glint of emerald eyes. Angel. He reached over to lift up the vigilante whose hood slipped off to reveal fluffy green hair. Very, very familiar hair. After a couple moments of hesitation, he looked into the half-conscious Vigilante's eyes. He glanced around to make sure nobody was near, and pulled off Angel's mask. I redrew Izuku in his angel fit. 3. Edit. Why is the quality so bad, LMAO? Izuku couldn't quite open his eyes, but he could feel. Soft sheets surrounded him, and he was slightly propped up. A dull pain throbbed throughout his body, and his head pounded. Eventually he managed to crack open his eyes, squinting at the sudden brightness. You're awake. His eyes flew open, and he turned his head sharply towards the voice. Oh no, Izuku whispered, hands reaching up to grab at a mask that wasn't there. Shinso tilted his head slightly and held up the mask. Looking for this? He said, expression carefully still. Shinso, I can explain, I promise. I really didn't want you to find out this way. Yeah, well, here we are. Shinso's voice hardened in anger, and he threw the mask at Izuku. No wonder you always look dead tired, you were up all night fighting. Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but stopped. After a few long seconds of silence, he spoke. Look, I'm sorry for not telling you, but I had my reasons. I have a lot of enemies, and I don't want the people I care about getting caught up with them. Shinso glared at him, but soon his expression softened. I guess I can understand that. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, and sank down into the bed. Hold on, does Todoroki know? Yes. Well, that's not much of a surprise. Why did you tell him and not me? It was because he knew Angel before me. Izuku explained. You talk like they are two different people. It makes things easier, making Angel seem separate. So I don't slip up. I have one more question. What on earth happened back there? It looked like that guy was going to kill you before he saw me and ran. Izuku shuddered at the thought of him. I honestly have no idea what his problem was. I've never seen him before. You should probably get some rest, you look like you're gonna pass out any minute. Realizing how tired he really was, he allowed his eyes to close, and fell asleep. Izuku woke up to the soft buzzing of his phone. Flinching at the pain, he reached into his pocket to grab it. Where are you? A worried voice said over the phone. I'm at Shinso's, Izuku replied. Oh, is that why he isn't at lunch? Shoto questioned. Is it lunch already? Izuku said, glancing down at his phone to see the time. Are we meeting up after school again? Well, if you're up for it, I was thinking we could do a little more hands-on training. Izuku said happily. "'Kay, I'll see you later, Izuku." Shoto replied before hanging up. Are you going to be okay with training tonight? Shinso spoke up from where he was in the next room. Yeah, I'll be fine, I heal fast. Hours later, he was sitting on a rooftop with Todoroki and Shinso. Izuku, what are you wearing? Izuku tilted his head back to look at Shoto. Oh yeah, Shinso knows now. Shoto glanced over at Shinso, who was leaning against a pole with his hands shoved in his pockets. Shrugging, Shinso pulled the hood over his head. Izuku pulled on his mask and motioned for the others to follow him. Okay, so this is more of agility practice and exercise. But, if we do see someone in need of an butt kicking, only go down if you're sure you can handle it. And if we see racer head, well, I'll just say run for your life. Okay, let's go. With that he leaped into the air and hit the ground rolling, leaving his friends behind. Keep up. He called back and soon heard the sounds of them hitting the roof. Izuku started sprinting, smiling as the cool air hit his face. He slid under a pile of junk and then twisted into a flip off the roof. He landed neatly on the other side and turned to watch the others. Shoto was handling himself fairly well, except Izuku caught him almost using his quirk to get across the roof. Shinso was doing okay as well, but he was still lacking in the strength department and barely made it over to the roof. They continued like that for a while until they heard noises from below them. Sliding to a stop, Izuku peered over to the ground below. Perfect, he whispered, a Cheshire grin spreading across his face that was blocked by the mask. Below was a group of 5 people, 3 of which were picking a fight with the other. Well, go stop them. Izuku whispered, nudging his friends. Shinso stared at him in shock, but Shoto was already getting ready to jump down. You're both insane, Shinso said. but he jumped down anyway. Taking a seat on the edge of the roof, Izuku looked down at his friends. Shinso had taken on the biggest of the three, weaving in and out around him. Smart. Using his weakness to your advantage. While he was big, he wasn't very fast, and Shinso worked around it. Shoto was fighting the other two, punching one in the stomach and then turning neatly to give the other a kick to the ribs. Izuku tossed down some duct tape he kept in his pocket and the two boys tied them up. The other two had already fled the scene, and Izuku motioned for his friends to join him again. Good job, guys. You're naturals. I'm not sure that's a good thing, Shinso said, but he couldn't stop his smile from creeping up. That pattern continued for another hour until Izuku finally called it a night. I mean, the sports festival is in 2 days, you guys should be well rested. After dropping off Shinso, Izuku and Shoto headed to the Todoroki house. Good night, Shoto. Izuku said, smiling warmly. I'll see you tomorrow. Shoto replied as he waved from his window. Pretty quickly, Izuku arrived back at his home. After feeding Amaya, he collapsed into bed and stared up at the ceiling. Logically, he knew that Eraserhead would recognize his fighting style, and his hair certainly didn't help. He only wished that things could stay like they used to, but all hopes of that were ruined when Shigaraki showed up. Thinking of that day made him sick to his stomach. Images of Eraserhead laying there on the ground lifeless haunted him every time he closed his eyes. Curling into a ball, he let his hair fall over his eyes. He was so tired, but he couldn't sleep. How could he? His entire life was going to collapse around him as soon as Eraserhead made the connection. He could choose to not fight in the festival, but his mind kept drifting back to Hawk's words. If he really had a chance to be anything but a murderer, but a villain, he had to try. Right? He wanted to say he woke up, but that would be total bullshit. He hadn't gotten a bit of sleep. Dragging himself out of bed, he stumbled to the bathroom and glazed at his reflection. What stared back was a small, skinny boy with dark circles that gave him a skeleton appearance. He blinked slowly, then reached down and splashed some cold water in his face. He tried to pat down his hair, but after a minute gave up and fluffed it back to its original state. He went through his usual morning routine, grabbing a small snack off the counter. On autopilot, he made his way to the UA holding up his I.D at the gate. He trudged along the campus. The chattering of other students surrounded him, but it was all sort of muted. Stepping in the building, he made his way to his class. And then it happened. Time seemed to slow as Izuku looked up in surprise. It was Eraserhead, covered in bandages. This was the first time he had seen him since that night. His chest started to tighten and his head began to spin, and he spun on his heel and ran in the opposite direction while taking a couple sharp turns until he had arrived in an empty hallway. He slammed into the wall, slowly dropping to the ground. He tried to take slow breaths, but that feeling of panic and despair wasn't going away. Why wasn't it going away? He didn't know how much time had passed before he had calmed down again. He slowly got up, walking toward his class. The rest of the day went on in silence. He only replied to his friends in one-word answers, and even then he wasn't really paying attention. Hey, Shinso said impatiently, snapping his fingers in front of Izuku. Are you going to be able to compete tomorrow? You don't look so great, man. I'll be fine. Izuku muttered, staring through Shinso. Sure, I'll believe it when I see it. No patrolling tonight, okay? Eyes focusing back onto Shinso, he showed a lopsided, tired smile. Yeah, probably a good idea. Here, take this. Shinso handed Izuku a small brownie in a plastic bag. Thanks. Just eat it right before you go to bed, okay? This sounds a lot like a murder attempt. Izuku mumbled, holding up the snack. Just eat it, got it? Shinso said, rolling his eyes. Fine. Shota, honey, are you sure you should be taking those off so soon? Hisashi frowned at his husband, who was in the process of removing all the bandages. I had Chio give me an extra strong session of healing. I don't think it would be good for anyone to see one of the teachers covered in bandages at what's supposed to be a safe school. I guess you're right, Hisashi sighed, heading over to the kitchen to make dinner for the two of them. Aizawa sat down at the table, spreading out pages and pages of files. Files on Angel. There was everything from witness sightings, criminals he had caught, suspected students, possible quirks, and so much more. It was fascinating just how much he had accomplished in such a short period of time. Izawa selected the case file containing possible students and took out the pages. He had picked them based on a few different factors. Quirks that could match, hair that could match, even height. But most importantly, they were all first years. Izawa was positive that Angel wasn't lying about what year he was in, so it narrowed it down a lot. Most of the students were also in the hero course or support course. But the one thing they had in common was they would all be at the sports festival tomorrow. Now all he had to do was hope the Vigilante wouldn't drop out in the early rounds. Izuku stared at the brownie across from him on the table. There was no way it was just a normal brownie. Shinso had never been a gift person. And if his years trapped in that place taught him anything, it was to not trust anything or anyone. But this was Shinso. He would never hurt him. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the dessert and ate it quickly. After a short staring contest with Amaya, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. If it was poison, he would definitely be dead by now. But he did feel strangely tired, more than usual even. Even though he figured it was hopeless, he laid down on the couch and turned to look at the ceiling. But to his surprise, his eyes closed quickly and he was pulled into a dreamless sleep. Izuku woke up to daylight streaming in through dirty and cracked windows. What? Oh my gosh, I actually fell asleep. Izuku grinned and hopped off the couch. Walking over to the mirror again, he wasn't surprised to find not much has changed. Well, he figured 6 hours of sleep wouldn't be able to fix almost 4 days with basically no sleep, but it might just get him through the next few hours. Before he knew it, he was waiting with Shinso outside the arena. Well, you look a little more awake today. Yeah, Izuku's voice faltered as he saw the smug look on Shinso's face. Oh my god, you did lace that thing? Izuku shouted, pushing Shinso lightly. Oh relax, it was just some melatonin. I figured it wouldn't take much. Rolling his eyes, Izuku said, you're the worst. So, are you ready? Izuku's mood quickly turned, and he frowned slightly. Honestly, I'm not sure. You'll be fine. Just focus on the moment, okay? Don't think about what's going to happen after. Just do what feels right. Tilting his head up at his friend, Izuku showed a small smile. You're right. Let's do this. They both turned their heads toward the doors as they began to slowly open. The sounds of the cheering ground filled the room, and together they walked outside. Izuku squinted his eyes as bright sunlight washed over him. The roar from the crowds was deafening as he and Shinso joined the rest of the classes. Midnight was on the stage, and she invited one of the students from Class 1A to make a speech. Ida, as she said, made a pretty boring one about playing fairly and following the rules. Izuku glanced around the stadium, eventually spotting Aizawa and Hizashi in the announcer's booth. After a minute, Midnight quickly stopped him and announced the first event of the sports festival. Okay everybody, she shouted. After that, nice speech, it is time for the first event. The obstacle race. The crowd started cheering, and Izuku started to scan his competition as Midnight explained the rules. He could see a bright pink girl hopping up and down next to a girl who looked part frog. I think they were at USJ. He also saw a few students covered in support gear, and kids from his class muttering to themselves about how they had no chance to win. Just then, he got a strong feeling that something was wrong. Quickly flicking his eyes across the stands, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. He swallowed and bounced nervously on his feet. Was it really a good idea to be doing this? Eraserhead would know. Izuku knew the man wasn't stupid, all he had to do was drop out. But as he looked at Shinso who was stretching in preparation, he knew he had to. Even though he never wanted to be a hero, the training in the hero course could help him as a vigilante. And maybe if he was really short on cash he could become an underground hero like Eraserhead. And then it hit him. An unfamiliar feeling, like a warm light started spreading throughout his body, and a small smile formed on his face. He actually felt hopeful. Come on. Shinso grabbed his arm and pulled him toward where everyone was lining up. He readied himself to run, feeling the power he took coursing through his veins. Midnight blew a whistle and they were off. Instantly the ground froze, and Izuku spotted Shoto dashing ahead. Izuku leapt up over the ice, neatly landing on a struggling student's shoulders before jumping up again, doing a flip and rolling to the ground. Before him stood giant robots, where multiple students were destroying and avoiding them. He darted through the wreckage, sliding under pieces and avoiding falling debris. He allowed himself a split second to glance back at Shinso, who he saw mind-controlling others to protect him while he ran behind Izuku. Smiling, he continued running until he got to the tightropes. He leaped as far as he could, landing a few steps from the edge and quickly crossing to solid ground. He continued this process until he made it across where he saw the landmines. Well, from the looks of it, he would be safe to cross it normally as he was at a good place. He followed the light footsteps in the dirt, crisscrossing and weaving along barren spots that were obviously mines. Suddenly one exploded right beside him, and he ducked to the ground. Shaking his hair back into place, he saw that Shoto and Kaken were racing for the finish. Shoto laid down an ice bridge and quickly sped toward the finish. Izuku saw his opportunity and slid across the ice where he crossed through the tunnel out into the stadium. Breathing heavily, he counted who else was there and saw he was in 15th place. Not that bad. Soon after, Shinso came jogging through the gate, and the two sat on the grass while the rest of the students filed through. Midnight went up on the podium and gestured to the large wheel of activities. And now for the next event. The wheel began to spin until it landed on treasure hunt. Midnight grinned and shouted, "This will take place in ground beta, if you will all make your way there." As the large group of students followed Midnight, Izuku finally saw Shoto. He jogged toward him and smiled. "Congrats on first place." "Thank you, but it was barely first." "Still first though," Izuku whispered. "Yeah, I guess you're right." They quickly arrived, and Midnight started to explain the rules. "All right everyone. 16 people will be moving on from this round, so of course there is 16 pieces of treasure. The treasure will be a small blue and white ball, and they are placed throughout the section of ground beta where you will be playing. Some of the treasure is hidden, some is out in the open, and combat is allowed. I wish you all luck. We will start in 5 minutes." Shoto looked down at Izuku and said, "Look, I'm really sorry but I need to work alone for this." Izuku shook his head at him, saying, "That's fine, I work better alone too." "Shinso, you good with that?" "Yeah, that works, I'll just wait for someone with a treasure to come to me." Izuku grinned, "All right, good luck you too." As soon as the words left his lips, the buzzer sounded and the doors creaked open. All 42 people darted forward, using their quirks to get inside as fast as they could. Izuku waited till most were in before he jogged inside, surveying the area. It reminded him of the laser tag place his mom took him once before she died. He jumped up, grabbing a pipe and pulling himself up. He crouched there, looking down at the open space where a large group was fighting over a treasure. He saw Shinso sneak off past them, and Shoto and Kaken were fighting a little further down. He continued climbing upward, and when he hit the ceiling, crawled forward. A few minutes later, he saw one of the treasures tucked between a couple pipes a little way down. However, he was not the only one to spot it. Another kid was dangling from a pipe, staring directly at Izuku. From the way his arms hung unnaturally, he knew the student had some kind of stretch quirk. After a second of hesitation, Izuku dashed for the treasure. An arm flung out in front of him, so he quickly dropped to the ground on his back and slid off the section of pipe. Twisting to the side, another arm whooshed past him. Izuku grabbed it, flipped on top, and used the bounce to fling himself up. He grabbed onto the pipe, flipping himself upright. He grabbed the treasure, crouched down, and launched himself forward. Turning midair, he saw the student following closely. The kid reached to grab Izuku again, and this time he didn't stop him. Izuku took hold of his wrist and pulled up. The kid was sent flying past him and crashed into the wall. Landing safely on the ground, Izuku took to the rafters again and sat to observe the students below. Suddenly, a familiar bob of brown hair caught his eye. Squinting, he watched as the girl slapped someone in the face reaching for her treasure, and the person started floating. She spun around to face who was behind her, and Izuku finally recognized her. It was Uraraka from the bakery. Izuku stared as she continued to fight her way out of the crowd, when a loud noise interrupted him. Minute remaining. Midnight's voice rang out, echoing off the metal walls. Suddenly, everyone started panicking, lunging for whoever had the nearest treasure. Uraraka's eyes went wide, and she clapped her hands together. She rose toward the ceiling, touching everyone who went to grab at her on the way up. When she had a small handful of people floating around her, she touched her hands together, and they all began to plummet toward the ground. She grabbed onto a pipe above her and pulled herself upright. Then, to Izuku's surprise, she turned away from him and threw up. She relaxed onto the small ledge before catching Izuku's gaze. Her eyes narrowed for a second, but she was quickly distracted by the timer going off. Everyone freeze. The time has concluded. Everyone please make your way to the entrance and present your treasures. Izuku dropped down with the grace of a cat and walked toward the front. Glancing around, he saw it was mostly students from Class 1A, a couple from 1B, a girl from the support class, and him and Shinso from General Studies. Everyone with a treasure was instructed to head to the waiting rooms to be healed and rest, while the others were welcome to take part in some small events. He headed to the waiting area and sat down with Shinso and Shoto. Did everything go well for you guys? Izuku asked. Mostly, Bakugo put up a bit of a fight however, Shoto sighed. The trio glanced up at Bakugo, who was pacing while yelling at some kid with red spiky hair. He glanced over, spotting Shoto. Bakugo stormed over, saying, "I'm going to beat you icy hot bee. Just you wait." Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. Clearly he had not changed much since they were. Bakugo glanced over at Izuku, narrowing his eyes. "Do I know you from somewhere?" he asked. "No," Izuku said, slightly turning his head. Bakugo looked him up and down, frowned, and returned to the other side of the room where he began whispering to the redhead. "What was that about?" Shinso questioned. "Oh, I knew him when I was little. He probably doesn't recognize me." His two friends stared at Izuku. "You were friends with that lunatic?" Shoto exclaimed. "He really isn't that bad when you get to know him," Izuku shrugged. "Why didn't you tell him?" asked Shinso. "Oh, it doesn't matter. It was a long time ago." Shinso frowned at him, but dropped the topic. A few minutes later, they were outside staring up at the matches. Shoto was fighting Shiro, Shinso was fighting Ojiro, and Izuku was fighting Uraraka. His eyes went wide, and he glanced at the girl who was staring back at him. He quickly turned his head away, pretending he was stretching. He felt bad, but knew he had to try and beat her at least. And of course, knowing his luck, he was the first match. He stepped into the ring, facing Uraraka, who looked nervous. Midnight's voice rang out from the podium. "Our first match, Uraraka from Class 1A, and Midoriya from General Studies." Aizawa winced in pain as he moved to sit in the large chair overlooking the stadium. "I knew you. Shouldn't have taken those bandages off so early," Hisashi said, rolling his eyes. "I'm fine," Aizawa gruffly said, sitting down. He watched over the event going on, waiting for the one-on-one battles to begin. He had already looked over the list of people that had made it to the final event, and picked out a few possibilities. Granted, that was if Angel had even made it to the top. His top choices right now are mostly people who made it to the second event but not to the first. He did have a couple possibilities for the final round though. Pretty soon, Midnight was introducing everyone and explaining the rules, and the first two contestants walked up. One was his student, Uraraka. She had a strong quirk, but he wasn't sure if she had the confidence to win. The other one, however, he was from General Studies. He was one of the possibilities, simply because of the build and the hair. His records were sketchy, and his quirk was simply listed as unknown. It probably wasn't him, but he was going to pay attention anyway. The buzzer went off, and instantly his opponent leaped into action. She reached out to try and touch Izuku, but knowing her quirk he dodged, grabbing her arm and throwing her over his shoulder. She hit the ground hard, but because Izuku was restraining himself she didn't get sent over the line. He nervously glanced up at the announcer's booth to see Aizawa staring right at him. Quickly turning his attention back to the battle, he saw Uraraka running at him again. He felt bad, but the girl just didn't have any proper combat training. He jumped over her, landing on the ground just as she spun around. Turning around, he planted a kick to her gut, and this time she was sent flying out of the boundary. The winner is Midoriya, from General Studies. Midnight was announced, and the crowd gave a few scattered bits of applause. He hurriedly went to the waiting room, not liking all the eyes on him. He had almost made it, when suddenly he found himself being pinned against the wall of the tunnel. Oh shit! Staring back at him was Bakugo, looking furious. The boy looked at him for another second, but then his gaze softened and he let go of Izuku's jacket. Izuku, is it really you? So he does remember. He looked down at the ground, suddenly feeling very shy. Yeah, hi, Kaken. Bakugo's eyes widened at the name, and he backed up. Where have you been? What happened to Auntie Inko? Izuku paused, hesitantly looking up at his old friend. She's dead. And as for where I've been, I can't really tell you. Just don't tell anyone that you know me, alright? Bakugo opened his mouth to reply when the buzzer for the end of the fight went off. I'm up next, we'll talk about this later, Izuku. Bakugo turned back one last time, and then went out into the sunlight. Pretty shaken from such a close connection to his past, Izuku slowly made his way to the waiting rooms where Shinso and Shoto were preparing for their own matches. Seeing him, they both walked over and congratulated him. You did great, Shoto said, smiling at Izuku. I guess, but I didn't like the way Aizawa was watching me. Ugh, this is so nerve-wracking. Suddenly, Shinso's face lit up. Wait, that day in the vents, was that note angel related? Izuku smiled sheepishly, which told Shinso everything he needed to know. Then Shoto spoke up. So when Aizawa ripped that grate off the ceiling, was that you too? You were there? Izuku exclaimed. Yeah, I always get there early. Before they knew it, it was Shoto's turn. His fight went smoothly, and he easily overpowered his opponent. They all heard Endeavor shouting from the stands, and in unison turned to glare at him. Next was Shinso. His match was also over in an instant, as he quickly took control of his opponent's mind and sent him walking out of bounds. He looked around nervously at the silent crowd, until he spotted Izuku and Shoto, who started clapping. Smiling, Shinso made his way to the waiting room. Izuku turned to walk away, but when he moved he was face to face with Uraraka. Oh, hi, he whispered as she glared at him. Suddenly her face softened, and she landed with a thud on the chair. Yuch, why did you have to be so talented? She said, slightly kicking her feet. You're not mad. Izuku said, surprised. She sat up, shaking her head. Of course not, you were simply the better fighter. I was pretty shocked with how strong and fast you were though. Do you have an enhancement quirk? He nodded, and she continued. I'm surprised you didn't apply for the hero course. You could have passed the exam easily enough. I guess it wasn't for me at the time. At the time? She questioned. Does that mean you're trying to transfer into the hero course? He shyly smiled, a little nervous at her enthusiasm. Yeah, that's the goal. I think. Cool, well I hope you get into my class. She waved goodbye, going to join up with the frog girl and the girl with pink skin. He relaxed, until of course he saw All Might slinking around in his deflated form. Instantly his happiness died away, and his mouth twisted into a frown. What is it? Shoto whispered, trying to see where his friend was looking. Izuku leaned in and said, Do you see that ugly blonde guy in a suit sneaking around down there? Yeah. That's All Might. Shoto's head snapped toward Izuku, at All Might, then back at Izuku. No way, are you serious? Dead. God, I hate that guy. Well, if you hate him, he must have done something to deserve it. So I hate him too. Izuku laughed and smiled. Thanks, Shoto. Then, a bell went off. Alright everyone, the next 4 matches. First we have Todoroki and Ida. The next match will be Midoriya and Shinso. At that, Izuku turned nervously toward Shinso, who just smiled back. May the best man win, he said, and Izuku felt his nerves calm down. The last 2 matches were Tokoyami and Ishido, and Bakugo and Kirishima. Shoto walked down to the stage, where he stood face to face with Ida. They exchanged blows, with Shoto quickly gaining the upper hand. Coating the ground in a thick layer of ice, Ida had a hard time running without almost getting sent over the edge, and he was looking very frustrated. With one final burst of energy, he ran at Shoto, who made an ice ramp over his head. Ida was sent flying up it, and Shoto shot up with a burst of ice and kicked him hard out of bounds, sending him crashing into the grass. The crowd cheered, and Shoto landed neatly on the ground. He knelt to the ground and melted the rest of the ice. Now, it was Shinso and Izuku's turn. Heart-pounding, he made his way to the stage and faced his friend. Ready, and fight! Instantly, Shinso started throwing taunts, but Izuku knew better than to fall for them. He lunged at his friend, but restricted his strength a lot. He wanted to give Shinso a chance to show off what he had learned. He dodged Shinso's punch, elbowing him in the ribs. Shinso kicked his side, and he gracefully rolled with the kick. "You're going easy on me, aren't you?" Shinso said, frowning at Izuku. He opened his mouth to reply, before slapping his hand over it. He smiled at his friend, shaking his head. He kicked off the ground, jumping high into the air. Flipping over Shinso, he crouched low to the ground and sprang at his legs. Not being able to move out of the way in time, his friend was sent crashing to the ground. He went to stand, and Izuku saw his opportunity. Turning on his foot, he sent a round kick directly into his side, and he flew out of bounds. Breathing heavily, he stood up as midnight announced him the winner. He went to check on Shinso, who was groaning on the ground. "You okay?" he asked, reaching out to help him up. "Never better." He winced as he stood up, rubbing his side. "Remind me to never fight you again. You're mean." Izuku laughed, and helped his friend over to the little medical robot who had come to collect him. He felt eyes on him, and looked up at the announcer's booth. Aizawa was staring daggers at him, hair starting to float up around his head. Izuku gulped, knowing he was probably number one on his suspect list. However, he wasn't going to give the hero confirmation just yet, and he walked away. Aizawa looked at the small boy staring up at him, emerald green eyes meeting his. "It's him. It's him, I swear to God." Hisashi turned to his husband with one eyebrow raised and said, "What? Izuku? No, it can't be. I told you, I see him all the—" Hisashi trailed off, and then a surprised look crossed over his face. What is it?" Aizawa questioned, staring at his husband. "Do you remember when Angel said he had a cat?" "Yes. Well, a little while ago Izuku showed me a picture of his cat that he had just gotten." Aizawa looked incredulously at Hisashi. "And you're just mentioning this now? I thought it was unrelated show." Hisashi complained, leaning back in his chair. "And at what time do you usually see him?" Hisashi buried his face in his hands, whispering, "Usually around midnight." "Oh, so you mean right before Angel patrols. You didn't realize either," Hisashi said, glaring at Aizawa. His mind was spinning, trying to think of any other connections the two might have. "Did you ever notice him doing something out of the ordinary?" Hisashi racked his brain. Then his face lit up. "I mean, there was this one time when he and Shinso fell out of the vents right before class started. Does that count?" "Oh great, it was right in front of us the entire time." He sighed, shaking his head. "It was so obvious. He was right in front of me the entire time, I just was blind to the signs." "Hey, don't be too hard on yourself, he's a smart kid." Aizawa nodded, turning his attention back to the stands. There was Izuku. That was his real name. Izuku sat there, chatting with Todoroki and Shinso. He looked happy. He watched as the kid's eyes narrowed, and his gaze instantly flicked up to meet his. Izuku's mouth twisted into a frown, but just as quickly as it appeared it vanished, and he went back to talking like nothing ever happened. Now that he was paying more attention, his happiness looked almost faked. From the way his expression sometimes froze to the way his hand went to touch a spot on his clothes that probably held a weapon. He had no idea how he was going to approach the kid, but he knew he couldn't rush things. He had to let the kid come to him, and know that he could trust him. Trust both of them. The other two fights went smoothly, with Tokoyami and Bakugo being the victors. When the order of the fights was announced, he noticed that Izuku tensed up when he saw who he was paired with. Bakugo. The kid had a strong temper, but he was manageable and sometimes even thoughtful. The next fight was Todoroki and Tokoyami, and it was pretty clear who the victor would be there. He sat down, waiting for the fight to begin. Still rattled by the way Aizawa kept staring at him, Izuku kept fidgeting until he felt his gaze leave him. He grabbed Shoto and led him to a secluded area. "Alright, you're not going to like what I'm about to say, but you need to hear it anyway." Shoto stared at him, waiting for him to continue. "You need to use your fire." His friend opened his mouth to protest, but Izuku continued. "I get what you keep saying, that you don't want to use your dad's quirk. And I get it. But it's not his quirk. It's yours. And it's up to you to decide what you're going to do with it." To his surprise, he saw Shoto's eyes start to water. I don't think I can." "Just try. Please." "I'll think about it." Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. "Thank you." They headed back to the stands, and Izuku waited impatiently for his next fight. If Bakugo had stayed the same, he would not be looking to lose. But he lacked technique, and that is where Izuku could beat him. Pretty soon, it was his turn, and he stepped on to the concrete. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, smirking. "I don't know how you made it this far, Izuku, but I am taking you down." To Bakugo's surprise, Izuku smiled. He was glad his friend hadn't changed. It was something he always admired about him. He held his head up high and said, "Bring it on." Bakugo instantly lunged with an explosive punch, smoke and fire filling the air. Izuku slid down to the right, jumping up to land behind him. Bakugo jerked his head around, eyes widening in surprise. A smirk crossed his face, and he quickly reacted and launched another explosion. Dodging again, he managed to grab Bakugo's arm and pulled him hard to knock him off balance. In the split second he took to regain it, Izuku took the chance to kick him hard in the chest. He was knocked back a few feet before using his explosions to prevent himself from being knocked out of bounds. Izuku prepared for his next attack, waiting for the inevitable. Bakugo leaped into the air, raining small explosions over the entire stage. Expertly spinning and dodging, he let smoke fill the arena. A flash, and he had him. Using most of his strength, he leaped up directly below his old friend, catching him right in the stomach. Grabbing his uniform, Izuku pulled himself on top of Bakugo and kicked off of him. Neatly. Flipping a few times and landing on the ground, he watched as his opponent barely stopped his fall with his quirk. "He's running out of firepower." Before Bakugo could think, he raced forward again, ducking low to the ground and spinning to land a kick in his chest. This time, he couldn't catch himself and landed hard on the grass out of bounds. Breathing heavily, Izuku stood up straighter as Midnight announced the winner. His stomach twisted looking at the cameras, knowing for certain he was watching. He walked back, greeting his friends as they congratulated him. "Guess it's you and me next," Shoto said, looking a little nervous. "Just remember what I said." Izuku smiled, winking. Shoto nodded before walking off, presumably to think. Izuku risked another glance at Aizawa, still not sure how he was going to handle it. Well, avoiding his problems had always worked before. He wandered off, walking aimlessly. There was a pretty long break before the final fight, and he wanted to clear his head. This of course failed miserably when he ran into Hisashi. "Nice fighting out there. Why on earth did you not try out for the hero course?" Izuku relaxed his posture, putting on a lopsided grin. "Guess I didn't think I would get in." He laughed nervously, trying to find a way out. "Well, you absolutely would have." "Oh well, at least I got to have you in my class for a little bit." "Oh no." Hisashi had this look in his eyes. Was that pity? He knows. He has to. Continuing to play dumb, he put his hand behind his hair. "Well, I should go meet back up with everyone. I'll see you later." "Yeah, good luck, kid." Flashing one more smile, Izuku quickly turned away and walked as fast as he could. What was he thinking? There was no way he could ever come back to school after this. Aizawa would hand him over to the cops, and then everyone would know. He slid down the wall, holding his head in his hands. What am I going to do? The sound of the crowd snapped him out of his thoughts, and he slowly got to his feet. He walked out to the stage, barely hearing Midnight's words over the ringing in his ears. One more fight. One more, and then I have to deal with everything. Shoto started with a long line of ice, and Izuku easily leaped out of the way. Trying to catch him in midair, he sent out another blast at Izuku. To the crowd and Shoto's surprise, Izuku twisted in midair and kicked the ice, shattering it. "You're going easy on me," he called out, walking toward his friend. "You're wrong," Shoto replied, coating the floor in ice. Izuku dodged and weaved between attacks until he was inches away from Shoto. Caught off guard, he stumbled back and Izuku darted forward until he was right beside him. "Do it," he whispered, before jumping to avoid yet another attack. To Izuku's shock, Shoto actually grinned. Eyes widening in surprise, Izuku watched as his friend burst into flames, a wild look in his eyes. "You know you're absolutely going to lose now, right?" Shoto smiled. "Yeah. But that doesn't mean I'm going down easy." The words barely left his mouth before a large column of flame was shot toward him. Ha barely avoided it by dropping to the ground, but his uniform still caught on fire. He desperately tried to put it out when more ice spiked up from the ground. It caught his arm, sending blood splattering onto the ground. He almost fell out of bounds, catching himself at the last minute. He ran towards Shoto, kicking off one of the many spikes. He had to change course when he almost ran face first into fire, however, sending him hard into the ground. He watched as Shoto combined his ice and fire, and all he could do was cover his face when a gigantic explosion shook the stadium. The next time he opened his eyes, he was lying face first on the grass, close to the walls. He leaned against the wall for support, quickly locking eyes with a very worried-looking Shoto. He gave him a little wave and saw him instantly relax. He was quickly whisked away by robots and healed by a wreck ovary girl. Before he knew it, he was on the second-place podium. Shoto was above him, with Tokoyami and Bakugo sharing third. All Might was presenting the medals, and Izuku had to physically prevent himself from pushing him away when he got to him. "You did a great job for general studies," he said, smiling down at Izuku. Izuku forced a smile, blood pooling where his nails were digging into his palms. "He doesn't even remember me." He could feel himself starting to zone out, to get away from the situation, but he forced himself to concentrate. He gave a couple waves at the sea of people, trying to act happy. After what seemed like an eternity, he and the others walked back to a small room and were allowed to leave. He was almost out of school grounds when he sensed him. Ducking behind a tree, he peered over to see Aizawa clearly looking for someone. "Oh no. Nope." He climbed the tree, trying to stay as silent as possible. When the hero turned the other way, he made a leap for the gate, rolling it to absorb the shock of the fall. He sprinted to the nearest building, leaping as high as he could. His exhaustion was catching up to him, and he only made it about halfway. He jumped again from there, making it to the top. He watched as Aizawa observed the grounds, before suddenly turning his head to Izuku's hiding place. He had just enough time to hop over onto the fire escape on the opposite side before he heard footsteps on the roof. "I know you're there, Midoriya. If you're worried about me turning you in, don't be. I just want to talk." Izuku stayed quiet, trying to decide his next move. "I can't do it." He silently jumped down, and for a reason he couldn't explain, as soon as his feet hit the ground he was running. When he finally stopped, he was surprised to find tears slowly falling. "What? Why am I crying?" A sob racked his chest, and he leaned against the wall. "I knew this was going to happen. I shouldn't have gotten so comfortable." He gasped for air, desperately trying to wipe away the tears. He ruined everything, trying to achieve a silly dream. He couldn't become a hero. He barely counted as a vigilante. He walked home, pushing open the door. Ignoring Amaya, he sat down at his computer and quickly typed an email. "Izuku Midoriya will be taking a leave of absence due to personal reasons. Inko Midoriya." He sent it, quickly closing the laptop and taking off his ruined gym clothes. He shoved that and his other uniforms into a dusty closet he never really used, before pulling out his phone and hovering over 2 contacts. He knew he had to cut all ties. His father would really be after him now. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead he silenced them, messages already popping up. With the sun beginning to set, he put on his vigilante clothes. It was pretty quiet. Most likely everyone was inside because of the sports festival. His body ached and he could probably use a 15-hour nap, but he had more important things to do. Nothing had been sitting right since he was first in the spotlight, and he remembered Shigaraki's anger at USJ. There was no telling what that freak would try next. He stayed close to UA, considering that would be the most likely place for him to attack. Shigaraki was not a patient person. He or one of his associates would be here. Sure enough, an hour later he saw a couple people lurking, arguing with each other. He dropped silently to the ground behind them before swiftly hitting the bigger one in the back of the neck with the handle of his knife, causing him to crumple to the ground. "Who sent you?" he questioned, holding up his knife to the other's neck. Shigaraki. "Well, you can go back and tell him to stop being a effendi coward and find me himself." He pulled away, allowing the man to run off. He continued patrolling, thankful there was no sign of Eraserhead. He started walking back to his house when he ran into a different hero. Could this day get any worse? "What are you doing here, Hawks? Aren't you supposed to be a daytime hero?" Hawks grinned, walking toward him. "Just wanted to say hi. Didn't have much to do today except for watching the sports festival. Those kids are really something." "Yeah, Endeavor's kid was pretty powerful." Izuku continued walking, hoping eventually the hero would get bored and stop. Unfortunately, all he did was pick up the pace and continued to stroll alongside him. That general studies kid really held his own against him though. I was impressed. Izuku glanced at him, frowning. Really? All he really did was dodge a bit. Hawks laughed, shaking his head. You clearly don't have an eye for a potential angel. The way he was moving was calculated, like he had done those kinds of stunts before. With a weapon he probably could have beat him. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he had been walking toward his house, and now they were right on top of it. Sheet, that was careless. What is going on with me today? He continued walking, making sure to not let his body language give anything away. They continued with random chit-chat for a couple more minutes until Hawks got a call. Holding his hand over the speaker, he pointed to it and shrugged. Izuku nodded, and the hero flew off into the night. He liked hanging out with Hawks, but tonight was not a good time. He backtracked to his apartment, quickly switching out his large collection of knives for a couple smaller ones. After all, where he was going would not take kindly to so many weapons. He pet Amaya on the way out, quickly heading to the old karaoke bar. He pressed the button. Heading down the stairs, the bookshelf slid open to reveal. He had been there a couple times since Dabi, and the fact he was a more well-known vigilante caused many heads to turn when he walked to the bar. He sat down, and the bartender slid him something. He opened his mouth to decline, but the man got there first. It's just coffee, kid. He blushed, staring down at the drink. Was it that obvious? The bartender just smirked, pouring more drinks. I need some information, Izuku whispered. Have you heard anything about Tamura Shigaraki? Well, I know he's been trying to gather people into his little group. He tried to recruit a lot of the people here, but most turned him down after the attack on USJ. Recently he's been looking for more short-term partners, specifically assassins and bounty hunters. The bartender paused, staring at Izuku. Rumor has it he's looking for you. Izuku suddenly was reminded of the attack that ended up with his identity revealed to Shinso, and the puzzle pieces fell into place. Unfortunately, anyone here know where I could find him? Sorry, but your best bet is avoiding him. That kid's got more than a few screws loose and a powerful backer. Izuku nodded, finishing the coffee. Thanks. He hopped off, a little disappointed from the conversation. He slowly walked home again, wishing he had more leads. However, just as he was about to open the door, he sensed something was off. Pulling out his weapons, he slowly nudged open the door with his foot. What he saw made his heart drop. The room was trashed, more so than usual, with things scattered everywhere and cushions torn up. There were even more holes in the walls. Maya. He frantically started searching, not wanting to speak in case the culprits were still nearby. He was almost ready to give up when he heard the tiniest little meow coming from the closet. Not daring to hope, he slowly opened it and looked inside. Shining his phone flashlight, he saw a crack in the wall. Lightly tapping on the ground in front of it, he had to hold back tears when Amaya stepped out covered in dust. He held her close, sitting there for a few minutes. It's not safe for you anymore. We'll see each other again, I promise. He gathered up her things, picking up toys that were clearly stepped on or kicked aside. He tossed it in her favorite blanket, gathering it up like a sack. He placed Amaya on his shoulder before heading off. He arrived quickly to Aizawa's house. He knew the route well. He dropped down carefully, making sure not to disturb his cat. Peering in through the window, he saw Aizawa in full hero gear arguing with Hisashi. Giving Amaya one last hug, he dropped her off in front of the door. She looked at him but stayed put. He knocked on the door twice, before leaping over to the next building over, which was higher up. He watched as Aizawa opened the door, before picking up Amaya. She gave him away by turning her head to his hiding place and meowing. Aizawa looked up, and Izuku didn't bother hiding. He stood up, wiping tears as he saw Amaya try to get out of Aizawa's arms. Turning around, he disappeared into the darkness, with only Amaya's cries breaking the silence. Izuku opened the door to his ruined apartment, dust and plaster coating the floor. He ignored it, walking toward his bedroom and sitting on the untorn part of the mattress. He curled up, putting his head on his knees. Can I even stay here anymore? They know where I live. Actually, if more show up, I can question them on where he is. He knew he should probably install some tripwires and traps, but he was just so tired. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, but he lifted his head when he heard a bird chirping outside. Oh, I need to feed Amaya. He dragged himself up, making it all the way to the kitchen before remembering. And he broke. He dropped to the ground sobbing. He had really lost everything. Even his cat, who was always there when he had a bad day or was just tired for dealing with people, was gone. He cried until a small noise jolted him out of it, and he wiped his eyes. Pulling out his knife, he stood up, relying on his hearing since his vision was extremely blurry. He heard another sound, this one coming from the left. His vision was clearing, and he slowly crept toward the noise. He lunged out but stopped in his tracks when he saw. On the ground, a little brown bird looked up at him before going back to rummaging in the debris. He relaxed, tucking the knife back in its holder. He shooed the bird out of the window it had came in through, and then went outside. Where he was going, he wasn't sure. He just had to get out of there. He wandered the streets looking at everyone going to their jobs, taking their kids to school, and whatever else normal people do in the morning. They were so distant, so far away from the life he had. He felt nauseous, which reminded him he hadn't eaten in a pretty long time. He walked into the nearest food place, a small cafe. He ordered a sandwich and a cookie before going to sit in the corner. He was spacing out when someone stepped in front of him, and he raised his head. "Aren't you that kid from the sports festival? You were awesome, man." Izuku gaped at him, and the others who came over after hearing his words. They all shook his hand, congratulating him and making small talk. Izuku replied in short words. Totally baffled people actually recognized him. He had completely forgotten that the sports festival was bigger than the Olympics in Japan. It took him a half hour to get out of there, but when he did he was relieved. All that attention, well, there was a reason he never wanted to be in the spotlight. He walked around for another hour deep in thought when something grabbed his arm and tugged him into an alley. He instinctively grabbed them back, flipping them over his shoulder and onto the ground. Some sort of snake-man hybrid hissed back at him, before lunging forward and biting his arm. Izuku clenched his teeth together, kicking him hard in the head. While it was dazed, he punched it across the face and caused its head to slam into the wall. Grabbing his bleeding arm, he felt a wave of nausea and dizziness wash over him. Poison. He stumbled away, trying to come up with anywhere he could go. He obviously couldn't go home, they would know where to find him. Darkness was creeping around the edges of his vision, when he saw a little garden. He rolled under a thick group of shrubs, the low-lying leaves concealing him from view but with enough space for him to fit. He curled up, allowing his eyes to close as his body worked through the poison. When Izuku woke up, he was thirsty. He wasn't sure how long he'd been out, all he knew was it was dark outside. He crawled out of the shrub, weakly shaking the leaves out of his hair. His limbs were heavy, so he leaned on a tree nearby. He took out his phone to check the time, and almost fell over when he saw the date. It's been almost 3 days? How strong was that poison? His first instinct was to go back and check if anyone had been to the apartment, but thirst took over and he quickly headed to the nearest convenience store. He didn't even wait for the cashier to finish processing his order. He quickly unscrewed the cap and guzzled down the water. Grabbing his change, he walked out while in the process of trying to open his onigiri. He ate it on the way and pretty soon he got to his home. And of course, he quickly noticed an extra broken window. It looked like nothing was taken again, they were probably just hoping to catch him off guard. He had hidden his laptop deep in the wall, so he wasn't worried about them taking it. Izuku climbed onto the roof looking out over the city. Should he even still do his normal vigilante patrols? Could he allow himself to pretend everything is fine? No, nothing was fine. But maybe beating some people up would help him cheer up a bit. He grabbed his mask out of his pocket, well worn with time. Not bothering to change into his usual outfit, he jumped off the roof onto the next, rolling with the impact. He felt the wind blow his hair to the side, revealing a scar he usually kept hidden. He had gotten it in one of his first vigilante fights. A villain had a quirk that could turn air into wind bullets. He had been too relaxed and it caught him off guard. But that was a long time ago. A scream snapped him out of reminiscing, and he leaned over the building to see a fight between two people, a girl shouting angrily next to them. One of the men had a serious burn on his face, while the other was basically unharmed. He jumped down, standing in front of the man on the ground. "Chill out a bit, man," he said, quickly ducking when a fiery fist swung at his head. "Is one of these two your boyfriend?" He called out to the girl, jumping off the man's arm and landing neatly behind the other guy on the ground. "Yes, the one who got hurt. Hokuto's my ex, and he's effing insane." She directed the last part at the guy, which only angered him more. Izuku ran in and kicked hard on his kneecap, hearing the satisfying crunch as Hokuto went down. He slammed his head into the ground, then waved for the girl and her boyfriend to go. He jumped onto a high windowsill, then leaped again to reach the top of the tall building. Dusting off his clothes, he turned to keep walking when a voice came from next to him. "Where have you been?" He whirled around, dread squeezing his chest as he recognized the voice. "You've been completely gone. You can't just disappear like that," Aizawa said, eyes filled with concern. Izuku swallowed nervously, refusing to look the hero in the eyes. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered. "Why not? What's going on, Angel? You can tell me." Tears started to well up in his eyes as everything he wanted to say fought its way to the surface, but he pushed it down. He sighed, then reached up and pulled off his mask. "Because you're in danger. I'm putting everyone in danger just by existing." Aizawa sharply took in a breath as the little vigilante took off his mask, finally confirming what he had known all along. "Angel, no," Midoriya looked up at him, obvious pain in his eyes. "I'm a pro-hero. I'm not scared of whatever trouble you've gotten yourself into." "You don't understand," Midoriya shouted as he started to pace. He ran his hands through his hair, then sharply turned to look at Aizawa again. "He's after me. He will kill anyone to get me. I shouldn't even still be in this city, let alone playing vigilante. He's losing it. Something bad happened after the sports festival." He moved a little closer to Midoriya, who quickly scrambled away. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Just don't follow me. Just forget about me." He saw the vigilante wipe a tear before he turned away and jumped off the building. Every instinct screamed at him to chase after him, but he knew it would be pointless. Everything he said had just confused him even more. Who was after him? Why did he just drop everything and vanish? And what was so scary that it would cause the fearless vigilante to leave the city? Izuku ran and ran and ran. He still couldn't believe he had revealed his identity, even if the hero had basically already known. He stopped abruptly, gasping for air. Turns out being poisoned for days was very draining. He slowly walked up the stairs back to his apartment, ready to grab the little belongings he had and finally leave town. But something was off as soon as he stepped into the room. He scanned the area, trying to figure out what was wrong. A whoosh of air sounded from behind him, and he raised his arm just in time to block the person with a sharp knife pointed directly toward his throat. They both jumped back, the girl flashing a smile. He lifted his foot to move, but found he couldn't. He twisted the upper half of his body to see a man staring at the ground. The girl got a little chime on her phone, and her eyes lit up. "Bye-bye," she chirped, quickly leaving. A third person swung at Izuku, and he folded himself forward. The man lost his balance, stumbling in front of him. Izuku grabbed him, holding up a knife to his neck and feeling it dig into his skin. "Let me go or your friend stops breathing." The other man laughed, and that's when Izuku realized his mistake. "Oh, he's not my friend." He just barely had enough time to look up to see the large object plummeting from a liquefied part of the ceiling, then he blacked out. When Izuku woke up, he couldn't move. Head pounding, he tried to raise his arms to feel for the damage but found them bound by thick metal chains. His legs were the same, and someone had duct taped his mouth closed. He scanned the room, and his eyes narrowed as he saw who was standing to the side, shrouded in darkness. Shigaraki stepped out slowly, grinning at Izuku. "Oh, looks like you aren't so talented after all, Izuku." He said Izuku's name full of hatred. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but the tape prevented it. He tried to talk anyway, until Shigaraki stepped up and ripped the tape off. Izuku scowled and growled, "Let me go now, Shigaraki. I want nothing to do with you or him." "And somehow I don't care," Shigaraki shouted. "How can you be so stupid, so careless, so weak and still be his favorite? It's always, Izuku wouldn't have made that mistake Izuku was always so good at fighting that." It was obvious Shigaraki wouldn't listen to reason. But the problem was, even if Izuku got out of the chains, he wasn't sure he could take Shigaraki in a fight. He was still weak from the poison, and hadn't exactly been taking care of himself. But he had to try. "Fine. Let me out, and you'll get to see who's better. Just you and me." He saw Shigaraki's eyes light up, and Izuku was amazed he was dumb enough to fall for such an obvious trick. He laid his hand on the chains, and Izuku gulped nervously as they crumbled to dust. He stood up, rubbing his wrists. And then he pounced. He elbowed Shigaraki's throat, then twisted out of the way to avoid his hands. The scar on his arm burned, memories of being touched by that quirk flashing through his mind. He ducked a haphazardly thrown punch, then leaped high into the air and grabbed on an exposed rafter. In one fluid motion he spun himself around and kicked off the ceiling, tackling Shigaraki to the ground. In return he received a sharp kick to the ribs. Ignoring the pain, he pinned down Shigaraki's wrists, making sure not to get too close to his fingers. He twisted so one leg was pinning him down, leaving a hand free. He clenched it into a fist and slammed it down onto his face, feeling the satisfying crunch of broken bones. He got a couple more good hits in before he wiggled free, and Izuku leapt back to avoid him. "Even though I've been poisoned, hunted, and nearly killed countless times, I'm still better than you." Izuku's emotions were getting the better of him, old rivalries resurfacing. Shigaraki lunged, and Izuku dropped to the floor. He wrapped his legs around his, and with a sharp and violent twist snapped his leg. Shigaraki went down screeching. At some point beneath his knee the bone was sticking out of his skin. Izuku got up breathing heavily and settled into a fighting stance. Shigaraki slowly staggered up, balancing on his intact leg. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him and Izuku held up a hand to his head. "How hard did I get hit?" The answer was basically given when his hand came back scarlet. Shigaraki saw an opening. He lunged forward, arm outstretched, and Izuku couldn't move fast enough. Shigaraki grabbed onto Izuku's wrist, and although he pulled away instantly, it was too late. The skin and muscles around his wrist were crumbling away, and he screamed. For a second, just a second, he was about to use his quirk. But this wasn't USJ, it was only his pain he needed to worry about. He grit his teeth, and while he was running toward Shigaraki, he slipped a small switchblade out of his shoe. He slid under him, jumped up, and stabbed it deep between his shoulder blades. Shigaraki let out a cry of pain, staggering away from Izuku. Izuku's wrist was starting to bleed now, blood dripping onto the floor quickly. He walked toward Shigaraki, fully prepared to end this once and for all. But then it happened. The two men who attacked him earlier jumped through a liquid part of the wall, grabbed his arms, and pinned him to the ground. "You cheater! You FING cheater! You knew you couldn't beat me yourself, you coward!" Izuku shouted, panic setting in as Shigaraki walked closer. He gestured with his head to the center of the apartment, and the men dragged him there. They tied him back to the chair with rope this time, but as soon as they tightened it, the rope hit exposed bone. And he almost blacked out. To his surprise, The three of them left without another word. Only an evil grin revealed something more sinister at work. And then he smelled smoke. They set it on fire. Izuku knew if he didn't get out of there now he would die. But whenever he tried to move his hands to escape, the rope just rubbed against exposed bone and muscle and lit an excruciating pain up his entire arm. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, or just if he blacked out and forgot, but soon the walls were covered in flames. He started choking, smoke filling his lungs. The heat was getting unbearable, and the already unsteady foundation of the building was making some sounds that did not sound good. He was exhausted, the puddle of blood growing around his feet every second. All that time running, and this is how I go. Not really sure what I expected. His eyes started to droop closed, until a piece of burning wood fell from the upper floor and landed right next to him. Sparks exploded, and he jolted awake. He had to get out of there, he was too exposed to the apartment collapsing on top of him. He steadied his hands on the back of the chair, taking extra care not to rub the rope any more than necessary. Taking a deep breath, he pulled his ankles apart as fast as he could and heard the relieving snap of the rope. He gently got up and lifted his hands clear of the chair. Normally he would try to move them to the front of his body, but the pain was too much. He coughed again, flinching as more burning pieces of the ceiling rained down. He couldn't see any exit, smoke and fire filled his vision. He walked to the right trying to find it. He couldn't get too close to the wall, and he could feel his breathing getting weaker every second. Suddenly he saw it. The doorknob glinted in the firelight, and he started moving toward it. A large crack sounded from below, and the floor started to shake. Part of the floor crumbled away, and Izuku couldn't get away fast enough. He fell down to the floor below, hitting the ground with a cry of pain. This room was also engulfed in flames. He tried to stand up, head spinning, but before he could something heavy landed on his back. He was thrown to the ground, and a few more cracks and crashes were heard from above. He lay there, disoriented and dying. I don't want to die. Please, anyone, help me. I'm scared. His thoughts were jumbled, heart beating rapidly. Then the upper floor collapsed. Izuku curled into himself as debris rained around him, many pieces hitting him. A particularly heavy piece of wood hit him dead on, pinning him to the ground and probably snapping a few ribs. Izuku could barely feel the pain, smoke inhalation clouding all his senses. His eyes began to close, and as much as he was desperate to live he couldn't fight anymore. He let them shut, and slipped into painless darkness. Izawa saw smoke before the flames. He had been scouring the area for Midoriya, but hadn't had any luck. He was running toward the smoke before he fully realized it, certain the Vigilante was somehow involved. It was a building he passed often in his patrols, an abandoned apartment complex that had a few to many villain attacks. He covered his mouth with his scarf, going straight toward the center of the fire. He picked his way around burning pieces of the building, calling for Midoriya as he went. Smoke filled the room, making it almost impossible to see. He could hear sirens outside, but the fire was too strong to put out easily. Every second that passed his hopes of finding the Vigilante plummeted, and he prayed that he had gotten out already. His head started to spin, and he knew he had to get out before the building became his grave. He stepped forward, but suddenly the floor made a loud snapping noise. He reacted quickly, throwing up his scarf so it wrapped around part of the ceiling just as the floor collapsed. The motion had disrupted the smoke, just enough that he caught a glimpse of an arm emerging from a pile of debris. His heart jumped into his throat as he dropped down, carefully pushing pieces of ceiling off of him. He reached down to grab the Vigilante's wrist to pull him out, but stopped short when he saw the puddle of blood spreading out from under it. He instead grabbed higher up on his arms, and with a hard tug he came free and they both fell on the ground. Izawa quickly flipped him over, shaking him hard. Midoriya! Wake up! To his surprise and relief, his eyes cracked open and he kept out a weak cough. His eyes were unfocused, and they quickly closed again. Sheet! Izawa said, picking him up carefully. Thankfully they were right next to the door, and it took only a firm kick to make it collapse in on itself. He rushed down the stairs where ambulances and fire trucks were blaring their sirens. Time seemed to speed up, and before he knew it Midoriya was taken from him and loaded up into an ambulance. The police asked him a few questions which he thought he answered, but he honestly couldn't be sure. And now he was sitting in the cold, uncomfortable hospital chair, waiting for any news on the kid's condition. Hisashi came running through the door and quickly spotted Aizawa. He ran over and gave him a hug. Usually he would protest, but he couldn't find the energy. Hisashi sat next to him, leaning in close. "What happened?" I'm not sure," Aizawa finally said. "I saw fire, so I went toward it. I'm guessing he was living there, but that place has been abandoned for years. And there was no way that fire was started accidentally. He was hurt, in more ways than debris and fire can cause." Aizawa put his head in his hands, letting out a sigh. If I had just found him sooner, none of this would have very happened. Hisashi shook his head, leaning back. "There wasn't anything you could have done. He obviously knew something was wrong, and he made every effort so that you couldn't find him. He's smart, too smart for his own good." They sat there in silence for a little over an hour until a doctor came up and approached them. "Are you the guardians of Midoriya Izuku?" After a quick glance at Hisashi, Aizawa nodded. "Yes. How is he?" "I'm happy to report he just came out of surgery and is stable. He had a strange injury on his wrist, a few broken and cracked ribs, a major concussion, and he inhaled a lot of the smoke from the fire, but he should wake up soon." The list of injuries wasn't exactly comforting, but he was relieved it wasn't worse. They both went inside the room, and Aizawa heard Hisashi take in a sharp breath of air when they both saw him. He was deathly pale, hooked up to multiple machines. "We are planning on switching him from intubation to just oxygen soon. People in these situations tend to react badly if they wake up with a tube in their throat." Hisashi nodded for him, and he and the doctor both walked out to discuss it further. Hisashi tapped Aizawa on the shoulder as he left, a small but welcome bit of comfort. He sat down beside Midoriya, finding it hard to believe this was the same troublemaking, fearless vigilante he had fought alongside for so long. He had to find out who hurt him, but that would wait till after he was sure he was okay. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, but a small noise startled his eyes open. He watched carefully as Midoriya's hand twitched again, and then his eyes shot open. Those were his first thoughts as he became conscious. Before opening his eyes, he tried his best to take stock of his injuries. His chest and wrist hurt the most. Definitely broken bones. He had an insane headache, his lungs burned with every breath he took. He was definitely in a hospital, but the real question is which one? A safe one, or was he back in the facility he tried so hard to escape from? He opened his eyes, quickly noticing Aizawa staring at him from next to the bed. He could barely think. Whatever was dripping through the fore in his arms seemed to muddle his mind more than the pain. He started to sit up, but found himself quickly held down by Aizawa. How did he get over here so fast? "Jeff me," he mumbled, raising his hands to try and push him off. "Just calm down, okay? You're safe? Moving will only make it worse." "Where is he? Where is who?" Izuku managed to get a hand past Aizawa and pulled off the oxygen line, tossing it to the floor. "That BSTRD Shigaraki. I'm going to kill him." Realization of what happened dawned on Aizawa, but he mentally put it aside for later. "I don't know. But you need to calm down before you hurt yourself." Izuku tried to protest, but his body failed him. He slowly sunk back into the bed, his vision dimming. He could just make out Aizawa talking with the doctor who had rushed in before he succumbed to the dark. The next time he woke up, he felt a very different emotion. Panic. He was in a hospital with police officers, his identity was completely exposed, and he currently had no weapons, no house, and no way to escape. He lurched up, frantically pulling out the IVs in his arm. Thankfully nobody was in the room, and he pushed off the bed. As soon as his legs tried to support his weight, he crumbled, still extremely weak from the fire and fight. He caught himself on the windowsill, lungs burning with the effort. He tried to open the window, but to his dismay it was sealed shut. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind him, and he quickly turned. Aizawa was there, hands up. "It's all right, Midoriya. Nobody can hurt you here." No, you don't understand. I need to get out of here." His voice broke and he started to tremble. Aizawa rushed forward just as he fell to the ground, and wrapped his arms tightly around Izuku. He couldn't break. He had managed alone before. When his mom was killed, when he was living on the streets, every time he had come so close to death, all to losing the only place he had considered home. But why were tears falling now? Why did all the walls he had spent years building up seem to have disappeared? It wasn't fair. He didn't want to feel these emotions, the anger, sadness, and fear he had pushed away for so long. He had to not feel them, to keep himself alive. "It's all right," he heard Aizawa whisper above him. And he broke. Sobbing, he clutched Aizawa's shirt tightly. "I was so scared. He was going to kill me. I was supposed to die," he cried. You didn't. You're still here. And I promise you, you will never have to feel that way again as long as I can help it." He wasn't sure how long the two of them sat on the floor, but when Izuku calmed down, Aizawa helped him back into the bed. "I can't stay here. I've healed fine without hospitals before, so tell them to let me go," Izuku whispered, glancing nervously around at all the machines. "I'll see what I can do. Stay put, all right?" Izuku nodded defeatedly, curling his legs to his chest. Aizawa came back a few minutes later, carrying a glass of water. He handed it to Izuku, who drank it while Aizawa said, "I talked to the doctor, and the best they can do is discharge you tomorrow afternoon, but only if you promise to not do any type of physical activity for at least a week." He paused, gauging the Vigilante's reaction. "Also, no fighting until I deem it safe." At this, Izuku raised an eyebrow, slightly slamming down his cup. "It's fine, I fight when I'm injured all the time." Aizawa rolled his eyes, sitting down next to Izuku. "That's the problem. I don't care how fast your quirk helps you heal, the scans the doctors did showed a lot of previous injuries that never healed right. If you're going to be living with me, you need to be more careful." Izuku clicked his tongue, then moved to say something before stopping short. "Wait, live with you? I have a perfectly fine o." He frowned, eyes downcast. He had forgotten he didn't have a home anymore. Aizawa shook his head, leaning back into his chair. "I don't know what you're thinking right now, but me and Hizashi already discussed it. You're going to live with us, and that's final. You can stay in the guest room, same as when you were a cat." Izuku blushed at the memory and went to protest again, before realizing it was pointless. It's not like he could stay with Shinso, and certainly not Shoto. He sighed, running a hand through his currently matted hair. "Fine." Knowing he had won, Aizawa smiled. "Great. I'll tell Hizashi. Is there anything you want us to look for where you were staying? Not all of it burned down." Izuku thought about it for a second before replying. "I guess so. Maybe some of the weapons survived." "All right, I'll let Hizashi know." Aizawa walked out, and Izuku leaned back. What was he thinking? He would only put them in danger. But the selfish part of him really wanted to do it. To have a stable roof over his head, a soft bed, actual food, and other people. He didn't have to be alone anymore. Plus Amaya was there and he missed her a lot. He had lost track of his phone at some point, so he couldn't contact anyone. Plus he was going to have to show up after being all dramatic about leaving. Izuku buried his face in his hands, starting to get overwhelmed with everything that went with his decision. To stay. He could feel his breath start to quicken, and tried to get in under control. He raised his head slightly to look at whoever walked in, still trying to get his breathing to even out. "Hey, you alright, kid?" Aizawa said as he quickly walked to Izuku's side. He shoved his head back into his legs, nodding. He said, his voice muffled. "Yeah, I'm not really buying that." He tilted his head to the side, looking through his bangs. I thought I did a good job selling it," he joked. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." After a few seconds of hesitation, Izuku continued. "I guess I'm a little worried about dealing with everything now." "Well, just take it as it comes. You don't need to rush anything, your friends will understand if you're not ready to talk to them yet." "I guess you're right," Izuku sighed. He went to stretch, but a sharp pain burst in his chest. He doubled over, wincing. Ow. Aizawa shook his head, but helped him lie down. "Just rest until tomorrow, okay? Or else we will have to keep you here longer." Izuku was planning on nodding, but he was already asleep. He stood near the hospital door, leaning heavily on crutches. He glanced nervously between Aizawa and Hisashi, the reality of his situation hitting him hard. Aizawa was going over some final thing with the doctors, and Hisashi snuck him a quick thumbs up. Soon Aizawa turned to him with a thick stack of paperwork and motioned for the door. "All right, Izuku, let's go." Taking a deep breath, he slowly made his way out into the car parked nearby. By the time he sat down, he was already exhausted. He could barely move his left hand, making things very difficult. "So, Izuku," Hisashi said as he gazed up at the rearview mirror, "I grabbed a bunch of stuff at your old place. Not sure how much of it you still want, but it's at the house and you can just sort through it whenever you feel up to it." "Thanks," Izuku whispered, voice still hoarse from the smoke and previous yelling. Soon they arrived at the familiar apartment, and though Izuku had stayed there multiple times, he still felt nervous. Standing in front of the door, Aizawa unlocked it and his worries quickly vanished. "Amaya!" he shouted, letting his crutches fall and dropping to the floor. The fluffy kitten jumped into his arms, meowing happily. "I'm so sorry," he said in a hushed voice so only she could hear. "All right, get up before you hurt yourself," Aizawa said from next to him, nudging him with his shoe. "Finny," he sarcastically replied, but when he tried found he couldn't support his weight. He felt his cheeks go red as he stared at the ground, and softly muttered, "A little help please." He glared as Aizawa stifled a laugh, but he gently leaned next to him and helped him to his feet. He dropped Izuku off on the couch and he sank into the soft cushions. "Hisashi stopped by the mall and grabbed a couple things in your size, but we can go shopping after you heal for a more complete wardrobe. Oh, and we got you this, figured yours melted." Aizawa tossed Izuku a new phone, and he stared at him with his mouth open. "You didn't have to," Izuku said, now staring in wonder at the box. "We kinda did, how else could you contact us?" Aizawa shrugged, sitting down a little ways away from Izuku. Izuku opened it, aware of the TV turning on but not paying much attention to it. Amaya curled up on his lap, and he downloaded the old apps he had and logged into everything. He saw the large number of notifications and felt his stomach twist in guilt. He quickly opened Discord and sent the same message to both his friends. "I'm fine, I'll explain later." He leaned his head back, but the worry quickly faded. Aizawa and Hisashi were talking softly, the TV was on, Amaya was purring, and he finally felt safe for the first time in weeks. Maybe choosing to stay wasn't a bad decision after all.